Cal, sorry. I need to just shut that down. Yeah, but we need to make sure it doesn't make any noise. Anyway. Good morning, everyone. Sorry about that. Welcome to the first Going for Growth conference hosted by the Centre for Policy Studies. I'm Robert Colvile, Director of the Centre for Policy Studies. And I'm really pleased to welcome you today. This is the first one of these we've done, and barring any technical difficulties, which we really hope there won't be, it's really very simple. Everything, we'll be having a host of sessions throughout the day. They will all be streamed to this link on YouTube. So all you have to do is sit there all day and refresh the page. And every single session will have a Q&A element. You can direct questions to the CPS at CPS Think Tank on Twitter. You can put questions on the YouTube page. Our team will gather them up and then relay them to the host and the chair. And I'm delighted that we're doing this today. Appropriately, the Office of Financial Statistics has just announced that GDP went up by 6.6% in July, which sounds extremely impressive until you realise that this is only half of the, we're still only halfway back to where we were before coronavirus started. So the entire theme of today is how we get all the way back and then beyond, how we make this a V-shaped recovery, how we deliver and spread growth across the country in the most effective way at what is the most extraordinary economic and public health situation that we've been in for quite some time. And I'm delighted now to introduce Michael Spencer, the chairman of the CPS, to explain why today matters. And Michael will then be taking his place as one of the panelists on our first session.
Robert, thank you very much for that introduction. Welcome all of you to this conference, this virtual conference by the CPS. The title Going for Growth, I think, is extraordinarily timely. We are, as you all know, emerging from the terrible COVID crisis, which has wreaked havoc globally on pretty much every economy in the world. Simultaneously, of course, in the UK, we are going to the final phases of Brexit and the terms of our departure from the EU. We obviously don't know exactly what they are, and irrespective of your opinions over the complex Brexit issue, and indeed irrespective of the outcome of those negotiations, there is no doubt that there will be a short-term disruption to economic activity over the transitional period in Brexit. So the whole debate about going for growth could not be more important, because it is clear that the finances of the UK have suffered, unsurprisingly, considerably as a result of COVID. How are we going to grow out of this recession? Are we going to turn this into a proper V-shaped recovery, or is it going to be a softer U-shaped recovery? What should the government be doing right now to ensure that the economy prospers rapidly and securely? There's important debates, of course, that have been mentioned in the press about what new tax policies could be and should be. I've got some strong opinions about those myself, but I'll come to that in the next panel. But I think this is a moment where we've got some very good speakers today, and you, the audience as well, I hope will contribute to really put some energy and a dynamism into the dialogue about what this country should be doing at this incredibly important time. Brexit, COVID, what is the UK looking like going forward? Where are we going? What is our ideology? What kind of nation are we going to be? How are we going to turn this into one of the great, most prosperous nations in the world, leading in innovation and employment, and of course, spreading the wealth throughout our community, geographically and in terms of age groups and in terms of every sector of society. It's an important issue. It is the important issue of the moment, so I'm very proud to be a part of it. I'm going to hand it back to Robert now, because I know he wants to say a thank you to many of our sponsors,
Indeed,
without whom this would not have been possible.
Indeed, yes. I wanted to thank in advance both our speakers and our sponsors, the City of London, Lloyds Bank, and Joseph Rowntree Foundation, each of which have sponsored one of the panels. While Michael sort of changes into his outfit and joins the green room for the next session, I'll just outline very quickly what we've got coming up for you today. So first up is is a session sponsored by the City of London on back to business. What role does business have in getting the country back on track? So we have Paul Scully, the Minister for Small Business. Michael, of course, is one of the country's most successful entrepreneurs. Catherine McGuinness, who is Chair of the Policy and Resources Committee at the City of London. Andrew Griffith MP, who is currently MP for one of the new cohort of Tory MPs, but before that was the Prime Minister's Chief Business Advisor, and Nick King, the CPS's Head of Business, who worked as a Special Advisor in Downing Street, in government for a variety of departments. Following that, we will have Fraser Osborne in conversation with George Osborne, then a panel on the role of housing in the recovery, sponsored by Lloyds. This is an issue which is absolutely dear to our hearts at the CPS, and we've done an awful lot on. After that, I'll be talking to Sajid Javid. Then we will have a panel on regulation reform. Various of the country's leading think tank heads will be joining me to outline their visions of growth. Obviously, the CPS has its views, but we want to make sure we have the debate as widely as possible. And then finally, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation will be sponsoring a panel on not just delivering growth, but spreading it. What lessons from the past can secure an economic recovery for all. So there should be an enormous range of opinions and thoughts outlined, and I very much look forward to seeing you throughout the day. Now, we're just going to go and prepare for the first session behind the scenes. So if you are happy, I will sign off now, and hopefully our tech team will seamlessly put in a few slides, and then the session will start at 9:15. So once again, thank you very much for joining us, and please feel free to join us throughout the day.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panel session of today's Growing for Growth conference. Delighted to say that this panel, like every other session today, is full of people who can bring insight and illumination to the topic at hand. And that topic is about the role that business will play in getting our country back on track. Now, taking that question at face value, the answer is pretty obvious that business is going to have a huge role to play. But sitting behind the question are some interesting issues and trends, which make the answer a little bit more complicated. For example, a lot of businesses themselves are struggling right now, and whole sectors like hospitality and aviation are under enormous stress. There are important questions to be answered about the regulatory, the fiscal and wider policy approach which the government needs to take to allow those businesses both to survive, but then also to thrive and to lead the business-led recovery we all want to see. I'm hoping that this session will cover topics like the sorts of businesses that might lead our recovery, how activist the government should be in protecting certain sectors and picking winners, and what the implications of new trends like greater tech adoption and more home working might mean for a business-led recovery. To discuss these sorts of issues and plenty more, we've got a fantastic panel this morning, each of whom I'll ask to keep their opening remarks to 5 minutes or so we've got plenty of time for Q&A. And if anyone's got any questions for our panelists, please do submit them within the YouTube chat or by tweeting us at CPS Think Tank. Joining us today on the panel, we're lucky enough to have the Chair of the Policy at the City of London Corporation, Catherine McGuinness. We couldn't have put this session on without the City of London support, so thank you, Catherine, for helping us to make this happen. Following Catherine, we have the Small Business Minister, Paul Scully, the MP for Arundel and South Downs and former business advisor to the Prime Minister, Andrew Griffith, and the Chair of the Centre for Policy Studies, Michael Spencer. And I'll introduce each of them in more detail before asking them to speak. First of all, I'd like to ask Catherine to make some opening remarks. Over to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much, Nick. And it's a real pleasure to join the Centre for Policy Studies Going for Growth conference today and for the City of London Corporation to sponsor this panel on Back to Business. Returning the economy to growth as we recover from COVID-19 is absolutely essential, of course, and the private sector is naturally going to be a driving force behind this. And we at the City of London Corporation, an unusual body which basically not only looks after the square mile itself, but also works very closely with the financial and professional services sector, which carries our name. We've been very active throughout this crisis. Our focus has been on supporting the city to help employees, businesses and the financial system, sustaining our work on long-term competitiveness, securing the long-term needs of the city, not only by making sure that we maintain strong business links or whatever for future trade, but also by actually looking at issues such as our own climate action work to make sure that the city is sustainable into the future. And we've also been working to help speed the recovery so that we're ready whenever the moment comes to relaunch a full and stronger economy. And over the last 6 months, the city's Lord Mayor and I have spent time talking to businesses across the square mile and throughout the financial and professional services sector. And we've been talking to them about how they're coping with the virus, how they're returning to the workplace, because they've been working throughout, I should underline. And what they see for the future. And we've heard a number of major strands. We've heard how the sector has innovated, both by adapting quickly to make sure that the workforce can work from home, but it's also innovated to help the wider economy through this difficult period. For example, through developing new forms of payment or new insurance products. And despite the obvious difficulties, the markets have held up and remained open, showing the adaptability, resilience and innovation of businesses and regulators alike. And we've seen how some of the technological change which was happening anyway has really accelerated, and we've really moved, somebody said to me, 5 years or a decade perhaps quicker than we might have done other than the challenge of this dreadful virus. But we've also heard, besides the role that innovation has played and the way that that has sped up, we've also heard from many people that a green-led recovery is essential, with businesses across the world recognising that we can't go back to things just the way they were. And firms are looking to build back better, not just by enabling technological innovation, but also by supporting a greener and more sustainable recovery and ensuring that environmental, social and governance criteria are central to investment. So the City Corporation is really looking forward to another event which we will be hosting, a Green Horizons Summit in November, when COP26 would have been, to showcase how green finance is fundamental to the recovery from COVID-19 and how to mobilise capital at pace so that the UK can meet its net zero target. And another opportunity that the push for growth gives us is to focus on the government's levelling up agenda. Financial and related professional services are critical to the UK's future competitiveness in many ways. And with 2/3 of the roles in the industry based outside London, they're also a really important way to drive growth around the country. We see, for example, innovation and invention being nurtured in small, agile companies around the UK, and global firms have increasingly significant footprints in UK cities such as Edinburgh, Manchester, Birmingham, Cardiff and Leeds, attracted by skilled populations, reduced overheads and space to grow, and a different lifestyle in the different parts of the country. And we here at the City Corporation try to work with the wider sector using the global reach of the City of London to spotlight opportunities across the country to international audiences, and importantly, to promote the whole UK as an excellent destination for foreign direct investment. So business and the financial services sector in particular has a huge amount to offer at this time when we're really looking to drive the economy to speed the recovery. So the question posed is, what can the government do to help this? And I would suggest 3 points. First of all, let's look a little bit at that question about returning to the workplace. And we mustn't forget, in particular, SMEs. 99% of UK businesses are small and medium-sized. And those in city centres in particular can be really struggling at the moment while footfall remains low. This is a particular issue for the part of the city which I'm currently sitting in, but the part of London that I'm currently sitting in. The big businesses here are absolutely thriving. They're doing their work remotely from home. But the small supporting businesses need to see more people back at their desks in order to return to profitability and growth. And firms in the city are gradually seeing an increase in the numbers of workers returning to the office. Clearly, that has to be done in a way which is safe and in line with government guidance. But what would be tremendously helpful would be to see support in making clear to people how it is safe to return to the workplace and encouraging people to do that. So support from government for that message, return to the office, and clarity around guidance on what is safe would be really, really helpful. We do find sometimes that positions either change very quickly, and one understands that this is a dynamic situation with the virus, or that the advice that's coming out isn't as clear as it might be. So a call for support for returning footfall, but also clarity around messaging and safety. And I really would just stress again the particular challenge faced by the centre of London, and I think the centre of other cities as well. We've seen some very successful, more local developments, a growth in the 15-minute economy, and much more local activity. But this isn't really helping the central activity zone in London, where we need international footfall, where we need tourist footfall, where we need business footfall for the businesses there to thrive. This is actually a question not just of reinventing how those areas work, but I think we do need to remember what the strengths of those areas bring to the country as a whole. Moving away from my financial link for the moment, let's think for a second about the arts sector, where the West End is so absolutely critical. So that was my first main area, returning footfall where it's safe to do so. Secondly, I'd like to just come on to some of the challenges that some of our businesses are going to face as the government support schemes come to an end. This could really be a cliff edge for the economy. Yes, of course, the support schemes have to end at some point, but of course thought needs to be given to whether they should stop suddenly or be tailed off. Let's keep in mind, for example, that government loan schemes such as the Bounce Back Loan Scheme and Coronavirus Business Interruption Loan Scheme are due to begin repayment in March 2021. They've been really helpful, but the build-up of debt is going to have a big impact. The City UK, a cross-sectoral body representing our sector, predicts that 1/3 of the 2 million businesses that have received support, 1/3 of the businesses that have received support may be unable to service that debt, which could leave 3 million jobs at risk. The financial services industry is well placed to help the government tackle this debt. And to that end, the City Corporation has been involved in a project led by City UK and EY that brought together 200 financial experts from 50 financial and professional services firms. They recommended a new government-backed entity, a UK recovery corporation, which would put the debt on more manageable terms and provide a vehicle for future private investment. And as a result, the UK is the first country to have an advance plan for recapitalisation. But with this potential debt crisis, a looming problem for the economy, we do need government help, and the government should give serious consideration to implementing this plan. And then very finally and very briefly, the other cliff edge that's looming if no deal is agreed, the other cliff edge looming is the situation if no deal is agreed by the end of the transition period with the European Union at the end of the year. And there is a very real risk that if a deal is not agreed, the growth and recovery from COVID that we're beginning to see could be hampered. So it's essential, I suggest, that efforts are redoubled to find the best possible solution to avoid an outcome that would damage our economy. So it's been an enormous achievement that many sectors and many businesses have continued largely as usual through this pandemic. That has really demonstrated the strength of many sectors. It's remarkable resilience, which will play a real role in business recovery across the capital and the nation as we go forward. And to continue this role both in our own work and as the corporation's contribution to the important work of the London Recovery Board, we will be publishing a report in October to look at how the city can remain competitive as a global financial centre over the coming years. But it's the fundamental strengths of London that are going to help us recover and rebuild, together with the strengths of other parts of the country, as we've done before, and I am very confident. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Catherine. Some great opening remarks there. And I think one of the really interesting things that came out of your comments from my perspective is the relationship between London and the rest of the country. And the levelling up agenda has been a very important one for this government. It's put a lot of emphasis on it. I think a lot of us feel, myself included, that it has to be, and the clues of the language, it has to be London and the rest of the country, not London or the rest of the country. And I think that's more important than ever off the back of the response to this pandemic. I'm sure our next speaker is going to agree with that, because Paul Scully is, as well as being the Minister for Small Business, also the Minister for London. He's an MP for Sutton and Cheam, and of course, before he was in politics, was the owner of many small businesses himself. So, Paul, some gnarly issues that Catherine presented, if you want to cover some of those, and wider remarks as well. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And there was a couple of bits right at the end there that I wanted to lead into. First of all, you talked about how it's not London or the rest of the country. It's very much London and the rest of the country. I've been working in London to, as Catherine said, get the Central Activity Zone up and running, like the many cities around the country and indeed Europe that are having similar issues. But London is particularly large, as you can imagine. And the West End itself, before we even get to the city, the West End itself represents 3% of the entire UK economy. So we have specific issues in London, but it's important that we do first of all, work out what levelling up means with the London context. I was in Battersea Power Station before lockdown, and the mixed use regeneration there by steel from Liverpool. It paints a lot of material in the Midlands. It gets bricks from Gloucestershire, creates job opportunities around the world as we're getting people into electric cabs, black cabs in London, and protecting the black cab. Iconic black cab. They're made in Coventry. There's 2,000 jobs there. So it's important that we do look at set London in the UK context as well as that global world city. But as we look to recover, it's really important, as Catherine says, to remind ourselves of the fundamentals of the UK economy, which are pretty sound, and there's lots to celebrate. That as we adjust and pivot out of this the pandemic scenario, that we remind the investors that were flooding into the UK before why the UK is a fantastic place to invest. The fact that we've got a highly educated workforce, flexible labour markets, and we are open to foreign direct investment. We cut corporation tax down as well to the lowest rate in the G20. And the fact that we're top of the class internationally of financial and professional services. We lead the world in fintech and digital and many cultural set of parts of the economy as well. So the Chancellor, when we went into the pandemic, really looked to react quickly, and we wrapped our arms around the economy. Everything that we put in was to help as many people as we could, as many sectors as we could, as quickly as we could. And for me, as Nick said, I've been running small businesses before I was elected. Becoming a minister at this particular time, I'm guessing this is effectively government as working in real time, as close as it's ever going to get to working in real time. The agility that the government has had to show in so many of the issues that it's faced, remembering that the government, the first priority of the government is to save lives, but restoring livelihoods, protecting jobs, protecting businesses, protecting sectors is so important for the long term to make sure that we can bounce back as well. So the fundamental business support that we have, the manifesto commitment of this government was such that we wanted to make sure that the UK was the best place to start and grow a business. I want to go further than that. I want to make sure that it doesn't matter where in the UK, whether it is in London or one of the cities, whether it's in a rural area, a coastal area, you should be able to get access to finance. You should be able to get great business support, peer-to-peer networks and mentoring, all so important for developing businesses as well. But government, as I think the crux of this day suggests, has a role to play, clearly, but it doesn't, beyond the key infrastructure projects that we're trying to accelerate, doesn't create jobs in itself. It's the private sector that's going to be the source of the recovery, and in particular, small businesses, which represent such a huge proportion of our economy. So does government actually just get out of the way, or does it create the atmosphere? I think this is for that recovery. And there is a nuance there that we've got to get right. And we'll see the Chancellor obviously looking at the various ways that we can support sectors, that we can support job creation as the support schemes come to an end. But we've shifted now in terms of creating and building jobs. So that's why we're supporting apprenticeships, giving businesses the £2,000 bonus for every 16 to 24-year-old that they take on, and £1,500 if an apprentice is over 25. We're trying to make sure that we can retain the gains that we've made in protecting the economy through the job retention bonus scheme. So paying businesses £1,000 for every person they're bringing back from furlough and keeping on their books until at least the end of January, because we want to make sure that there is no cliff edge in jobs as best we can, knowing though that obviously the redundancy figures and job losses are there. We're seeing that, and that's so regrettable, but we want to make sure that we can minimise that. So to give businesses the time to be able to pivot and adjust. And I think this then comes to what Catherine was saying about city centres. And as I said, London has a particular inertia because it's 3 times the size of the next biggest city in Europe, never mind the UK. And so we know that public transport is key in regaining people's confidence to come back to their workplace. I don't say they're returning to work, because many people have been working incredibly hard over this period, and in many cases more intensely. You can skip off one Zoom call or Teams call onto another within a matter of minutes. And I remember having to actually apologise to someone for being 2 minutes early to a meeting. I thought, crikey, that's quite an adjustment in our thinking when that sort of thing happens. But nonetheless, therefore, digital take-up has been accelerated. Flexible working that we were looking for as a Conservative government anyway through the employment bill that's going to be coming up has been accelerated. But flexible working is different from permanent working at home. Frankly, permanent working at home risks becoming living at work. I say that for someone who's run small businesses, set up around my kitchen table. I've worked from home, I've worked from sites, I've worked from clients' properties, I've worked from offices. And it is a mixture. It is the flexibility that is there to be had. But as Catherine said, we've got to make sure we don't hollow out our great cities in doing so. Big businesses that are not necessarily encouraging their employees to come back to the workplace, as well as allowing young people to miss out on networking opportunities and career progression development opportunities. They shouldn't expect to come back to, say, for example, the London that they left, because theatres, big restaurants, all the places that make our cities so great can't live on fresh air. They thrive on people. And we know that 80% of our country's economy is based on services. So what I would say is make sure that we can get that balance right. If I can support and we can support businesses develop and progress, yes, we will. But we need businesses to make sure that they're looking after each other, that business community. Our cities are ecosystems. You don't go to a hotel to just sleep in another bed. You go there because of the conference that you might be going to. So that's why we want to get conferences and events up and running when we can. We want to get the theatres up and running so that you can come into that. But in London, I look out my window, there are restaurants, there are museums already open that have worked so hard to give a safe and warm welcome. They're just waiting for you to come back. So there is a mixture of things that we can do. I'm looking forward to the discussion, Nick, to see how more we can support business be the centre of that recovery.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you. Great comments, really helpful. Our next speaker is Andrew Griffith. Andrew was a former senior businessman himself, operating as CFO at Sky before duty called. Following Boris Johnson becoming Prime Minister, Andrew became his main business advisor in number 10 Downing Street. And then in last year's general election, he became the MP for Arundel and the South Downs. And he's one of the most respected voices on business within the Conservative Party. We're very lucky to have him here today. So Andrew, over to you.
Neat.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Thank you, Nick. It's a great pleasure to be here, and this is a very important conference. It's also a great pleasure to follow my colleague, Paul Scully, who I have to say is a first-class small business minister. There is no better choice, and he is, I know, doing a wonderful job. So we're all in good hands. The same is true of Catherine, looking after the interests of the city corporation. Look, I'll be brief because there's no point us all agreeing with each other, but private enterprise is absolutely fundamental to how we grow from here. I mean, if we're brutally honest, we're in a little bit of a hole, right? We've lost, even after today's GDP growth figures, we've lost almost 12% of our economic output. If you understand the fact that a large part of that GDP is actually funded by the state, it's state circular spending, the actual private sector economy is down by significantly more than that. So we have a great job of work to do, and why it's really important that you've put today's panel together, Nick, and the work the CPS in doing this area is so very vital to all of our futures. The good news is that the private sector has had a very good pandemic. I mean, that sounds weird, and please take that in context. But with the exception of one wobble about panic buying, our private sector supply chains have done a fantastic job. Right, we've been well fed. We've had our supplies. We've been able to keep our borders open and goods flowing around the world. And we shouldn't forget that, because some parts of our state sector have been found wanting. They have found that the connective tissue isn't there. The private sector has actually done a very good job, and there's a lesson for us all in how perhaps the state could do fewer things, but could do them better going forward. We shouldn't ignore that when we think about Build Back Better. That's not just about greening the economy. It's also about that very large part of the economy in the United Kingdom that consists of the state sector, driving productivity and output improvements from that. I think the state has probably three roles to play. The first and most important, and I won't talk about it, is building confidence. You have to have confidence in the economy, and clearly there is more work to do on that. The second is certainty, and linked with that is people deploying capital. And the government, again, has a really big role to play in providing that long-term certainty and that confidence to invest, whether it's the ability of businesses to make a return on their investment, which is not just a mathematical equation, it's also about the regulatory environment in which we operate. It's about the confidence in the rule of law, which the UK is one of our great assets, but it's not universal. And it's also about making sure that the state forms the right balance between the needs of consumers and having vibrant competitive sectors of the economy, but also allowing businesses to invest, to create infrastructure and make returns. And again, to be a little controversial, I'm not sure we've always got the balance of that right. I think in some cases we've outsourced some of those regulatory environments to arm's length regulators, so that those very carefully tuned balances that perhaps ministers would be better equipped to make in a democratic society, we've now got being run by arm's length regulators, which drives a culture of risk aversion. And that can be fatal to the ability of capital to invest and make a long-term return. And then the third job is access to markets. I note today the breaking news that we seem to have reached a fantastic free trade agreement with Japan. That's just one brick in the wall of building a post-European Union international set of free trade agreements, which provides us with access to markets. And then fourth and finally, I think there is a role for a modern state, a progressive state, in being choiceful about those sectors in which it thinks in a hard-headed way that we as an economy can really compete on the world stage. Fintech would be a brilliant example, the City of London. But so would the emerging opportunity in green tech and hydrogen, which I think could be as powerful to boost the economy as North Sea oil was in the early 80s, which, if you remember, helped lift this country out of its post-industrial malaise. And there are other examples we could go on about life sciences, about our role in artificial intelligence. And a lot of those are led out of the department for which Paul is a minister. You clearly have to be hard-headed. I don't want to see the state crowd out private enterprise, but there is a legitimate role in a choiceful and sensible way, informed by some of the best business minds that the UK is blessed with, for us to make those choices. And if I'm again honest, I think some of those are hanging in the balance. I think we have the chance to be the leader in some of these emerging sectors, but we need to get up and get behind them now as we emerge, because we've got a big mountain to climb in terms of getting this economy growing again and creating the prosperity that we need to fund all those public services that we love and that we've furloughed, and they're all working from home or not working at all. There's this big body of the public sector that we've got to carry on our backs, and it means that we've got to be really good and at our fighting weight from the free enterprise, the private enterprise side of the economy.
Great, thanks very much, Andrew. I'm interested in this idea of the sectors and the industries that we think are going to play a particularly prominent role in leading that recovery, and also the implications of that for how far the state might go in identifying them and then supporting them. There's been, as you'll know, a lot of comment over the last few days about UK state aid rules in the future, and just thinking about what a appropriate regime and set of rules and principles is to support those. It's something maybe we'll come back to. Our final speaker is one of the most preeminent entrepreneurs and businessmen of his generation, founding ICAP in his early 30s and growing it into an organisation worth billions of pounds. He's now a director and an investor in various companies, and we're lucky enough to have him as our chair here at the Centre for Policy Studies. So over to you, Lord Michael Spencer.
Nick, thank you very much indeed, and I am thrilled to be involved in this conference today. The subject matter is critical for all of us, for the country. We've gone through the worst recession ever in history, actually, certainly in modern history, and although obviously the statistics last month were positive, we're a long way from getting back to where we were beforehand. We want to do everything we can to have a V-shaped recovery, and more than a V-shaped recovery, really, because this is a sentinel moment in the history of the UK, not just the recovery from COVID, but also leaving the EU. The decision to leave the EU controversial with many, was taken. But obviously, one of the great core reasons for leaving the EU is that the country can begin to make some very big decisions about what kind of country we are, what kind of economy we want, unfettered by EU regulations. And it's important that we think of all of these issues together to what the ideology of UK PLC looks like in the post-COVID, post-EU world. And I think the starting point to me as a businessman entrepreneur is that if we want to get growth going in this country, if we really want to see it supercharged, we need capital investment. We need capital inflow from internationally into the UK, and we need domestic investors to deploy their capital. And I think I would say absolutely at the outset, I think some of the suggestions of tax rises that may be imminent in the forthcoming budget in November, particular capital taxes, will be deeply damaging to that process. Of course, I understand the argument that COVID has increased the national debt very, very dramatically. National debt as a percentage of GDP is now up to levels that were only seen during after the last war, and therefore it looks at one blush that our balance sheet is very stretched. If you, however, factor in that we have record all-time low interest rates at the moment, not just in the UK but globally, and by the way, I've spent my entire career in financial markets, that environment is not about to change soon. The actual cost of servicing our debt as a percentage of GDP is nowhere near the red zone at the moment. That doesn't mean to say that we can be oblivious to our debt, but I'm saying you need to look at the stats before you get into any panic. And I think that the threat of an increase in corporation tax and also capital gains tax would be profoundly damaging to the growth of this country. We've had great success in the UK, as we know, over the past 10 years in slowly reducing corporation tax and seeing considerably increased inward investment into the country. And indeed, oddly enough, the Laffer curve works. Our receipts from corporation tax have gone up in that period. The reality is that taxation does impact behavior, and lower taxes often result in increased income. And no finer example on the issue of corporation tax exists, if you were ever to debate this, than to wonder why it is that Ireland, not exactly the largest country in Europe, has Ireland's revenue from multinationals that use Ireland as their European headquarters. Their tax revenue is greater than the aggregate tax of every other European country put together. And that is achieved for one very simple reason. Ireland has a more attractive corporation tax rate. So in my opinion, although at a certain level, increasing corporation tax, it certainly polls well. Obviously, these things poll well because people would prefer that increases in taxation are applied elsewhere rather than to themselves, which is a perfectly normal human reaction. But the reality is that any increase in corporation tax will reduce capital inflow into the UK, which will reduce growth in this country over time. And if we are here to maximize the growth of our economy, in my opinion, we will be extremely foolhardy and short-term and lacking courage to increase corporation tax at this moment. And the same goes for capital gains tax. You know, I started a business some years ago now, admittedly, with 3 colleagues and £50,000 of my own money. We never subsequently raised 1 penny of cash from external investors, and 20 years after that, we were a FTSE 100 company. If in launching that business, I was looking at a potential capital gains tax rate of approaching 50%, which is what is suggested in some quarters may happen if it's moved up to the top rate of income tax, I profoundly doubt I would have started that company in the UK. And I tell you this as well, that if we do increase CGT significantly, inward investment in the UK that it comes under the CGT umbrella will result in a real dramatically adverse change in investor attitudes. And albeit that there will be a cry that that these taxes are only temporary, the real truth of the matter is the government's track record of saying taxes are temporary and they prove rather more permanent means that no investors will trust this at all. So I put it to you, and I put it to the audience today, that this is a time when our government has to make brave choices, and I'm not pretending that they are easy. But increasing capital taxes would be absolute madness, in my opinion, if we are going to maximize the growth rate of our economy. And there is only one way forward to get out of our fiscal crisis in the long run, which is to increase our economic growth. So that is a cornerstone of what I recommend we consider. There is another issue that was touched upon, well, not touched upon, mentioned at some length by Andrew. I agree with Andrew on many things, but on this, I'm afraid I do not, which is, I think, the issue of state aid is a popular one, and it is tempting to think that that there are technologies or industries that the government should provide support to. And indeed, you mentioned financial technology. Actually, that's where my business was based, to be honest with you. I have to tell you the success of our company was not assisted by the government in any way at all. Not that that bothered me, by the way. I preferred the government to keep out of my life, to be absolutely honest with you. The less government, if you run a business, the happier you are. The problem with state aid is that, bluntly, the track record of governments making the right decisions is appalling. It becomes a politicized issue. Decisions are made because people want to support something in a particular region. And the real truth is that governments are ill qualified to do this. And incidentally, the great companies that have emerged in the world in the past 20 years or so that have transformed the global economy, we know them, the Apples, the Googles, the Amazons, none of these were achieved by government assistance or state aid. They were achieved by individual entrepreneurs with vision and courage and capital support and an investor appetite for their businesses. And so I really think that the best way to achieve growth and success in our country is to encourage the level of entrepreneurship we have in the UK at the moment is greater than it's ever been in post-war history. Arguably, I'd say as great as it's been since the 19th century. This is a result, and the long-term result, of a lot of the Thatcher reforms. We want to continue with that environment of encouraging entrepreneurship and encouraging innovation, and there is plenty of it. But I tell you what, if we go around to an environment where the state is trying to direct where money goes and where capital taxes are increased, that advantage that we have will evaporate very, very, very quickly. And I believe that fervently. One last small point I would make as well, before I hand back, just a suggestion. I mean, quarantine is a controversial issue. I appreciate how which countries are put into quarantine and not. I'm a bit more libertarian. I think we should do less of it, but we are where we are. But one thing I really would suggest is, why on earth, if people are quarantined, they're not able, let's say 3 or 4 days after their return to the UK in quarantine, to go and get a COVID test. And we apparently seem to trust other COVID tests, which we do domestically. Why we wouldn't allow that to happen would open up the UK to business travel. I built an international business at one point. I had 63 offices around the world. Funnily enough, I traveled rather a lot. Actually, my job isn't quite like that anymore, but where I'm running that business and I was unable to travel, it would have been severely negatively impacted. So I think we need to show flexibility on issues like that. Enough from me. Nick, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I thought there was a risk that we might all be in violent agreement with each other on lots of these issues, and I suspect we are deep down. But thank you for providing some very useful challenges. Given we have a government minister on the panel, I think it'd be remiss not to come to Paul first on a couple of, I think, really important agenda items, which first Catherine and then Michael brought up. The first of those, I think, is this idea about recapitalisation and the debt pile that lots of businesses are going to be landed with for often reasons which are nothing to do with what they're doing. The fact that the government made a set of choices which basically put the economy on hold, forced a lot of those companies to take on debt, and they willingly did so, but it's going to be very hard to service that debt. So, Paul, if you would, I'd love some reflections from you on how you think those businesses might best deal with that, and the recapitalisation proposals in particular. Secondly, again for you, Paul, Andrew and Michael have both talked about the importance of this investment climate, if you like, how we can make sure that the UK continues to be seen as a destination worthy of capital being deployed in. And there are very specific issues just raised by Michael around the tax environment which businesses face. So if I could, I'd just ask you, Porter, some brief remarks on those two issues.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Nick, and thanks very much. Really interesting, fascinating points by all the panelists there. In terms of the debt part, look, I think, as you say, Nick, and as I said in my introductory remarks, we moved really quickly to make sure that businesses could get what they absolutely needed at that time, which was cash flow, certainty of cash flow. So it's so important to work through the grants for the smaller businesses, the retail, leisure, hospitality, and small businesses, but importantly that the access to finance that we were struggling to get out, which is why we had to tinker a few times in response to what business was telling us about the C-bills loan. We had to bring in the CL bills loan, etc. And then finally the bounce back loan was the one for smaller companies anyway, that really hit home, that was popular, that was easy to get out the door, that was on good terms for those businesses who then felt more comfortable in having an appetite to take on some finance. But you're right. I think we do know that means that businesses are going to come to a point where the 12-month holiday, for example, the bounce back loan comes to an end and they've got to start paying it back. We've tried to limit that interest rate. I've seen Catherine's recapitalisation strategy, and I think it's important. We'll certainly reflect on that and take that on board, because we do need to work with businesses to get through this process. In terms of inward investment, I talked about the fundamentals of the UK economy. I talked about the fact that we need places like London, which, as I say, is not in isolation, but is a showcase for the rest of the world. And to make sure that when international tourism comes back, for example, we're ready for them. We haven't hollowed out the city, but we must also make sure that we can show not only that we've got all those fundamentals in place, but that we are absolutely open for that inward investment, as we have been for many years. There's no accident that actually we were one of the top 3 countries for inward investment before the pandemic came in. And as Michael talked about tax, look, I'm a very big tax simplifier myself. We've got a huge tax code. I don't really want to make it any longer, frankly. I'm very much Ronald. I was asked yesterday on another panel, my political hero, and I was starting to go down the line of Margaret Thatcher, but then I looked at Ronald Reagan, who worked in partnership with her and changing the economy of the global economy over the 80s. And I always remember his top worst 9 words in the English language: "I'm here from the government and I'm here to help." So this is why government can help shape. It can help nudge, as Andrew was talking about, but ultimately it's businesses that need to be freed up to fuel the recovery. And so that's why I believe in simplified tax system. And I know the Chancellor, the Prime Minister's talked about no austerity 2.0. The Chancellor has talked about no huge tax rises. But we've just got to find a balance. We've got to find a fact that the furlough scheme and that all the support costs 160 billion quid. That's more than in 6 months or so of spend. That's more than we spent on the NHS by some way in an entire year. But as Michael said, there are more than one ways of skinning a cat in terms of paying down that debt.
Thanks, Paul. Andrew, I'd be really interested in your reflections on that tax point and some of the points that Michael was making around the Laffer curve. And one of the very interesting dynamics that struck me off the back of the stamp duty cut was just the injection of activity that's led to, and the fact that suddenly we've got property market absolutely booming again. And it shows that if taxes are put in a proportionate way and cut in the right sort of places, it can lead to a lot of that economic activity. So be very grateful for your comments and reflections on that. And then also, if you would, perhaps you could expand a bit upon your idea of prioritising certain sectors and certain areas and where the limits are in terms of what the state can and should do there, particularly in terms of financial support and state aid.
Yeah, look, I mean, I just associate myself with the comments from Michael on tax. That I fully support that. I mean, one of the things that I came into politics to try and do is remove friction on businesses. That's how you build a strong private enterprise economy, and the tax is a point of friction. I've always made the point it's about two things, actually, and I saw this on the other side of the table. It is about the rate, and in some cases we're competitive and in some cases we're not, but as much about the rate, it's also about the simplicity of administration. So the UK ranks about 7th in the world for competitiveness of tax rates, and it's about 27th in the world for ease of paying your taxes. So that goes a little bit to my not quite Whitehall reform point, but there's a big role in terms of how the state can get better. And actually, to give them credit, I think we would all say that some of those direct interventions that HMRC put in place at a much faster rate than anyone ever said they could, and must have taken a lot of challenge and pushing to get them to that point, have worked pretty well. So I think we should be encouraged a little bit that there are big benefits if we can make that side of things more productive and close that gap between where the rates sit and where the ease of administration sit. I think Michael has done me an enormous disservice. You used the word state aid, Nick. I did not use the word state aid. The sort of support I want to see for some of those high growth industries is actually exactly the sort of support that allowed Michael to be so successful in his business, which is actually removing impediments. I contend, without knowing the detail of Michael's brilliant success, that if it wasn't for things like deregulating capital controls and deregulating the market and the big bang and all of that, that business may not have come into fruition. And so my analogy for these sectors is actually to try and hack through some of the thicket of regulation that prevents them achieving takeoff velocity. That's all I mean. So if we looked at, I'll pick an example I know a little bit about, but if we looked at hydrogen, perfectly possible to make an excellent hydrogen car. But some of the regulations that have been written don't really make provision for that. They make provision for electric cars, which are zero emission, but those same regulations don't make provision for hydrogen, green hydrogen, which is even a better source of fuel. And actually, without some of the geopolitical difficulties of solid state batteries, where the rare earths come from, a mostly Chinese dominated supply chain. By the way, I'm pretty positive on trading with China, don't get me wrong, but it clearly seems to me it's better to have two dogs in that particular hunt. Similarly to some of the way in which drug trials are regulated. We have potentially one of the most competitive life sciences industries in the world. It's a huge generator of tax, and it's exactly the provider of the sort of high-end, skilled scientific jobs that we want in our country. But it's a global competitive market. Every other country sees precisely the same opportunity. And so we need to be able to compete in terms of access to a modern data regulatory environment, and make sure that we're not putting overburdens in place from our socialized healthcare system, so that our drugs companies can be fully competitive and make the most of the opportunity. So it's not about where you put public money. We do anyway put a vast amount of public money to work. I would argue we probably spread it a little bit thin. Things like UKRI, the government is spending on science and research. It's already doing that. Every single day it is spending pounds of our taxpayers' money in placing lots of small bets. And I think as someone experienced in business, that it's much better to place fewer bigger bets, align them with the scale of the opportunity. So it's not just spray and pray, but you actually have a sense of what good looks like, and you're getting behind and rotating that money from what's often a sort of slightly legacy and archaic way of allocating it into a more choiceful way, against the sort of outcomes you expect. And then being hard on yourself, if that's not coming to fruition, if we're not delivering the growth that we need, then reallocate that to areas that we do.
Thanks, Andrew. I suspect we are now back in violent agreement with each other territory, but good to cross the bridge. Catherine, your roles and responsibilities, thinking about different bits of the financial services industry, and in particular, I suppose, fintech, which is sort of seen as a champion, national champion. We are fintech capital of the world. Be interested in your reflections on this idea of sort of highlighting and prioritizing certain sectors in particular, and wider reflections on this idea of picking winners, if you like.
Yeah, well, I think it's a very, very interesting suggestion, and I do think that Andrew's point just now, that there are a raft of measures which government can take to support sectors beyond simple state aid is a really key one. Looking at fintech, we do think that it's one of our great strengths, but we can't rest on all our laurels. We have been leading the world with our regulatory approach, with the innovation that's been happening here. We've been drawing people in from all over the place, but we've also seen a multiplicity of initiatives to support that sector. And I think we think it's very timely to have a review of what has been working well in that sector and what we could do to help it work even better for the future. And that's why we are supporting a sector-led review led by experts from the sector, not by government, for Treasury on that. Be led by Ron Khalifa, be reporting in to Treasury, and Innovate Finance, which is the sector body, will be supporting it. I think there is a great deal to argue for taking a sector like this, where there are wide strengths across the UK. There are pockets of expertise in many different cities, because it's much wider than a simple we talk about fintech, but actually there's a whole raft of things that come into that. So strengths across the UK, and strengths in the concomitant challenges of cyber attack and so on, that we can really build on as we look to the future. And taking something like that, looking collectively at it and what might work, and enable entrepreneurs to do more of what they do well, I think is a really good way forward.
Thanks, Catherine. I'd like to just use the last 10 minutes or so of this session just to take some of the many questions that have been coming through, both from the YouTube channel and from our Twitter feed. And just a reminder for anybody who's watching, please submit questions via YouTube or on our Twitter feed at CPS Think Tank. And the first of those questions, and I'd like to put this to you if I may, Michael, is about the some of the trends that have come off the back of dealing with the pandemic, and the fact that a lot of people are working from home, and different people have talked about getting back to the workplace as opposed to getting back to work. We all accept that a lot of people have been working very hard. But the question is really about whether or not working from home might be a growth opportunity. The fact that people can save money, they've got more time for family and for leisure, and if they're just as productive in the workplace, do we really need to go back to the way before? Because isn't this sort of creative destruction, adaptation, exactly what business thrives on? And perhaps some businesses will just have to fall by the wayside and other businesses will emerge. So is this emphasis on getting back to the workplace really something that the government should be prioritising as hard as it is?
By the way, our work environment will change permanently as a result of the pandemic. But I don't think there is a sort of a one unitary solution that is the right one. And admittedly, I built my career from the old world. Meeting people face to face was how my business was built. Whereas now, meeting takes place more and more often. Obviously, the environment that we've got today. I mean, I wouldn't have contemplated a conference like this as being a very realistic proposition 10 years ago. But nevertheless, before we dismiss the value of the workplace, we shouldn't. I think there's some very, very important values about the workplace. Of course, working at home saves your commute, saves the economy. Mind you, it doesn't do much for landlords, and it doesn't do very much for the people who own the restaurants locally or the dry cleaners. But of course, there are some advantages in working from home. But equally, there are huge advantages in the social environment of working in an office together, the exchange of ideas, the ability to walk into somebody's office and ask them questions. How do by the way, the young generation, when they start a new job, learn about the interaction with people? Business is about humanity as well. So I think there will clearly be changes going forward in workplace practices. Technology has obviously enabled us powerfully in this new world, but let's not forget the huge value of what the workplace, the work environment brings in terms of education, culture. By the way, how do you build a corporate culture within a firm if people don't meet? So I'm keen to get my staff in my small business now back to work as much as possible.
Nick, can I just come in there? I know you push for time, because I could talk for hours about it, but I clearly won't. But there's one thing which sums up Michael's point, and I think some other points that people will make, and it's the fact that although this is seen as liberating, and it is in many examples, there's also an element of being curated. Because as Michael said, when we are on Zoom calls, team calls, someone's put those people together. So you lose out on some of the brush by meetings, the chance meetings. As Michael said, if you are a junior in an office, you see other people more experienced than you working, you lose out on that. So there is that balance. That's what I meant about the flexible working and permanent working from home being slightly different.
And actually, we're hearing very much these messages from the businesses that we talk to. Yes, there are some advantages to having a flexible workforce with people working from home part of the time, but there will always be a need to bring people together, to share expertise, to share chat. This is very two-dimensional, and one needs that more nuanced approach that you only get by bringing people into one place. And I must say, I've been really pleased to get back here and to see people in the flesh.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, if I may, I mean, first of all, I feel enormously for young people, because that's really where this bites. If we're truthful, there are opportunities to train. Sometimes there are opportunities to get that first step on the work ladder. I actually think it's also a little bit bigger. This is a question about our cities, and this is a big, profound thing that we as a society have to ask. It's particularly acute in London. If you look at the difference between continental European cities, and I think the mayor has quite a lot to answer for. You know, we've got a city where there's too much crime, and there was too much crime going into this. There is too much congestion. We have less bridge capacity crossing the Thames than we had in the early 19th century. And now we're aiding and abetting that by closing roads. So there is a policy piece to this as well. And we've got to have a proper conversation about the role of our great cities. I think London is a world city. It is fundamental to our economy that we get London to work. It doesn't mean it has to work in exactly the same way it did in February 2020, but we need a vision for London. London needs a renaissance. I would like to see London become much more of a live-work city, like some of the other great cities of the world. But we need to, it's probably a separate conference on a separate day, Nick, but we do need to have that conversation quite urgently now. And obviously, slightly partisanly, I do think there is a failure of leadership, very sadly, there.
I can't resist just asking Catherine for some reflections on that. I mean, based where you are, right in the City of London, and the sort of the issues that have arisen on transport in particular over the last few months just seem to be clogging up the city at a time where you would have thought we'd be trying to do the exact opposite. So perhaps we'll just ask you to comment briefly.
So that's a very complicated question. First of all, I would say that our transport system is an absolutely vital part of our infrastructure. It's as vital to London as water or anything else. It has been facing particular challenges. While social distancing continues, it can't operate at anywhere near full capacity, while lack of confidence and concern amongst the general travelling community continues. It isn't even, I think, fully using the capacity that there is. We had a very congested city going into this. We actually believe that moving to a more mixed method of transport is actually going to be important for freeing up our streets. Unapologetically, the city has a very forward-looking approach to making more space for pedestrians and cyclists to ease some of the congestion that we were seeing. I think that really does need to continue. Because we just don't have the space for all the cars that want to pour through. We need to encourage people and deliveries onto different modes. And finally, I think I don't want to stray into the political. I would just say that over the last few months, I've seen London come together, London government at all different levels, come together to work together, cross-party, in a way which I think is unique. And I think that's something to be celebrated. We've got some big challenges ahead, but let's hope that connected working continues.
Thanks, Catherine. We are sort of down to our last 30 seconds or so, but I'd love to just ask Michael to come in very quickly, both with any sort of concluding comments he might have, but also, and you're not going to be able to do this in the 12 seconds I'm going to leave you, Michael, but If you could just sort of briefly comment on this balance between London on the one hand and the levelling up agenda, which is so central to this government's mission, and where you see the balance being between those two things.
I don't think they're mutually incompatible. If at the end of the day, levelling up, expanding economic growth to the north of England and the other extended parts of the UK, not just the north either, by the way, can really only be done by expanding economic growth. And we should do everything we can to make sure that the UK maintains a position of we are focused on being a highly competitive economy.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael, and thank you so much to all the panelists. Again, thanks so much to Catherine and City London Corporation for supporting this and making it happen. As ever, one fails to get through all the questions that are coming through, so sorry if you put something forward and we did not talk about it today. But thanks so much. I think, all in agreement that the private sector's got a huge role to play. The question is about where the government can best target its help, target its support, where the balance lies between helping certain sectors and just getting out of the bloody way. And the CPS will always be firmly in the latter category, I think. But thank you, everybody, for joining us today, and thanks to all the panelists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Fraser Nelson. I'm the editor of The Spectator, also a director of the Centre for Policy Studies. The CPS has long been one of Britain's most influential think tanks, but the work now has never been more important because the basic questions of how to revive an economy after a pandemic are of crucial importance. It's time to be creative, to think as broadly as we can, and that's why the CPS is running today's series. I'm delighted to be joined today by one of the very few people who actually knows exactly what it's like to resurrect an economy. George Osborne is a former Chancellor of the Exchequer, now Editor-in-Chief of the Evening Standard, from whose office he joins me now. George, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Now, 10 years ago, a bit more than that, you became Chancellor. People said at the time that it was probably the worst possible time for a new Chancellor to take the job. But when you think of what Rishi Sunak's got to do now, do you think to yourself, thank God I'm not in his place?
Fraser, it's good to be here with you, and great to be back on a CPS platform. No, look, I think there's part of you that relishes the challenge. You know, I mean, yes, in many ways, this isn't the situation that anyone would want to be Chancellor, but Rishi Sunak's got an incredibly important job where his decisions, you know, have a real material effect on the economic well-being of the country. And after all, that's why people go into politics to try and, you know, improve their society. So I think it's an incredibly interesting challenge, and I think he's got the added advantage, if you like, that no one's blaming him or blaming the government for having created this situation. You know, I remember, you know, one of the challenges I had, although of course we were new government and people had kicked out the Labour Party, there was a lot of anger, understandable anger, that the financial system had caused this crisis, the bankers had caused this crisis. And so there was a lot of bitterness, whereas I don't think he's dealing with that sort of same environment. I think there's a lot of understanding that it's a kind of act of nature. Of course, that will start to dissipate as people start to question the choices. But it feels like a slightly different political environment as a result.
But right now we're in one of these kind of economic roadrunner moments where the roadrunner's gone over the cliff, he's looking down, he hasn't quite fallen yet. I mean, we know that unemployment is about to surge by the end of the year, likely to go through 3 million. That would be quite something. Now, so I imagine as a former politician, former Chancellor, you'll recognize that it's fairly easy to be popular if you're being posing as the savior, if you're giving out lots of money. But over the next 3 or 4 months, he's going to have some incredibly difficult and unpopular decisions to take.
Yeah, I think that is broadly right. You know, it's quite easy being Chancellor if you're just handing out money. It's quite easy to be popular just handing out money. Much harder to raise revenue, much harder to take action to try and prevent, much harder to deal with a situation where unemployment is rising and so on. You know, I think he and the Treasury officials around him have done a really remarkable job over the last 6 months and been very innovative. I mean, we're often very critical, or certainly members of the current government are very critical of the British civil service and, that it's, not futuristic enough and it's not accountable enough and so on. But, if you look at what the Treasury has done, it has designed schemes like the furlough scheme and the bounce back loan schemes that really, were unprecedented in scale and in scope. And that has got us through this initial phase of the crisis. But you're quite right that we're now entering, I think, a different phase. I mean, the health crisis is not over, but it's becoming increasingly apparent that some jobs will not be there for people to go back to. Certain businesses will not be there for people to go back to. This thing is lasting much longer than, some people had hoped 6 months ago. And that is a sort of tougher phase of the crisis. I think there, the job of the Chancellor and the job of the Prime Minister is to explain that to people, these are great, Boris Johnson is a great communicator. He should be using his communication skills to talk people through what is going to happen on unemployment and what the government's response is going to be.
And when it comes to the government's response, there are many people whose jobs won't be there because basically of government policy. We've had the new rule of 6. There are many people are following the government's instructions, and as a result, there are lots of businesses, especially in London, which aren't going to come back. Do you think there's a case for extending the furlough scheme for people who are employed in businesses that can't come back to work because government regulations basically make it impossible?
I think it's highly likely that the furloughs. Look, there's a big risk here, which is that you end the furlough scheme when you haven't ended the health crisis. We don't have a vaccine. We're all hoping there will be a vaccine. I'm actually quite optimistic you might get a vaccine perhaps sooner than people think. But nevertheless, the health crisis is continuing. There are ongoing restrictions, as you've just mentioned, and new restrictions. And so into that environment, to just end the furlough scheme without any kind of thing to replace it is a gamble, frankly. Now, I've been very, very supportive of both the decision to introduce the furlough and the necessity of withdrawing the furlough, because I don't think it's actually fair or sensible to keep people at home in jobs that no longer exist when they really need to be, tragically looking for work or reskilling or whatever. It's not fair to those individuals ultimately, and it's certainly not good for the economy. But if it's the case at the end of October, which seems now pretty likely, that there are going to remain sectors that are closed down essentially because of government health regulation, then I think you have to look at our sector-specific furlough extensions, or something more akin to what you now see in continental European countries, of sort of wage subsidy schemes. So we're no longer paying people to stay at home, but we are paying perhaps people to work part-time, or we're paying people to be in the office and supporting their incomes, so that you don't have this, I know it's an overused word at the moment in British politics, but this cliff edge at the end of October. And I would be surprised if the Treasury wasn't looking at all of that, because otherwise it's a very big risk to see a big spike in unemployment when you haven't solved your health crisis. You might be more willing to take the spike in unemployment if you've got your vaccine, and then you have to let your economy undergo a transition to a sort of post-COVID economy, if you like. But when you're still battling the disease, that feels to me like a risk.
But would you say we're still battling the disease now? If you look at the number of people in hospital for COVID, it's down pretty much 90% from its peak. The ONS says that there are more people dying of summer flu now than dying of COVID. So how much of a health crisis do you think there is right now?
I think you have to accept that I'm not in the sort of libertarian camp, or the camp that says the government or any government can just sort of let this disease run rip. Because I just know too many people who've had the disease and either been extremely ill with it, or have sort of a friend of mine has long-term debilitating symptoms, having had this disease months ago. And of course, people have lost their lives, and it's no good saying, well, you would have died in 5 years' time. Yeah. That's not much of a consequence. So I am more in the camp that you have to take preventive measures. And ultimately, it's interesting, if you look at the economic figures, broadly speaking, countries that have been better in control of the second wave of this crisis, and look, I totally accept it's not as nearly as severe as it was in March or April, but nevertheless, countries that are more on top of it, the second wave, if that's what you call it, are doing better economically. So I think there is a link. Where I completely agree with you is that, we ultimately have to, until a vaccine's developed and deployed, we have to find ways to live with the vaccine, to function as a vaccine. We can't go back. We mustn't close the schools. Maybe it was a mistake closing them in the first place. We certainly mustn't close them again, closing the universities, closing businesses. We do need to find a way to function with the virus and run a degree of risk. But but nevertheless, measures like restricting social gatherings feel to me like perfectly reasonable restrictions on liberty in the face of the health challenge.
Right. Let's talk about one of the countries that has just come off the government's quarantine list, and that's Sweden. It's now got COVID levels which are lower than Norway and Denmark. It's now, I think it's fewer than half that of Belgium. Now, they took a very interesting economic argument. They were saying that we have to remember that economic crashes cost lives too, that when there's mass unemployment, there's always a link, a well-established link, between that and long-term disease and even deaths further down the line. The studies done over the recession after which you became Chancellor, looking at the health effects there. So Swedes were saying that you have to be careful that you don't take actions which might end up costing more lives than they save. Sweden has ended up with a recession only a third of our level. In fact, their public finance figures on Monday showed a surplus for August. Whereas I think this August, the British government is going to borrow more money in that month alone than it borrowed throughout the whole of the 1970s. So talk to us about the balancing act, because this isn't about lives versus money. Surely it's about lives versus lives. And as the editor-in-chief of London Evening Standard, you will see from your journey to work that this city is a shadow of its former self. There's a third of the traffic in the tube. There are businesses you'll be walking past that are closing that took years to build up. So we're not looking not just at economic damage here, but damage to people's economic livelihoods and damage to the ecosystem of the city here, for a city which does not really have much of a COVID problem to talk about.
Yeah, look, I think, I know you have taken a keen interest in what Sweden has done and written about it in interesting ways. I don't feel sort of hugely qualified to say that was like definitely a better path than the path that other countries took, and so I'm sure there'll be lessons learned of was the world too oppressive in the lockdown that it introduced in March, but in a way that's sort of now history. I'm absolutely with you that we've got to find that there are real damaging consequences to people's lives and their health and their mental health and their economic well-being from these restrictions, and therefore you need to find a way to better live with the disease. And I was on the tube the other day, earlier this week, and my carriage was completely empty at 9 in the morning. Now there is no necessity for that. And messages from them, and the Evening Standard has made this point, let's send the message out clearly. Tube is safe, the public transport is safe because of the measures we've taken to limit numbers and socially distance on buses and so on. So I absolutely agree. You want to send a message that activity can return within these new health guidelines. And I'm just saying that's the balance. I think it's also important to think, we're not going, I think the framework that if you think mentally that we're all going back to the world of February 2020, that is not going to happen. This crisis, like all previous health crises in world history and indeed economic crises, will change our society and change the way we go about our activity. For some people, working like this remotely has been a huge blessing, and they've spent lots of time with their family and had a good time of it. And frankly, I've enjoyed much of it in that sense. But at the same time, it's been a real imposition. It's hugely damaged their economic prospects. Perhaps, they have not had the space at home that others have enjoyed. And so, working out a way to make the economy function where people do enjoy some of the sort of flexibility of working from home and this new technology, whilst at the same time not thinking that we can live like this as a society forever, I think is, part of what if you're running a city or you're running a business, you need to be thinking about in the future and finding a kind of new, more flexible, but not as digital as this way of functioning.
Thanks. We'll move to questions from our viewers in a bit. Anybody watching can submit some questions in the YouTube chat. But let's talk a bit about the recovery. We've seen today the ONS estimates 6.6% growth in July. Is your money on a V-shaped recovery, a U-shaped recovery, some other letter out there?
No, look, I've always been quite optimistic, actually, throughout this crisis, that the economy would come back quite quickly, not just here but elsewhere. And that's because, the damage it's very unfair, this crisis, because certain businesses, like you could have the best restaurant in Britain, right? And you could have the worst hand sanitizer manufacturer in Britain. And one has done really well, the hand sanitizer manufacturer. The best restaurant has done terribly. So it's been very unfair and a bit random in its impact. But broadly speaking, the damage being done to the economy is not as great as was done in 2008-9, just before I became Chancellor, because there, the credit channels of the economy were blown up, and recovery from financial crisis in any part of human history has always taken a long time. I've always, therefore, been much more, this is going to be a sort of V-shaped, and the ONS numbers today suggest that, but that it's going to have some very particular and unfair and harsh consequences for individuals and businesses through no fault of their own.
Right. Now, when you were Chancellor, you were very worried about the market's ability to lend money. I remember at the time, Italy was going through a debt crisis. So you were able to say to the country, look, we have to balance the books. We have to get our debt in order, because if we don't, then the markets are going to rack up the interest rates. We're going to lead to instability, and we'll end up down the same spiral that Italy was then caught in. I put it to you that that was an incorrect assessment of the bond market, that one of the big surprises to you and to everybody over the last 10 years is just how much markets are willing to lend to governments that have got no real credible plan to balance the books. And right now, the government has never borrowed more, and yet they're paying, what, 0.2% interest rate? That's a negative real interest rate. So are we in a new era where governments can simply borrow money? The markets are anxious to lend money to governments, and you simply don't need to balance your books in the way that you once thought was necessary.
Well, I certainly think it's a different situation. I mean, in 2010, there was a very real prospect of a fiscal crisis in the UK. We were borrowing large sums of money. There was not, there was the constitutional innovation that we had a hung parliament and not, a government that people weren't sure was going to last. And there were a whole series of near neighbours of ours who were facing funding crises. Greece, Ireland on our doorstep, Portugal, Spain, Italy, and so on. And it was not a risk that I was prepared to run, that Britain would find itself in a financial crisis. And by the way, the austerity would have been very much more severe as it was in those countries. So, I think we took sensible steps. We explained them clearly to people. We got elected on that program, and we delivered the program. I think there's got to, I would say today, the monetary policy has evolved. It's even looser than it was back then. There is certainly an appetite in the markets there for government securities like gilts. But ultimately, there is a law of gravity which says that countries need to show investors that they have a credible plan. Doesn't have to be today, doesn't have to be tomorrow, but in the future for living within their means. And that if you don't have that, you ultimately will potentially face a crisis or face higher borrowing rates.
Right, but that was your argument when you were. That was your argument when you were Chancellor. But it seems to me as if the financial environment has simply changed now. I mean, when Boris Johnson became Prime Minister, he was saying that he thinks, in retrospect, austerity was a mistake. And I guess by what he meant by that was that the markets have shown they were actually willing to lend a lot more than governments thought. So the coalition government might have inflicted a lot of financial pain that wasn't strictly necessary, simply because the market conditions were not quite as sharp as you thought.
Well, I'm just not sure. I don't agree, because I think that was the situation in 2010, 11, 12, 13. And there were very near neighbours of ours. Look at what happened in Ireland, right? Look what happened in Iceland. There were countries on our doorstep who faced near total economic collapse because they lost the confidence internationally of people who lend money to governments and institutions lend money to governments. And I would say today that it is a risk for the UK and indeed other countries to assume that you can just borrow forever and have no regard for your deficit and basically don't even attempt to raise in taxation what you're spending. We have credibility as a country. I would argue, by the way, we precisely did fix the roof in order to endure this unpredicted storm, so that Britain could borrow and has credibility and does so at a low cost. But you then have to, once the storm passed, start to repair again. Otherwise, you could go into the next crisis in a very poor shape. And that, I know that that's clearly also the thinking of the Treasurer and the Chancellor, because that is what he's saying and what the Treasury is communicating.
Right, the Treasury's yeah, and the conversation is now moving on to what taxes need to be raised to balance the books in the way that you suggest. And one of the prime candidates, it seems, for that is corporation tax. So do you think, in retrospect, that Britain could, if it is time to put corporation tax up quite a few points? And when you were Chancellor, you said, okay, let's send a message. We want to have the lowest corporation tax of any G20 country. But realistically, we need the money now. The Tory manifesto has ruled out any increases in VAT and income tax. So do you think it's the right thing to do now to increase corporation tax, capital gains tax?
Look, I think you need, first of all, I'm not anything about the beginning to repair the fiscal situation is about post the health crisis. So I'm not talking about here and now. And I think there are important other components of the economic policy. I think monetary policy needs to stay very loose, and the Bank of England is doing that, but needs to keep its foot on the floor for that.
Just on that, do you think it's time for more quantitative easing? Because right now, as you know, the government's borrowed a lot of money, but the Bank of England has printed as much as the government's borrowed. Yeah. So do you think there should be another, 200 billion quantitative easing?
No, I think actually the Bank of England and other central banks have proved rather innovative at yield curve control and essentially buying. It's a form of monetary financing. They don't like to talk about it like that. But monetary policy has evolved. The Federal Reserve has made some big moves recently on how it thinks about its inflation target and how it targets employment. And I think that kind of innovation is a good is a good thing to be thinking about. So monetary policy is really important. I always thought that during the crisis. In fact, one of my big criticisms of the European Central Bank during the Euro crisis was that it was not being loose enough. And one of the big changes now is that you notice the Eurozone has got its act together during this crisis, not in the initial weeks where there was, Italy versus Germany, but in fact, they've taken a big further step towards a kind of monetary union in this crisis. So loose monetary policy, employment we've talked about. I would be very focused on jobs and working out how to avoid the cliff edge on the furlough. But then though, to your final point on sort of both. I think you need to start to set out a credible fiscal plan over many years to try and return the budget towards balance and get the deficit down, which is going to be very, very high. At the same time, and I tried to do this 10 years ago, you have to create an environment that says Britain's the go-to place to invest, the go-to place to set up a business, the go-to place when you've got so many choices in the world to go and hire people. And that is a kind of intangible thing. But part of the ingredients of it are low business taxes. I wanted to send a message that the UK had the lowest business tax rate of anywhere in the G20. I had to deal with the incredibly unpopular decision to cut the 50p rate of income tax that Labour had just introduced a month before the general election.
You wanted to make it 40%, didn't you?
Well, I wanted to make it 40% and introduce 2 new council tax bands, which I think would have been a better solution.
But a certain mayor of London protested, didn't he?
Well, I think there was also a certain prime minister who had issues with it.
Who backed it anyway.
But you've got to send those signals, and for the UK, an open trading economy, having a competitive business tax environment is really important. Other things go with it. You want to be a welcoming home to talented people from around the world. You probably shouldn't be going around, breaking your treaty obligations. There are all sorts of things you can do to create a sense that this is a reliable enterprise economy. And those ingredients, Rishi Sunak is ideally, I think, equipped to deliver this as a chancellor, because that is his background and his thinking and so on. But that you need to kind of fire up the enterprise spirits, and it's difficult because the Treasury, there's not like one lever sitting on the Chancellor's desk, which is like, enterprise culture. It's a whole mixture. It's an ecosystem of things. But for me, Britain, jacking up the business tax rate, what message does that send to business around the world?
Right. This brings us on to a question here from YouTube, saying in 18 months' time, we could be recovering from the pandemic with debts way in excess of 100% of GDP, sterling worth less than it is now, trade tariffs with our largest trading partner, massive quantitative easing. Do you think increased inflation is inevitable?
I don't think it's inevitable. I think central banks have been trying to stimulate inflation for many years, but the deflationary sources are still very powerful in the world, driven by technology, driven by continuing globalization, despite the trade war with China and the like. So those and of course the pandemic. So there are kind of very powerful deflationary forces, and I don't think that's I don't think inflation should be top of the central bank concerns at the moment.
Right. Now, when it comes to, you're talking earlier on about encouraging business and confidence, are there taxes that you would cut now to try to encourage that? Do you think we're going to have to go through a period of cutting taxes to get economy moving again, and in other words, taking in more deficit before we start to raise taxes? Because I get that you're not keen on a corporation tax, but we know politically that what does that leave? Capital gains tax. There's hardly anything else. So if you're going to say, well, in that case, presumably you don't propose more austerity. I don't know, perhaps you do, but I'm not quite clear what you would do to square the circle. Would you think there's a case now for cutting taxes to get the economy moving and hoping that growth will actually close that gap?
Well, I've never been a kind of supply side tax cutter, nor was Geoffrey Howe in his famous 1981 budget and Margaret Thatcher. So, Britain does not have the sort of Ronald Reagan world reserve currency to fall back on that the dollar represents. So, I've always been more fiscally conservative than that. I think there are tax cuts that can send important signals about enterprise, even in a situation where you're trying to close a funding gap. But if you look at what I did, I increased VAT. I took actions on things like pensions and the like to try and make the tax burden fall more on richer people, which, you look at the IFS and everything they did, that is their conclusion. But I also tried to limit the tax rises and worked on roughly a formula of 80% spending restraint to 20% tax rises. Now, there's nothing holy about that principle, but broadly speaking, higher taxes will impair economic growth, and will and there's also a sort of basic law of British politics, which is that no government, Conservative or Labour or coalition, has really managed to get the tax burden much higher than 39% of the national income. So if you want to run a public expenditure of 45% of national income, you have got a real problem. And unless you can completely change the British public's opinion about tax rises, which is generally like, yeah, of course, tax my neighbour, but not me, then you're going to have to look at spending restraint.
Right. So you think of it, it's pretty difficult for the British government, simply because of the country and economy we are, of getting tax revenues much in excess of 35% of GDP.
39%.
39%, sorry, yeah. And so that means, would you propose getting spending back down to 40%? Well,
look, I reduced spending as a share of national income from around 45, 46%, which I found, to 40% by the time I left. A big reduction. Now, part of that was cyclical, but it's also much more sustainable. The truth is, there are not out there the tax rises that are publicly acceptable that will raise significant sums of money. I'm not saying you can't do things at the margins. Indeed, I increased capital gains tax in my first budget and reduced it towards the end of my time as Chancellor. But capital gains tax, last time I checked, raises about 4 billion out of the 900 billion that the government needs. So unless you're prepared to have substantially higher levels of income tax, VAT, national insurance, and I don't hear anyone arguing for those things, including the Labour Party, you have to end up with public expenditure being in line with your tax revenues or broadly in line. And you can borrow to get there because we've been through a crisis. But ultimately, that's the sort of long-term sustainable position for the UK. And by the way, 40% of a growing economy on public expenditure is a lot. There's a lot you can do with that money. And there's no reason why your government can't spend that money to address social injustice and improve the performance of the economy and the infrastructure of the country and educate our children. And it's a lot of £900 billion. It's a lot of money.
Right. So you're saying, just to be clear then, that the only practical route out of this is some expenditure reform to get spending back down to 40% of GDP. That's the only practical solution.
I think that is where we'll end up. Now, I've known Boris Johnson for 25 years. He won't want to set it out like that because it's not really his. That is what, I see him, or indeed if it was a Starmer government, that is what they will end up delivering. Now, I took the view back in 2010, and David Cameron did, that it's better to try and explain to the country what you're doing. Austerity, when it was introduced or reintroduced into the sort of British political language, was not a kind of bad word. It was an attempt it was used at the time by me and others to explain that this is a necessary program of adjustment. We're going to try and do it fairly. And I think it's important to remember that at the time we carried the country with us. The public supported the economic policies of the Conservative Chancellor at the time, and we got, of course, re-elected on the economy. So, I think it's better to be upfront with people and communicate clearly with people. In fact, my whole general sort of advice throughout this crisis and going forward is explain. People are perfectly aware there's a virus and it needs to be controlled, and they're perfectly aware of the impact on the economy, perfectly aware that it's costing the country money that will have to be repaid in the future. And if you go around telling people there are going to be no public expenditure cuts, no tax rises, they just don't believe you, with good reason. So, and as a result, will probably defer spending or carry on saving or be very cautious in their own behavior because they know that they're not being, leveled with by the politicians. If the politicians do explain things to them, they actually, and there's the confidence of a longer term plan, then that gives you the groundwork on which someone says, yeah, maybe I will now start a business. Maybe I will hire another employee. Maybe I'll take that risk. Sure. I've got
but you know what the Conservative Party is like, though. I mean, it's all very well saying that you want spending to be 40% of GDP, but to convert that to a politician's choice, that means, do you drop HS2? I bet you wouldn't. Do you cut international aid? I bet you wouldn't. I suspect if I were to ask you what spending you would cut to reach this 40% you think is optimal, even now as a recovering politician, you probably couldn't answer.
Well, I think, look, a lot of it is about the individual acts of big infrastructure like HS2 can seem very expensive. But when you set them aside, like the annual housing benefit budget, they're not that expensive. So I'm a huge believer in these major acts of infrastructure, which, by the way, take decades to get off the ground and get working and get planning for. Crossrail, which I gave the go-ahead to in 2010, sadly is still not working 10 years later, and was first announced by Cecil Parkinson at the 1988 Conservative Party conference. So these things, the one thing we mustn't do is sort of stop some of these big long-term infrastructure programs like HS2, like Northern Powerhouse Rail, like Crossrail 2 in London, like the third runway at Heathrow, by the way. Those things take years and years to. And I don't think the mistake is to be blown off course by recessions. If anything, you should use them as an excuse to sort of turbocharge the planning. So therefore, where do the bulk of your public expenditure savings, and I'm not fetishizing, by the way, 40%. I'm just saying you don't need to broadly return public expenditure into line with taxation, is you have to kind of hold down the growth of departments. That's largely what we did, tried to contain costs, make some difficult decisions on entitlements, on welfare. We took child benefit away from the richest 20% of the population. By the way, probably the thing we asked students to make a bigger contribution to their university funding. Those two things, by the way, were probably the most controversial things I did, and they affected the richest half of the population. So, I was well aware that I was getting many more BBC reports on child benefit than I ever got on what we were doing on tax credits, for example. So, that's the truth, is you have to make some decisions on welfare and entitlements. You have to be tough about that. You're tough about the pension age, which I was. You have to then try and constrain the growth of it's hard work.
And maybe time to stop bribing pensioners.
Ultimately, good housekeeping,
But what about getting rid of the treble lock, stop bribing pensioners? Every time the Tories panic, they offer more money to pensioners. I mean, maybe it's time to break that cycle.
Well, I was the one who took away gave to the BBC the choice around the free TV licenses. So I think, entitlements that go to the richer part of the population become increasingly difficult to justify when, the country has run out of money.
Now, there's a question here from Alice Denby. What's the right balance between safeguarding the health of older people via COVID and protecting young people from the economic harm of lockdown? I mean, you will see, I imagine in an office of yours, there are far fewer younger people around. I mean, younger people are the least likely to be affected by the virus, but the most likely to be hurt by lockdown. They're quite unlikely to vote Conservative as well. And it seems to me as if in the last 2 weeks, we've had the government effectively blaming younger people for putting the virus around. We've had a very stern language from the health secretary saying that don't kill your granny. It seems yet again as if the young people's suspicion of a Tory party is reciprocated, and that there could be some making up to do with the generation which has had their exams scrambled, their university replaced by digital simulacrum, has had, I think, internships are down by 40%, the chance to learn from others in an office is gone. What can be done to help the young who've been hit so badly by lockdown?
First thing I'd say is it's a disaster for the Conservative Party to think of itself as the party of older people. And certainly when I was involved in running the Conservative Party, we made huge efforts to increase our support amongst younger people and indeed amongst metropolitan types, which I know is now very unfashionable. But in this city in London, we ended up getting as many votes as the Labour Party. So I just sort of made that political observation. Of course, there's been a sort of what feels like a great generational injustice in that the virus disproportionately affects older people, but not exclusively. And younger people have paid for it in their lack of loss of education or employment. The government, of course, needs to try and address that because it's also good for the future health of the economy and the society. I mean, I think that under no circumstances should the schools be allowed to close again, right? I think I can see why the decision was taken in the middle of fears in March that healthcare systems would be overwhelmed, as they were in Northern Italy, but that the NHS is not going to be overwhelmed by a second wave. And therefore, we've got to keep the schools and universities open. I've been talking earlier about what you can do to try and keep people in work and what you can do to try and create an environment in which people have jobs. I think one thing that will come out of this, Fraser, one thing that the whole thing has thrown up is a real apartheid in the sort of digital economy. There are here you and I are talking on good internet connections, and we have access to IT at home and in our offices. Many children, including my own daughter, had excellent online teaching from their school throughout the crisis.
Private school, you mean?
Yeah. And yet there were millions of children whose schools were not able to provide, for whatever reason, digital learning. There were people who didn't have access to good internet connections, didn't have access to a computer, were sharing a single computer amongst a family of 5 or 6 people, some working, some supposed to be learning. That to me feels like a huge new agenda, that whatever is going to happen in the future, we know there's going to be more of this. And if you want to address both generational injustice and sort of economic injustice, economic inequality, a big push in the digital space would feel to me like an agenda that I haven't yet heard either major political party talking about, but is pretty self-evident from what we've experienced over the last 6 months.
A question now from Ronald Lehman. The delayed return of commuters to London has hit Metro, the Evening Standard and City AM. What's your current thinking to overcome the devastating effects of your ability to distribute copies. How does a paper like the Evening Standard get out of a situation where advertising is hit very hard, commuters are down by 2/3? Where does that leave the Standard?
Yeah, no, look, it's been a huge, I mean, it's been a kind of it's a sort of cruel double-edged sword for the Evening Standard and other newspapers. It's the biggest story of my life. So, you know, it's an incredible thing to be part of if you're running a media organization and people really want information. But at the same time, it's devastated advertising. And in the case of, you know, the Evening Standard and others like Metro, of course, the distribution mechanisms on the tubes were, you know, basically shut down. So what we did in the middle of the crisis, and I was the editor right up until the beginning of the summer, you know, we switched distribution so that we were hand delivering the newspapers through 500,000 doors in London. And of course, putting a huge effort into our online website. And look, to be honest, also, we had generous owners of this newspaper who stumped up the cash when it was needed. So, you know, that's how we got through the crisis. But it is, you know, it's one of the sort of things about this crisis. And by the way, there are many crises that could have worked in different ways, but this one feels like it's accelerated changes that were already happening in our society. The growth of the online economy, the decline of the high street, the challenge for the newspaper industry. You know, all those things feel like they've been turbocharged over the last 6 months.
Right. So where does this leave a free newspaper? Has that business model just simply collapsed?
No, I don't think it has. But we have to be smarter about sponsorship and advertising, and work harder to raise it. I mean, there's you know, you and the team at The Spectator have done a great job at that magazine and building the funding model for it. There is a distinction in my mind between a product like The Spectator or indeed the Financial Times, you know, which is aimed at I don't know how many readers you've got now, but you know, a group of people who are prepared to pay a subscription, and a mass market newspaper. So the Evening Standard, you know, before the crisis was producing 900,000 copies a day, you know, or the Sun or the Daily Mail. No one I've seen anywhere in the world has been able to crack the mass media challenge for a very large population who, you know, frankly, I don't think are necessarily willing to pay a subscription. Now, it's not that there's an absence of revenues out there, because, you know, you might have noticed two companies called Facebook and Google who have become among the world's largest companies off the back of digital advertising, on digital advertising around information and data and news about the world. So that, you know, it is there. The moment is killing the publishers and enabling the digital platforms. And you know, people talk about tax. To me, it's more about we've got to fix that. And there's a quite interesting experiment going on in Australia at the moment, a standoff between the digital platforms and the kind of publishers, if you like, of the information that people want to see online.
Okay, well, let's move now to one of your other jobs in finance. The City of London has got some major challenges right now. It's got Brexit coming up. What do you think can be done to ensure its success after the 31st of December? That's a question from Richard Hosking.
Yeah, look, I mean, as you well know, I am not was not and I'm not a fan of Brexit.
Hasn't been as bad as you thought, though, has it? I mean, you were talking all sorts of things. Like, I mean, the scenarios haven't really come to pass.
We can we'll need another hour for this.
Yes, you're right. Okay, let's.
I don't think the rest of the world would say Britain's done really well in the last 4 years. But, you know, the point I would make is this: that if we now, through an act of self-harm, have no ongoing trade relationship with Germany and France and, you know, the Netherlands.
You mean WTO? You mean?
Yeah, but by leaving with, you know, the EU economic sphere with no deal, then, you know, good luck to us. But, you know, that is doubling down on what is already a very difficult economic situation for the UK because of the coronavirus and indeed for other countries. And it doesn't, you know, we don't need to be doing that, right? Of course, you know, try and negotiate a good deal for the UK. But if really the issue left is, how many fish we can catch, and whether Downing Street can build a homegrown Google by pouring public money into tech, then I don't think that's worth blowing up our trading relationship with our near neighbours. Frankly, it doesn't. I'm not part of those negotiations, but that's what I read seems to be the sticking points. One of my first political jobs was the minister, the special advisor at the Ministry of Agriculture, and even then, and this is the cost of enforcing the fishing regime was more expensive than the industry itself raised. And I'm not saying that there aren't fishing communities that need to be helped and are helped, but this is not our most important industry, and we've got to be realistic about Britain's future. And we've got to be realistic that there has been a long. Most of the Conservative governments that I either was part of or followed when I was a child were working to reduce state intervention in industry, working to reduce Whitehall's belief that it can pick winners. When I was Chancellor, even under the EU state aid regime, I was having to resist, crazy schemes to try and keep going businesses that very sadly had clearly gone bust and were never going to come back.
Right, this takes us to a question from John Moulton, who's involved with the Centre for Policy Studies, also one of Britain's most successful venture capitalists. He's talking about what you were saying earlier about HS2 and the third runway. His point is, capital expenditure on bad projects will cause economic decline, not growth. He's a guy who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, well, it's true, except I'm not sure we agree on what those bad projects are. I dug up, when we were looking at Crossrail and HS2 in the Treasury, I dug up the Treasury advice on the M25. And sure enough, the Treasury was completely against the M25. It was like a waste of money. It was much better to spend money on mini roundabouts in Hemel Hempstead, basically, was the Treasury's view. That would be, can you imagine now the southeast of England without the M25? The Channel Tunnel, bitterly opposed by High Speed 1, right, through Kent. There is a High Speed 1, that's why it's called High Speed 2. High Speed 1 through Kent, has not only greatly sped up journeys to the continent, but actually created enormous growth through Kent.
You're right. All those things are true, but I'm just struck that this tends to be the standard defense for HS2. Well, people oppose the M25. I mean, when you actually look at the cost-benefit analysis, which is what John Moulton's talking about, so, I mean, a venture capitalist like him will look at the possible returns. Almost everybody who's looked at HS2 thinks there's no way the taxpayer is going to get a return. And here we are, you sitting in an emptying city, and you're talking about people working from home. Doesn't that give you pause?
Well, if you travel on the West Coast Main Line, it's completely packed, pre-crisis and will be post-crisis. And the point about these very large infrastructure projects is that they take decades to deliver. So if we don't take the decision now, then we will not be providing the infrastructure in 20, 30 years' time. And there's a reason why the state needs to do it, precisely because, for very good commercial reasons, the John Boltons of this world and the venture capitalists and will not undertake the risk of big transformative infrastructure because it is very complicated, very politically controversial. Governments can change their minds, and so it's extremely difficult to fund outside of the public sector, but it is transformational. And if you're telling me that being able to travel from Manchester to London in an hour is not going to change the economic geography of our country, then I just don't believe it.
Okay. Well, we've got
actually been the revival of northern cities.
Right. We've got a final question from YouTube. With a possible no-deal Brexit, the government flouting international law, renewed lockdown restrictions, and rumours of tax hikes, if you're an investor, what reason would you have to put your money into Britain?
Well, Britain has enormous advantages still of being, one of the most competitive, one of the most flexible labour markets in the world, one of the most pro-business environments, one of the places where you can rely on the rule of law, where there is not sort of, nationalism in the way that judiciary operates. All of those things are huge advantages built up by governments over many, many decades. And, it's Boris Johnson, as Mayor of London, built on that success and made London an even more successful place to invest. So, he knows what needs to be done, and I have a reasonable confidence he will do it. Because, the thing about Boris is it normally takes a crisis for him to get into gear.
All right. But you can certainly see why Rishi Sunak's in such a problem. I mean, you're just advocating all of this expenditure. You're also advocating spending reform. You're not a great key advocate of the tax rises, especially corporation tax and capital gains tax. I'm not entirely clear what you would actually do in this situation right now.
Well, then I apologize if I haven't made myself clear, but you've also seen how I've done it in the past, right? I inherited a situation which was a mess, and I did two things. I set out a plan to get the public finances into balance, largely driven by constraining spending, but also some key tax rises like VAT, which were very efficient at raising revenue for things like the health service. And then second, fire up the enterprise spirits of the economy by cutting the headline business tax and by investing in the big infrastructure like Crossrail that are going to make it possible for businesses to grow and succeed in the future. The one thing I would add now is that digital dimension, which I think has been very exposed by the crisis, and make that part of my social justice campaign. But that is I have no reason to believe that the formula that gave Britain the fastest recovery from the global financial crisis of any major economy wouldn't broadly work again this time around.
Okay, so we have our spending review coming up in a few months. So I'm imagining you think that spending review would start to give hints of restraining expenditure in the longer term to get back, I don't know, in 4 or 5 years' time to the sort of the 40% zone that you're talking about?
Well, remember, I became Chancellor 2 years after the crisis, the depth, or a year and a half after the depth of the crisis. And we're still in the crisis now. So this is a plan for a longer period, not necessarily 5 years, but, maybe 6, 7 years. But you do need to start to have, what we call a long-term economic plan. You need to kind of give people an indication of where you're going as a country, that you're fixing some problems, you're investing in the future, you're taking the big decisions on infrastructure that people haven't been prepared to take. Those sorts of things. And, I know, of course, lots of the people in this Conservative government, lots of them are friends, former colleagues of mine. I've got every confidence they can do it. But it all pays, and it all starts with leveling with the public about the real situation, which they themselves are well aware of, and then having the courage to address it.
And that real situation right now is what? That we're running massive deficits, and that's okay for the time being, but there will come a law of gravity, there will come a reckoning, and let's not pretend that's not going to be a very difficult period.
The very reason we have we build up credibility and fix the roof when the sun is shining is precisely so we can weather storms like this. But you then owe it to the next generation to do the repair work as the storm passes.
Right. And now that you're not a politician anymore, would you be able to look back and say what your biggest mistake was when you were Chancellor?
Well, I think there are two things which I regret. Well, there are many things I might regret, but the two, which I would sort of do differently this time around. I was not quick enough to try and fix the ailing Royal Bank of Scotland, which was the lender to half of the small businesses in the country when I became Chancellor, and basically needed to be sort of broken up into a good bank, bad bank. We did eventually do that in 2013, but we were not quick enough clearing the kind of credit channels. I think there's a kind of bigger question actually, which applies now with a lot of the business loans that have been made during the crisis, of whether there should have been a much bigger act of debt forgiveness in that period, and asking creditors to take a haircut. And that might have cleared the credit channel sooner. I think the second thing, which was enormously frustrating, and I've alluded to again now, the sort of digital infrastructure. We went through endless meetings and efforts and whatever to speed up the rollout of things like broadband. And, just constantly it didn't quite work as we hoped. And there were disastrous attempts internationally to do big government schemes. There was one in Australia that went badly wrong. So it's not like that was the solution. And I'm not sure I have the answer today. All I know is that I'd be putting my very best people on it.
Right. Also, you introduced the national living wage, which is mutated now into a far bigger figure than you originally envisaged. Do you think it's a little bit too high now? And now that there's so many jobs on the line, do you think it might be so high that it might now threaten the chances of getting employment back to where we need it to be?
No, I think, look, I think that was a very important step in making sure that the lowest paid, the work paid. One of the things that we did, which was of course very controversial, was reform welfare. But that created a jobs revolution. It created close to full employment, because we created real incentives for people to be in work. One of the things I would say, I want to see more of from my Conservative government, as a member of the Conservative Party still, where is the education reform? It's there is no plan for education reform. Where's the talk of health reform? I mean, surely this crisis has shown up both the strengths, but also some of the weaknesses of the NHS. Where is the big plan for welfare reform? It's always entirely gone. Where's the big program for economic reform? I mean, where's the ambition? They've got a good majority. Although there's now a credible leader of the opposition, he hasn't got a credible team. So use the opportunity to do some things and use the crisis. As the phrase goes, never waste a good crisis, and use the crisis to lay the foundations of a stronger, better country.
And Keir Starmer seems to be presenting himself as a competent figure. That seems to be his style. Do you think right now, over the last few months, have given the government a reputation for incompetence, and this might become the Tory weak spot? It certainly seems that Keir Starmer thinks that. Do you think this is becoming an issue, that all of these U-turns, all of the changing advice is beginning to form a bit of a pattern in the mind of voters?
No, I mean, I worked for loads of leaders of the opposition. Most of whom didn't become prime minister. I only worked for one who became prime minister. Keir Starmer has cleared a hurdle that, William Hague and Michael Howard and Ian Duncan Smith and Neil Kinnock and Ed Miliband and let alone Jeremy Corbyn were never able to clear, which is, he looks like an alternative prime. He looks like he could do the job tonight. That is a huge advantage for an opposition leader. And I was one of the longest serving shadow chancellors in British history under two leaders. I know what a prize that is for an opposition, but it's not enough. So the Tory party does have a big challenge with Starmer, but Starmer has not yet, to my mind, established a sort of raison d'etre for the Labour Party or built a very strong, credible shadow cabinet. So, these U-turns and the thing, the U-turns are fine. Things like they're introducing the rule of six. That's perfectly reasonable. You explain to the public why you're doing this, and circumstances are changing. It's more there is going to be obviously there is a big economic fallout from this. People want confidence that the government knows what it's doing. They want the people at the top to have a clear vision of what they're trying to do and competence in executing it. And if they don't, quite rightly, in a democratic system, you get punished by it. And particularly when there's, you don't have Jeremy Corbyn as your alternative, but you have Sir Keir Starmer, QC.
Well, you say Sir Keir Starmer looks like he could do the job tonight. Can you see yourself doing a job in government again? Come back as an elder statesman? I don't know. What's your position on this? You must get asked.
I don't feel that much elder. I think. Of course, I gave most of my adult life to politics and public service, and I'm here still involved with a newspaper, which is a form of public service. I'm of course really interested in my country and its future. But am I kind of chomping at the bit to be, get the call? Not at the moment, no.
Okay, not ruling it out. Very politician's answer. George Osborne, thank you so much for joining us. And also please remember to follow the CPS think tank on Twitter, or sign up to the newsletter for more events like this and to find out about the policy work. We're going to have our next panel now at 11:35 on the role of housing on the recovery, supported by Lloyds Bank, which does feature a load more of the country's leading policy experts. Also at 1:45, we're going to have another former Chancellor, Sajid Javid, interviewed by the CPS's director, Robert Colvile. So thank you very much for joining us. Thanks again, George Osborne, and do enjoy the rest of the programme.
And welcome to the panel discussion, Getting the Keys for Growth, What is the Role of Housing in the Recovery, supported by Lloyds Banking Group. My name is Carol Lewis. I'm Deputy Editor for Property at The Times and Sunday Times. I'm going to give a short introduction and then ask each of our panel to give some opening remarks before we begin the debate. But we do need you to join in. We need you to submit your questions on the YouTube live chat or by tweeting at CPS Think Tank. That's at CPS Think Tank. So please do start submitting those questions as soon as possible. So we're technically in the midst of one of the worst recessions in a century. The economy shrank by 20% in the 3 months to June, and yet the property market seemingly is riding high. Transactions are up and property prices are at a 4-year high. So we're in the midst of a mini property boom. It's riding on pent-up demand, not just from the 7 weeks when the market was closed during lockdown, but it dates back to the EU referendum back in June 2016, when uncertainty about Brexit and fear of a Corbyn-led Labour government stymied the market. Then, following the general election in December, the Conservative win brought some stability, and we saw the market wake up, and we had what's coined the Boris bounce in January and February. This was cut dramatically short in March when the market was suspended because of COVID. And when we saw it reopen in May 13th, we did see the transactions start to come through again. Then on July the 8th, the Chancellor put a rocket under the market when he announced the stamp duty cut. He raised the threshold for the tax from 125,000 to 500,000 in England and Northern Ireland, saving buyers up to £15,000 per property. Wales and Scotland introduced their own measures. And now we've got everyone who thought about buying in the last couple of years, or who's been driven by lockdown-induced lifestyle changes, divorce, marriage, desire for a garden, and all those who thought they might buy in the coming year, all concentrated into the market now. But is it enough? Is it enough to save the economy? The storm clouds are gathering. The government's furlough scheme ends in October, and some of those 9.6 million people are likely to lose their jobs. We've got, I think, upwards of 2 million people who are on mortgage payment holidays. Those will start winding up in the autumn too. They could struggle to pay their mortgages. Should we be worried? And what's going to happen in March when the stamp duty holiday ends and when Help to Buy in its current guise winds up? I've got 5 wonderful panelists here who are going to help us unpick some of those issues. I'm going to ask them each in turn to give us a little introduction. We're going to start with Bob Seeley, MP for the Isle of Wight, who has said that one of his key aims is to increase the amount of affordable housing on the island, particularly for young people. Bob.
Thanks, Carol. I'll just shoot out a few ideas just to start off the discussion. Declining an economy in trouble is no excuse for bad policy making, so actually we have to get the policies right. That's the first point. Secondly, economic growth is important, but actually the wrong housing in the wrong areas can actually damage economic growth. And I'm very happy to give you examples if we need from the Isle of Wight, and I'm sure other areas as well. One of the long-term problems we have faced since World War II, and certainly from the 1960s, is that we have a declining city populations, and we haven't focused on growing cities, but we've instead focused on growing suburbs and developing shires. And actually, I think that's coming at an increasing price. The last election, we all voted, I certainly did, but a lot of people in the red wall areas voted for a levelling up agenda. And what the new standard method for housing and the white paper rather depressingly seem to be reinforcing is not a levelling up, but a concreting out of the shires and the suburbs. And I think we have a significant infrastructure project crawling out of London towards Birmingham, where I'm sure it will run out of money. It's called HS2, a very foolish decision in my opinion. And we've got the concreting out of these significant plans for increasing house building in the shires and suburban areas. And I don't think this is necessarily the way forward economically, and I think it will come at significant impact for a Conservative support in those areas as well. And I think we need a levelling up agenda, not a concreting out agenda for the South. So I want to see that levelling up agenda, and I'm not sure I'm seeing it from government policy at the moment.
Thank you, Bob. So we go next to Mike Jones, who is Managing Director, Intermediaries and Specialist Brands Retail Banking at Lloyds. Mike.
Carol, thank you very much. Long job title. I guess essentially that involves working with mortgage brokers and IFAs, an essential part of the mortgage distribution chain. I also chair Lloyds Internal Housing Forum, bringing together many of our key people who interact with different parts of the market. So that's mortgages, home insurance, lending to the social housing sector, the house builders, and including the Housing Growth Partnership, JV, with the Ministry for Housing. Now, many of our conference guests will be familiar with Lloyds, I'm sure, but for the avoidance of doubt, this incorporates a number of very well-known brands, not least Lloyds Bank, Halifax, Bank of Scotland, Scottish Widows. We're overwhelmingly UK-focused financial services provider, and relevant today, we are the largest UK mortgage lender with a share of about a fifth of the UK market. We were particularly interested in first-time buyers, a part of the market where we focused our efforts to help for many years. Responsible for about a quarter of the first-time buyer mortgages, we participate in many of the government initiatives, including Help to Buy, shared ownership, and so on. We're also very strong in new build. And turning to today's topic, we're pleased to support this event, focusing on the role that housing can play. Now, housing and the broader construction sector will clearly have a very important role to play in supporting the economy through the tough times ahead. And in that context, it's vital that the pre-pandemic momentum on increasing housing supply is not lost. In the longer term, we see housing as part of the solution to tackle the UK's productivity puzzle. A more flexible, liquid market can serve as a vehicle for mobility across the country, helping people, families to move up to meet the demands of skills in different regions, and in the process, of course, contributing to Bob's levelling up agenda. Now, a cursory glance at the current state of the market will lead you to believe that it's pretty benign. Transaction volumes, prices, all buoyant at present. But this is about pent-up demand in particular, and of course, the stamp duties help. Our own Halifax House Price Index, for instance, has noticed a rise of 1.6% in house prices across the UK on average between July and August, and over 5% up on the same month last year. And we see very high demand for new loans currently, and that's the case across the market. Scratch beneath the surface, and you'll be forgiven for questioning whether this activity will prove resilient in the wider economy longer term. And of particular note is the fact that home ownership has declined over the past decade compared to other forms of tenure. A concerning byproduct of this recent rise of prices, of course, is that the affordability of homes for people who've set their hearts on that first step on the housing ladder. This is why we've turned our attention to the future of the government scheme, the Help to Buy equity loan, which, despite its critics, has played a vital role in helping first-time buyers and supporting the construction of new homes. As the NAO found in the study last year, 38% of all new build property sales have been supported by the Help to Buy equity loan, with about 4/5 for first-time buyers and about a fifth for second and subsequent buyers. The Ministry for Housing's second evaluation of the scheme, published in 2018, also concluded that it had indeed increased housing supply by about 14%. So this is why we're supportive of the next but more targeted phase of the Help to Buy scheme coming April next year, focusing exclusively on first-time buyers. It's also why we think there's merit in revisiting another part of the Help to Buy scheme that was wound down in 2016, namely the Help to Buy mortgage guarantee, which would help support lending at higher loan to values, up to 95%, and that critically also works in the second-hand market. We see this new version of Help to Buy as one of a number of tools at the disposal of the government to help saving for a deposit, alongside other schemes such as the recently announced First Homes and the existing shared ownership programs, as well as reform to the long-term savings landscape that could, for example, allow the use of lifetime savings, perhaps pensions, to fund or support deposits on the first home too. Now, clearly, the effective shutdown of the housing market has had an effect on the capacity of the sector already to build. To turn our attention to the economic recovery and to meet this renewed demand, it's important that we build on progress in recent years in housing supply. We published a Commission on Housing report in 2015, concluding that the government's house building targets can be met through increased focus on diversity of supply. Now, that doesn't just require the current large house builders, but also SME house builders, public authorities and housing associations all too. And we've put that recommendation to practice through the Housing Growth Partnership, our JV with Homes England, supporting the number of homes produced by small house builders. And we're looking to fund the increased capacity of modern methods of construction to help efficiency and competitiveness, very important to supporting others into the market too. I'll stop there, plenty to discuss. I look forward to it.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Liam Halligan next. He's a columnist for the Daily Telegraph and wrote the book Home Truths about the UK's housing shortage. Liam.
Thanks, Carol. Well, I agree with what the government's done recently to some extent. Our tortuous case-by-case planning system does need reform. I've got a lot of respect for what my fellow panelist Nick Boyce-Smith has written about our planning system. So I do think we need more zoning in some areas. We need more clear and predictable building rules. And that is to some extent what the white paper proposes. But the fundamental problem I think the government has missed or deliberately missed The problem isn't what the government says in its new proposals, quotes, a lack of land with planning permissions. For around 80% of permissions that are applied for are now being granted, and that's been the case for some time. The real issue is the ever lengthening delay between permissions being granted and houses actually being built to address our chronic housing shortage. The galling truth is that the big, powerful developers who hoover up most of the new planning permissions have long staged a deliberate go slow, making higher profits overall by producing fewer homes so prices keep rising. And unless ministers acknowledge and tackle that massive market failure, our chronic housing shortage will remain, with all the social, political and economic fallout that entails. If we really want to get the economy moving, we have to build more houses. Between 2010 and 2015, as I show in my book, an earlier planning shake-up saw the number of permissions granted each year increase by 75% on average. But the number of homes completed annually rose just 33%. Similarly, between 2015 and 2017, as permissions granted per annum increased by 36%, homes built rose just 15%. So the growing delay in build-out rates is significant and completely undeniable. Now, back in 2008, countless SMEs would convert permissions into actual houses very quickly to aid their cash flow. Those SMEs in 2008 built over 2/3 of all new homes. They now build under 2/5. And that's why the house building industry is so concentrated. Our top 10 house builders account for over 70% of all homes built now. And those who back capitalism rather than crony capitalism should be calling, as I have been for some years, for a full Competition and Markets Authority inquiry into our house building sector. There's a lot more to say, but I'll just end my opening remarks with a quote from the very last interview that Roger Scruton ever gave. Solving our housing problem requires confrontation with vested interests, Professor Scruton said. And an awful lot of those vested interests, it has to be said, are connected to the Conservative Party.
Wow, hard-hitting stuff there from Liam. Next, I'd like to introduce Nicholas Boyce-Smith, who is the founding director of Create Streets, which is a built environment research institute. Nicholas.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my fellow panelists. I agree with almost everything, perhaps everything that Liam just said. 25 years ago, the most common name for new babies was Thomas and Rebecca. So Thomas and Rebecca are now 25, and I would like to ask, what are their chances of owning their own home? Because the cruel fact is, as I suspect most of you know, is that their chances of owning their own home and their disposable income, were they to be renting or even buying a place, has massively decreased generationally. So this is really the first time this has happened for over 100 years, other than little blips around world wars. So we've got and that's not just an existential crisis to the Conservative Party. I think it is. I think it's an existential crisis, to our society and to how we function. So this is, I think, COVID notwithstanding, this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest challenge that our economy and our society faces, point one. Point two would be, lots of the smoking guns that bits of the policy process rise up as to blame for this are irrelevant. And don't let anyone fool you that things like empty homes are relevant. We've got the lowest number of empty homes in Europe, or that credit rates, we've got higher credit rates than most of Europe, and that's not the issue in stopping house building, or small portions of affordable housing. That some of the housing that should be built should definitely be affordable, but actually we've got well above the average across Europe. So there are lots of smoking guns. I think Liam's focus on the small proportion of homes built by SMEs is absolutely crucial. I'd add to that actually the difficulty of market entrance and market innovation. One of the reasons that I don't think I can quite prove this, but we've certainly got one of the slowest take-ups of modern methods of construction in Europe. One of the reasons for that is that the nature of planning risk in this country is so existentially high compared to most other countries. And this really gets to the heart of it. So I would agree with Liam's focus on SMEs, but I think it's not just, I think the crony capitalism, which I agree with, is a function of the nature of risk largely, not entirely. For the cruel fact is this, we've always regulated the built environment. Those on the left who praise Attlee and those on the right who condemn him for creating planning are both wrong. Literally since the earliest cities, there is clear evidence of state control and interference, if you like, on how we build. It is literally as old as man has lived in towns and cities. What's happened in this country is we've ended up with a very unpredictable system where it claims to be plan-led, but actually it isn't. And planners make discretionary decisions based. I mean, one developer said to me, the worst thing that can happen during a development process is that the planning control officer changes. Now that's a development control officer. That is an outrageous statement. Actually, I'm not making any accusation of corruption, but that means who you know is more important than what you know. And it is no surprise that we have systemically the smallest proportion of homes built by SMEs and the lowest amount of market entrance. And that's why the big developers, the big house builders, can build out so slowly. So how do we get back to a system where a far higher proportion is built by SMEs, by self-builders, by custom builders, by market entrants, by market innovators, as is happening in much of the rest of the world, from political economies as different as Germany, France, Denmark, the States? We need to properly regulate as opposed to randomly make things up on the fly. We need to move the democracy forward, have shorter, more visual local plans that are clearer about where development goes. There's a separate and important issue that Bob touched on about where it is. And I think there's a separate discussion about levelling up and cities versus suburbs, which I'd park for now, but I'm sure we'll come back to, though it's a very, very important one. But so clearer, more visual plans about where development is go, and then linked to what local people like, and what it should look like, and how dense it should be. And if you create that regulatory certainty, then a whole range of people, including small house owners, can start to develop and build the homes that we need. And by the way, this isn't new. This is how we used to do it, and it is how much of the world does it. If you go back and read, and I'm afraid for my sins I have, if you read some of the 18th century legislation or the 19th century Metropolitan Acts, that is how we used to regulate the built environment. And you just knew, as long as you follow the rules, off you go, you can build. And that is not the case today. High planning risk is a barrier to entry, and that needs to come down. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Nicholas. And last but not least, Robert Colvile, Director, Centre for Policy Studies. Robert.
Thank you. So this conference is called Going for Growth, and the reason we've chosen to include housing in it is because housing is vital for growth. One of the big problems in the British economy is that we have a colossal mismatch between where people can live and where people can work. It is virtually impossible to afford a home in most of the most productive and high value parts of the economy, partly because we do things like surround Greater London with an area, double the size of it, where you're not allowed to build any homes. So I think one of the things that people have been talking about the SME entry, I think. So we published a piece of work called Help to Build, arguing for support for the housing market in this crisis, which included arguing for a stamp duty cut, which we're very pleased to see has happened. And one of the things we sort of pointed out there is that the British house building market has become built around recessions. So essentially, every time you have a crunch, more and more small house builders go to the wall, the market becomes more and more concentrated. And the big house builders kind of structure their business in the expectation that every few years it's going to fall off a cliff and they can shut down and lay people off and sort of weather the storm. And the result is that we have these very, very sharp dips and then these enormously slow recoveries. After the 2008 crisis, it took years and years for house building to get back to where it should be. And this isn't just an economic crisis, this is a social crisis. As has been pointed out, there is a generation for whom owning a home is a distant dream. But it's not just about house building, and this is why I'm particularly glad that Mike is here with us today and that Lloyds are supporting this overall. I mean, home ownership and house building are sort of interrelated but distinctive issues. One of the things which has happened since the Great Recession is that the number of first-time buyer mortgages being issued by the banks has fallen by approximately 1 million, and the number of properties owned by buy-to-let landlords has risen by approximately 1 million. We've worked out in some of our papers that if we had not built a single extra home in the last decade, but had banned people from buying second, third and fourth homes, we would be in a better position in terms of home ownership. And this is not Mike's fault and Lloyds' fault. They and the other banks are doing all they can to deliver home ownership. But part of the problem is, for example, the Bank of England imposes a stress test, which says that, you need to when you get a mortgage on a fixed rate for 5 years, you need to not only be able to pay the standard variable rate when you come off that mortgage, but then about 2 or 3 extra % at the end, just in case the economy is in a sort of collapsed state. So we've got this very, very weird position where if you can afford a mortgage, if you can get that deposit, home ownership has never been more affordable, or not in living memory. But getting that deposit, getting onto the ladder, has become insanely difficult. And obviously house prices have played an enormous role in that. But over the last 10 years, it's the deposit hurdle, and it's deposit affordability which has really helped to exacerbate the crisis. And so I know Lloyds are engaged on this, and I'm sort of really keen to hear Mike's solutions. I mean, one of the things we've suggested is long-term fixed rate mortgages, partly because they are exempt from the Bank of England stress tests, because there's never any stress involved. So suddenly you're lowering the threshold to affordability.
Great, thank you. So why don't we just pick up on that last point and keep going with that? We've at the moment, what we've seen is the rise in transactions, but it's been fueled by the haves, the people who are cash rich and equity rich. It's not really for first-time buyers. There's very few of them in the market. The stamp duty holiday hasn't really benefited them. They were already exempt up to 300,000. And as Robert said, the number of products for those with less than a 10% deposit has shrunk massively. We've got Help to Buy changing in April. It will go to be first-time buyers only with regional caps. Is there more we can do to help first-time buyers? What more should we be doing? Mike, do you want to start out?
Yeah, I'd love to, because actually there's a few really important things that have been drawn out, and some great introductory remarks as well. What is probably surprising but not very well known is that if you look at the UK economy, broadly speaking, a third of households live in a rented accommodation, and broadly speaking, 2/3 in owned. And the third is not fundamentally different to where it was in the 80s. It's just the mix of social housing and private landlords has changed. So the landlords who bought properties have actually bought properties that people are renting. They might choose not to, but that's what they are doing. But the 2/3 that is owned is there's a remarkable fact, and it's the switch between people who own outright and people who own with a mortgage. And it's not widely understood at all, but actually the number own outright is now overtaken a couple of years ago, the number who own with a mortgage. It happened in 2016, 2017. And the point there is the boom of particularly the Thatcher years, as it's followed its way through, many, many more people bought a property with a mortgage, but they've paid it off now. And we're not getting the same replenishment of the stock for the reasons that you've mentioned. It's difficult to afford a house. People who bought houses in their early 20s are now, on average, buying in their early to mid 30s as their very first property. Not surprisingly, the mix has changed. And you've got this stock issue of the haves, as you described it, who typically can help their children. And then the real challenge of people who have parents who are then trying to wrestle with, how on earth do I buy my next home? And affordability and deposits, totally right. The stress rate that we operate today is 6.59% in Lloyds. That's not our choice. That's the requirement of the regulation we work to. So you might pay 2.5% or 3% on your mortgage, but you have to demonstrate you can afford, in our case, 6.59. Typically, that means you have to prove you can afford a mortgage for the average person about 50% more than it actually will cost you when you move in. That's quite a hurdle. It's prudent. It's definitely prudent. It came in after the last crisis. And then the second aspect of this, which is all about the deposit. And undoubtedly, if you haven't got the right parents and you haven't had the right life experience to save up, that could be a huge block to people buying their first ever property.
Anyone else want to chip in?
Yeah, I will. I mean, I'll just say, slightly off topic, if I may, just for a couple of sentences in case we don't cover it. This isn't just a crisis of house building for sale and for private sector rent. This is a crisis of the provision of social housing too. Rob's right, the importance of house building for economics. Every single recession in the UK of the last 100 years, the recovery from it has been associated with a significant uptick in the rate of house building. So a house building boom, not least in the 1930s, when our house building boom saved us from a lot of the ravages of the Great Recession. The only exception in the last 100 years is the recovery from the crisis since 2008, which has been the slowest, most drawn out, tepid, if you like, recovery in recorded history. That's not a coincidence. And it may sound strange from a Telegraph columnist, but in my book, Home Truths, while I set out to write a book that was a love letter to home ownership, I actually ended up writing a lot about social housing too. I do think the state should be borrowing to build houses And if you use resource accounting, you can put those houses on the state's balance sheet and you can be fiscally neutral quite quickly. There's a lot of private sector money that wants to join with the state in getting a yield in a controlled sector, given that gilt rates are negative, in building more social housing. We have an overcrowding crisis in this country. We have a huge uptick in the number of what are called concealed households, almost barely mentioned in the mainstream media. And I do think at least part of the solution is building more social housing, not least because I'd rather that, we had a third of people in social housing in 79, as Mike just alluded to, and it's now about 17%. I think it should be more like 25%. And I'd much rather build social housing that vulnerable and low income households can live in, rather than spending upwards of 25 billion quid a year on housing benefit, much of which goes to private landlords to provide often, not always, but often substandard, insecure housing for some of our most vulnerable people. Yes, of course, first-time buyers is a big political crisis, but the government also needs to realise that social housing is also a big social and political crisis.
Bob, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, look, I don't look when there's so many points raised. I'm not quite sure which ones we're going on, and I also will try to make my contribution pithy. He was talking about, Liam was talking about the power of developers and their political influence. I'm uncomfortable with it. They've given us £11 million in the last year. A large proportion of the 990,000 permissions outstanding are from the building cartels, aka the land speculators, what used to be called building companies, when they actually were building houses and not just speculating on land. So we need to put them under much greater pressure. I completely agree about building council houses. Again, I'll give you an example from the Isle of Wight. Last year, shockingly, we built 0 affordable homes. We have 4,000 outstanding permissions. Unfortunately, very often in the wrong places. Our problem is, on the island, because we have a developer-led economy in house building, house builders want to come to places like the Isle of Wight and they want to build pretty generic, pretty depressing, low-density greenfield estates that damage our tourism economy and mean that we basically are building for people to retire to the island. Meanwhile, we are exporting young people. Because it's not just about building houses, it's about where you build them and what sort of houses. On the Isle of Wight, we need 1 and 2 bedroom properties for young islanders and sometimes old islanders downsizing in existing communities, sensitively built in a recognised island style. We have that brownfield land. However, it's very difficult for the council, which is small and struggling, to get access to government funds because we don't have a housing revenue account. So we could pump prime our house building. Much lower numbers than are suggested. At the moment, our house building target is 600. We have, because we're an island, a difficult concept for ministers, but I'm working on it. Because we're an island, we have a building industry that can build steadily about 250 homes a year. We have a target of 600. Our new target is about 1,100. The government might as well be telling us to organise a moon landing programme for all our likelihood of achieving our target. Or it could work with us sensibly to look after our folks on the island. And the reason why people like me are irate about this is not just because we're trying to be NIMBYs, although in my view, NIMBYs are local patriots, but because Dagenham and Dartmoor and the Isle of Wight and other places all have the same problem, that the developers are building the wrong houses in the wrong numbers in the wrong places. One other final point, because this is not just about policy wonkdom, but it's about local democracy. As Scruton said, it's about culture. It's about appreciating the beautiful and uniqueness of rurality, suburban and city, and actually developing them all rather than suburbanizing the countryside, urbanizing suburbs, and stripping out and donutting cities. Manchester, population declined since 1960, 22%. Liverpool, population declined since 1960, 35%. Newcastle, population declined since 1960, 15%. Isle of Wight, population increase since 1960, 30%. So my message to ministers is stop trying to build in the shires, stop trying to build in the suburbs, and actually focus on the levelling up agenda and get 1 and 2 bedroom properties, pump priming it in our cities where young people, COVID apart, where young people want to live, and we'll do our bit in places like the island and many other really beautiful and special parts of the world, of the UK, to look after our folks and build a little bit extra as well. But that is the answer, not policy wonkdom that floods greenfields with the wrong type of housing in the wrong places.
So I'm going to bring in a question from the audience early, because it's relevant to what Bob's just said. It's, does the government need to examine the case for deregulating minimum space requirements to lower rent/house prices? Plenty of young professionals wouldn't mind sacrificing space to live in centre of town, zone 1, for instance. Nicholas, what do you think to that?
I think thank you. I think there are two parts to that. I think there should be minimum space standards, because when you've got, as we've all I think discussed and agreed, an overhang of undersupplied houses in much of the country, the sad truth is that it isn't just the people choosing to live in tiny flats in the city centre who end up living in tiny flats. It's people being crammed into, and I've been to some of them, revolting flats in poorly designed, horrific places who are not choosing that. So the reality today is that whatever the economic theory would say, if there was an ample supply of housing, that isn't what's happening. So, as someone who's instinctively quite free market, I think there is a need to hold some minimum space standards. There's a more complicated issue about enforcement and overcrowding, like how many people get put into a home. That's a more complex issue to solve. But that said, I think there's a very clear case to be made that in city centres, you should be able to have, and actually London has moved in this direction with slightly changed standards a few years ago, what you might call micro homes. So, there clearly is a demand for living very close to the centre of very prosperous cities, and that should be possible. But I wouldn't extend that type of micro home out into the zone 3s, the 5s, the suburbs, and out beyond that. If I just maybe decide one thing, I think if the white paper is to stick and to work, the government does need to deliver on very clear standards, both in local plans and in building regs. And that's the flip side. And I would urge them to require minimum home standards in office and retail to resi conversion, because I think that makes it much more justifiable that that's something permissible of right.
Can I just come in very quickly on what Nicholas just said to support it? And I'll be super brief. He is exactly right. Because building companies, the builders want big fields for bog standard developments. But if we can change the system to make it economically viable to develop really small scale developments, not garden grabbing, but small scale developments, you will find those spaces in towns in places like the Isle of Wight and Shanklin and Sandown and Freshwater, but across Britain. But they're not the places that the big boys, the big developers are interested in. So if we can get those micro developments, very often with those small scale modular type homes that Nicholas was talking about, and I suspect that Liam will be in favour of, that is the way ahead to create lots of housing in sort of high quality, high density populations and population areas. And let's remember, the highest density population in Europe is in Kensington, and I don't hear that many people complaining about living there. So we just need to get to, if we do high quality, densely in cities, it keeps everyone happy, and places like the island and other bits of rural and suburban England can look after their own and keep those cultures and those identities, whilst at the same time fitting into a wider national agenda. And my worry is that this one size fits all, computer says no attitude is really beginning to dominate government thinking on this. Thank you.
Carol, maybe just to add a couple of points, because the infill that you just heard talked about by Bob is spot on. And that, of course, is meat and drink to the smaller builders who have been squeezed out since 2008. More than 80% of the smaller builders disappeared in the last recession and never come back. On space, I think one point that is very important, there are about 10% of currently declared new properties are actually conversions of offices. There's a wide range of quality in that, and the worst end of that, there's no natural light, there's sometimes not even any windows, actually at its worst is also associated with the very small properties, and typically we wouldn't find them to be mortgageable. We couldn't lend on them because we couldn't resell them. And as a result, they fundamentally fail in the purpose of providing somewhere to live for people, because actually you can't buy without a mortgage, you can't get a mortgage, therefore you can't buy. So they end up as spiraling down.
But Nick, there's such a simple solution for that. And again, if I may quote a local example, only because it's something I know about, because our council is doing really great work, doing work from home, we could potentially hive off a part of our 1960s, somewhat depressing council building and use that in a brownfield site to generate lots of good quality homes. And as long as there's a decent building standard to make sure that we build ethically and in a humane way, we could start getting those 1 and 2 bedroom pump priming our own towns and cities, towns on the island, to be doing that. And that is a much better way forward. But the problem is it's slightly more complicated than allowing a developer to land bank yet another low density greenfield development site.
So,
Yeah.
so one of the issues here is, which ties into the sort of the growth point, is the is community centres, town centres. I mean, which have been really, even before the crisis, were under the cosh. So I'm completely with Nick on the need to and with Mike on the need to accelerate change of use. I mean, there were some statutory instruments which came in alongside the white paper, which are meant to do that. The fact is, town centres are basically only going to survive if they are in many areas sort of smaller, denser, and have people living on them. This doesn't just apply to first-time buyers, but also to retirement housing. One of the sort of problems that Britain has, I think, a ridiculously low multiple of retirement housing compared to other countries, partly because it's council under the current funding system for social care. Councils see approving permissions for old people as essentially a drain on their resources. But I mean, but coming back to the young people point, it's an uncomfortable truth. No matter how much we build, we're not going to be able to change affordability unless we kind of drive Bob insane and I think Bob is kind of wrong on quantity, but we would need to build in staggering quantities in order to actually really hit affordability. So there is clearly a role for the kind of ideas Mike was talking about getting people to use, enabling people to use pension savings and stuff. It's a bit weird that we are telling people you need to save to your 60s, but you're not going to be able to afford a house, which kind of leads to this situation where we're going to be paying housing benefits to people throughout their lives. It's a bad deal for them. It's a bad deal for the country. I think shared ownership is another thing to look at. I mean, especially as we come to the end of Help to Buy. It's got the worst name ever, because I think whenever anyone hears shared ownership, they think it's just them living in a house with lots of other people. But actually, the basic idea of that you get a bit, you buy as much of it. If you can't afford a full property, you buy as much of that property as you can afford, and then with every rental payment, you increase your mortgage payment, you increase your stake a little bit until you earn the whole thing. I think that's a really worthwhile exploring, not least because what's the alternative, given that we can't, unless we're just going to give people homes. That's kind of one of the only routes to ownership at a time when the deposit cliff is so high.
I'm just going to quickly go back to Nicholas because he has to leave at 12:15. So Nicholas, have you got a few more words you want to say before you go?
Thank you. I'm sorry, everyone, that I have to leave. It's a prior commitment I can't get out of. Just to respond actually to what Bob was saying, which I think is very important and which he touched on in his opening remarks. There is a separate issue which has sort of haunted this conversation, which is the regional imbalances in the UK. Those, by the way, are nothing new. There was a brief period of about 200 years, Industrial Revolution, when the north of this country became very important economically. But if you go back and look at regional economic splits, literally in the Middle Ages or Anglo-Saxon England, this country has always been very dominated by London in terms of local economic size, far more so than most countries. How we fix that so that all the demand isn't where it currently is an incredibly vicious problem. Bob was quoting figures on the population of Liverpool and Manchester. It's actually even worse than he says. If you compare the population of Liverpool in the 1930s to today, I think the figure I have in my head, that I won't absolutely swear by this, is that it's at 45% of the population it was. We, the Great Streets organisation around, we're currently working in a range of northern towns. Though some of them are lovely, as a place to aspire to be and to set up a company or to work or to live or to raise your family, many of the town centres in less prosperous parts of the country, disproportionately but not entirely in the north, are no longer fulfilling the function that a town should fulfil as a place where we choose to and wish to come together to live our social lives, to march, to be humans.
But Nicholas, That is actually the critical point of this government, and thank you for raising that point. That is the levelling up agenda in a nutshell.
Well, you've taken the words out of my mouth.
Sorry, okay, I'll go back to you.
Well, no, I was about to say that, and I think, I'm afraid I do now to leave, and I apologise for that. But I think solving that is the other side of the coin to meeting the housing challenge. But just to say, it isn't just about housing, and it isn't just about big shiny infrastructure. It's actually about how we rediscover the desire to live in some of these places, which is it doesn't actually always involve huge numbers, but does involve, I think, a new way about how we think about our towns and places. And certainly Roger Scruton and I work absolutely as one on that. And with that, I'm afraid I have to leave.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
May I follow, or do you want Liam to come in?
Liam,
I am nervous about getting rid of minimum space requirements. It seems like a council of despair. Little more than 1% of this country is covered with housing. The Greenbelt covers 13% of this country, more than twice what it did by acreage in 1979. It's really not being concreted over, though I do totally understand where a lot of MPs are coming from, Tory and Labour and all the colours of the rainbow, because these planning proposals they lead to a lot less local democracy rather than more, and we can come to that. If you want SMEs to build more, as well as taking action, antitrust measures, which I think are unavoidable for any government that's serious about this at the top end of the market, you need to help SMEs get access to land. The government owns between 4 and 6% of the land in this country, depending on how you measure it, beyond the national parks. And the Treasury dogma needs to be dropped. They need to be getting that land into the hands of builders, prioritising small builders. I don't agree. I have a rare disagreement with Rob Colvile. I don't think you need to build like crazy to have an impact on affordability at all. There are some figures in my book, Home Truths, where I compare Britain and France over the last 40 years. And I know Neil O'Brien's done some similar calculations where real house prices in France have remained much more affordable across the spectrum. And they've built twice as many houses as we have. And have actually had a higher rate of immigration than we have. I think if you really want to get hold of this agenda and make changes that will last the course for a generation, you do need to revisit the 1961 Land Compensation Act, which of course gives almost all planning gain to landowners and developers. You do need to share that planning uplift, as happens in many parts of America, Singapore, Australia, Germany, the Netherlands. This is not a socialist idea. This is making capitalism work for more people. And if you share that planning gain, I've suggested 50-50 in my book. When he was then Chancellor, Sajid Javid agreed with me on the record. The late Tony Pidgley, probably the most successful individual house builder this country's produced since the Second World War, agreed with me on the record. This is not a mad idea. And I know an awful lot of parliamentarians agree with me, and select committees in both the Commons and the Lords. If you reverse that 1961 Land Compensation Act, which Keith Joseph himself recommended when he was housing minister, big connections to the CPS, you will take the speculative heat out of the land market. There'll be more access to land for smaller builders. Crucially, you will have funding at the local authority level that can build the schools, the hospitals, the bypasses, even give a council tax holiday in return for development. By doing that, you will revolutionise the fraught local politics of planning and a lot of people's general aim to want more housing. So, Thomas and Rebecca can get on the housing ladder, because this is, of course, is a problem for white collar families these days, as well as blue collar families. Then you will be able to not force development onto local communities. You will have much higher proportions of local communities who actually want that development, because the new houses bring with them the infrastructure, the doctors' surgeries that compensate for the downsides, and you'll find in many cases majority support for building.
Okay, can we just move now to some of the questions that we've got coming in, some that are relevant to what Liam was just saying. We've got one here that says, why can't we have a lose it or use it philosophy on land? Another, why not tax land with permission that's not being built on?
Okay.
What do we think
Just
of
on the
that
use it or
idea?
lose it, I completely agree. I think if a developer hasn't started a development after 6 months, after 12 months, they pay a 2% fine on the 2% of value of plot. And if they don't finish it within, let's say, 18 months within an agreed time, they pay a 3% or 2% tax on the value of the plot. So you actually make it incredibly painful. You actually treat it as a source of revenue for the Treasury, because once a permission's been given, if it happens, if it doesn't happen, the developer starts to lose a lot of money on it and does so within a period of 2 years. Again, I mean, I think the developers and the land speculators, aka the building companies, have had it way too easy for way too long, and they're actually part of the problem for the blockage. So I completely agree, and it's just totally bizarre why we don't have it and why nobody's gripped them. I think they have too much political influence, to put it bluntly. Just want to go back, if I may, to something Nicholas has said in this. Look, the levelling up, the crux of the matter politically for the next 5 years is the levelling up agenda in relation to northern cities and towns and housing and infrastructure development. And the success of this government is going to be on how it does all that. And you actually have to make people want to live in towns, because there's two options now. You either donut a town, so you develop around it and you write off the town, which is the most free market American model. I love lots of things about America, but not always the donutting of cities and towns. You donut a town, you ruin it and you build around it, or you reinvest in that town or that city. And that's what we've absolutely got to do. And levelling up for me means reinvesting in towns and cities, and not only in Sheffield, not only in Manchester and Newcastle, but in Sandown, in Newport, in Freshwater, in my little local, beautiful little towns here that have got brownfield sites as well. So that's got to be the focus. And that takes an extra bit of time and money, rather than an easy and lazy approach of allowing developers to buy greenfield sites, which in my patch would damage my tourism economy, and just means that we become a place which exports young people and imports retirees.
I'm going to go on to another question. We need to get through some of the questions. What role can the private rented sector play in improving the economy? With the economic consequences of the pandemic yet to play out, surely people will become reliant on it again, as happened in 2008. Who'd like to take that one?
You need a vibrant, I'll give you one sentence. You need a vibrant mixed market, and high quality private rental is an important part of that, because there's always going to be a demand for it. So you need that as part of a mixed approach. But actually the real failing here is driving enough social housing and rent to buy and right to buy, but also rent to buy schemes to get young people affordable housing, especially in cities and towns.
Yeah, I think we need to recognise, Carol, how important the private rental sector now is. As Mike Jones alluded, we've gone from about 10% to 20% of the population in the private rented sector over the last couple of decades. I think what's really important to say is, while some of my solutions may feel a little bit interventionist for some Conservatives, the danger here is that unless we grab hold of this problem and make the housing market work better by freeing it up, by injecting some genuine competition, as Adam Smith taught us, then you are going to have some really nasty, completely counterproductive measures proposed by the other side that will then become law. And I grew up in the salubrious London of rent controls and sitting tenants. It just simply doesn't work. Of course, we need a vibrant rented sector. We should also note that the situation is now so acute that whereas in 1991, the average when a woman reached 28, which for them was the average age of first child, only 1 in 10 women lived in the private rented sector. The average for 28-year-old women now, you got 45% of them living in the private rented sector. The point is that insecurity of their lives and not being able to build a home is now affecting our demography. And to link back the housing industry and the housing market to growth, demography is destiny. Our population is now being affected, the future growth of our indigenous population, if you like, from people living here, by a lack of housing, overcrowding, and an inability of many young adults as they move into the next stage of their lives to buy a home, to settle down and actually form a family.
Liam, I think, can I just say, I think a lot of people.
Yeah, just quickly on rent, mortgage lenders are a force for good because they are another mechanism for policing the quality of a property to make it mortgageable. In addition to all the things the local authorities do, and it forces the standards to be raised, and indeed sustainability and the insulation on property and so on is now part of that in the way that the process works. Can I go to first-time buyers? Because I'm just worried. We're talking lots about building properties, but someone's got to buy them. And the point about...
we've got lots of mortgage questions, actually, Mike. Do you want me to start? I'm keen to get some of the questions out. So we've got a few here. We've got, on mortgages, buying off plan exposes customers to risk the mortgage offer is withdrawn if they lose their job, which would lose their life savings. This stops pre-sales and slows build rates.
Well, look, that's a real self-evident risk, isn't it? Much off-plan work is bought by people who've got the cash and don't need the borrowing, because that protects them against exactly what you described. And the mortgage rates change. You know, you get your guarantee, and typically it's much longer for a new build, i.e., off-plan, but it's still typically only a year, and that might not be enough to complete the build. So there are risks associated with that, yes, if you need a mortgage.
And another one is, what does Lloyds think about the possibility of 25-year fixed rates to avoid the interest rate stress test?
It's a double-edged sword. Remember, the risk of your mortgage determines the price of your mortgage. So at the very outset, a 2-year deal, fine current rates, but 2 years later, your mortgage, you'll have repaid off on average about 5%. You're typically in a lower risk category, you're going to get a lower rate. So the catch with 25-year is you're locking in typically for a higher rate for a longer period of time. That's a 25, that's a 10-year problem. But if you wanted the certainty, well, we have had 25-year mortgages actually in our history. Back in the 90s, they were available, but not commonly taken up. 5 to 10 is much more common and appropriate because the flexibility you get, of course, is much higher as well in a situation like because people's circumstances change. I think we've stretched from a typical 2 to a typical 5-year in the market as the norm these days. That in itself is good progress. That's happened in the last 3 years.
I mean, the objection I'd make on that is just that, you know, back in the 90s, we didn't have gilt rates and bond rates at their lowest in recorded history. So I think, I mean, we need to find a way of doing, and, you know, for our money, it's long-term fixed rate mortgages, but I think there are other, is effectively trying to democratize those low interest rates. At the moment, they are only accessible to the people who already have assets, especially the people who already have property assets, which is one of the reasons why buy-to-let increased so much after 2008, because they were the only people who, you know, who had money to buy their homes. I mean, you know, we should be able to find a way, and I'd be fascinated by Mike's thoughts on this and everyone else's, to help people onto the property ladder, you know, even if it's step by step, to help them get access to this, you know, to the most affordable period of home ownership, if you have the assets, that we've ever had. And I mean, one of the problems with Help to Buy is effectively it was very useful, but only for a tranche of people, for quite a lot of people who are probably already going to buy, and then the people just below that. It's still left this large sector of the economy untouched. And actually, one of the really interesting things about social housing, which has come up a few times, is as our research has shown that the queue for social housing is not dependent on the stock of social housing. It's dependent on the affordability of home ownership. You know, people want home ownership, and that's, you know, and social housing kind of gets the list of people who can't afford home ownership. But if people ever have the choice between owning their own place and renting, either privately or from the state, they will universally choose to be homeowners.
So we just jump in there with another question, which is relevant. What happens when Help to Buy ends? Is there any hope for young people who want to get on the housing ladder but can't raise a large deposit?
I think just here, one of the things that I think we need to do, I think Right to Buy back in the age of Mrs. Thatcher was great. The problem is it drained housing stock. So for many places that don't have very large scale housing stock, i.e. for places outside cities, what we need is not necessarily the right to buy the house you're in, but rent to buy schemes. So you help young people build up a deposit whilst living in a subsidised house if need be, or flat, so they can then go out into the marketplace after 5 years of saving up and actually have that deposit, have that cash to help them purchase somewhere. And certainly for smaller authorities like the Isle of Wight that very bravely wants to set up its own building company, its own house construction company to build housing, so we have our own housing stock, We need a rent to buy scheme that can accompany that to help young people, not only of this generation, but future generations as well. So as well as being more creative about reviving our cities and the levelling up agenda, we need to develop to make sure that we prioritise those good schemes that keep housing in public domain or housing stock in housing associations, but also help young people get onto the housing ladder.
Rob's actually absolutely right about democratizing finance. I'm just looking up some spreadsheets here. If you've got a 95% LTV, you're paying almost 4% from most of the mainstream lenders, and that's, you know,
that's if you can get one.
That's if you, and it's also rationed not just by price but also by access. But we've got to make sure also that the tail isn't wagging the dog here. Yes, we want our young people to be able to borrow, but do we really want them to be able to borrow, you know, right up to the point where the average house price these days is 8 times average earnings, which is, you know, double the long-term average. And of course, in many cities, it's over 10 times. In London, and in London, it's 14 times average earnings. So you do have to address the chronic shortage of homes. And I don't think Help to Buy does that. The big house builders have made massive margins out of Help to Buy. That's when Theresa May, when she announced more of it at the 2017 conference, the big 4 house builders within 5 seconds had added over £1 billion to their share price.
I think the government's put something like 16 billion into Help to Buy so far.
Absolutely. And it has not led to an increase in house building. Okay. The big house builders are building fewer than they were before 2008. So it's great for developer contributions to the Conservative Party that Bob has talked about so elegantly and with such courage, I should say. But it isn't going to be a decent long-term solution. I think, again, the state should be, you know, making its own land available for small builders, for SMEs, so they can build houses, the ultimate price of which, given that these days 70% of the price of the average new build home is the land, which shows how it was less than 5% in the 50s when housing was more affordable. So the houses that are ultimately produced by SMEs can be produced at a profit for the SME builder, get them going, but at a price, because the land is cheaper, that first-time buyers can afford. This sounds like quite a heavy-handed intervention, but we're at the point now, I would say, Carol, where unless we do something quite radical, this very, very serious problem and all the social, economic and political fallout from it will not solve itself.
Right, we need to start winding up now. We've got just a few minutes left. I'm going to ask each of the panelists, the 4 that are left, to just very briefly sort of wrap up with answering the original question. What is the role of housing in the recovery? And we'll start with you, Bob.
Rolling of by the way, whenever I get accused of being courageous, I get very worried about what I've just said. So. But it needs to be said, the builders are
not
part
in a
of the
yes
problem
minister sense.
No, absolutely in a yes minister sense, although I will never be a minister because obviously I'm too courageous, as you say. I actually get worried about the building company because I think right now they're part of the problem, and I think it's shocking the way they increase their share price, and I think it's probably a massive misuse of public money, much better places to use it. Housing has an important role, but it's got to be the right housing in the right places. All our projection of population increase on the island, for example, is age 65 and above. How that helps drive economic growth rather than just creating adult social care dependency, I'm unclear on. It's also going to ruin our tourism economy, damage our quality of life. So if we're not going to have an entirely free market in this country, which realistically we're never going to have, we need sensible controls, and we need to focus on the levelling up agenda, not concreting out the southeast. The government's new method targets are completely wrong because they lower the demand for northern cities and towns to build housing and shove too much of that housing down to the southeast. So okay, we need to. I want the levelling up agenda to work, but at the moment it doesn't seem to be.
Great. We need to move on. If we keep it brief, please, Liam.
Well, thanks to Rob and CPS for asking me. You thought you were going to get a minister, and I've stepped in maybe with a bit of a different message. The link between house building and growth is unanswerably very, very strong historically and in common sense terms. Unless we get building not just with conversions and permitted development rights, but sustainably increasing the rate of house building, both social house building and incentivizing the private sector, changing the financial incentives of the big house builders with fines for late building, then we won't get that growth. The government's planning proposals are okay as far as they go. We do need more zonal development in some places, but they aren't really getting at the nub of the problem. And the nub of the problem is this: a planning permission is not an opportunity for a big developer to bolster their balance sheet for years and control local markets and build as and when they want to. A planning permission is a contract given by the state to a builder, a contract between the builder and the local community to build and build within a reasonable amount of time. No amount of best endeavors or undertakings are going to change that, are going to make big house builders do that when it's to their financial advantage to practice contrived scarcity. You need to tweak the financial incentives so chief executives and shareholders know the most logical financial thing to do is to build.
Okay, Mike.
Thank you. People need to be able to buy the houses that we're building. Help to Buy, other interventions, shared ownership and so on, all help. The new version of Help to Buy targeted on first-time buyers and at the entry level to the market, not the high level, is so much better use of government money than the current scheme. I applaud that entirely. The guarantee scheme as a way of helping people with their deposits doesn't exist now, but it did before. It actually worked very, very well at the time. It was withdrawn in 2016. But you know, we require our people to save from a very early age for their pension, and they then have to salt it away for the next 40 odd years. Actually, the best use they can make of their money is in buying a property, in the sense that by the time they retire, they don't have to pay rent if they paid off their mortgage. That's hugely important. And actually, can we reuse those savings either in cash or even better, actually, as a guarantee? So leave the money in the pension fund, but just to guarantee the right as a quasi deposit into that first property. There's things we could do which make a real difference to turn the supply of property into properties that actually people want to buy and can actually afford.
Great. And final word, Robert.
Well, yeah, I have to interview Sajid after this, so I need to finish on time. I'm going to, Mike is absolutely right. I'm really tempted by this, the idea of pension savings. You know, homes are not just a great thing for people to have. They are what you give you a sort of secure base. You know, people will, they give you a security, they give you a sense of community. They're just wonderful things to have. And also, just while we were in, as Liam pointed out, recoveries tend to be driven by construction. There's a reason that pump priming and Keynesian stimulus tends to focus on digging things out of the earth, because it's a really good thing to do. I think the stats are that every house built creates or supports 3 jobs. So yeah, I think lots more building and lots more ways to make them affordable to young people would be pretty good.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. I think we have concluded that housing definitely does have a role in recovery, but it's not straightforward, and there are going to have to be some pretty dramatic changes if we're going to get the housing that we want and need in the places that we want and need it. Thank you, everyone.
Studies Going for Growth conference. I'm Robert Colvile, the director of the Centre for Policy Studies, and I've now stepped out of my panelist chair from the last session on housing to my interviewee chair for what we were billing as a fireside chat, although there don't seem to be many firesides around, with Sajid Javid, the former Chancellor. Sajid is not just a friend of the CPS, but in many ways the inspiration for this conference. This paper, published a few weeks ago with him, which we worked on for several months, he and the team here at the CPS, was intended as both a reminder that that growth and recovery were the big thing coming out of this conference. Coming out of this crisis, but also containing sort of practical suggestions for how to get there. So, Sajid, first of all, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We'll get on to questions from the audience in a bit, but I just wanted to ask, when we first started talking about this, you were relatively optimistic about a V-shaped recovery. Then you went much more towards a U-shape. Today we've had ONS figures showing that the 6 points, we fell 20%, we're now back, roughly about half of that. How do you feel compared with a few months ago that the pace of recovery is going?
No, thanks. First of all, it's good to be here, and thanks for all the work that you've done with me in looking at the recovery, see what we can all do, what more we can do together. In terms of where we are, I think compared to some of those figures we were hearing not that long ago about 20% fall in GDP, 25% and all that, it's good to see positive results in terms of growth going up. The numbers today I thought were encouraging, but as Rishi himself has recognized today as well, there's still a long way to go. So we seem to be sort of heading in the right direction, but like before, it depends so much still on how we handle the pandemic, the social distancing rules, the rules for businesses. So I think, and I can see why for others, that people feel there's a lot of uncertainty still out there.
And I mean, obviously, before we get on to the economics, we've seen in this week alone a tightening of social distancing rules. I mean, is that something that and many people, including people who've been making themselves known in the comments on this conference, have been saying, look, we're going too tight. We're throttling the economy in our efforts to protect people from the virus. I mean, where do you sit on that?
I think first, given this virus was new for all of us, and no government in the world had faced anything like this, so we've sort of been learning by doing, and I think there is an acceptance now in government that that you must go to a great extent to protect the economy, to try and sort of limit that damage. That said, in terms of the recent decision about the limiting to 6, look, I'm not in the room. He's not anymore. I'm not in the room. I don't see what the scientists are saying myself, so I hesitate to sort of give a second opinion from the backbenches without knowing all the information. But I can understand the calls from others to sort of say, look, do children, for example, really need to be included in that? And I think that, I hope that the government is constantly reviewing this and not afraid to make a change if that's necessary.
Yes, because obviously it's not just about there's this balance between economic confidence and people being safe to go out. I know we were talking in the green room, as parents, it would be nice for children not to be counted in these
Well, I've got a family of 6, so we're not going to have any visitors for a while.
Yeah, but in terms of the recovery, I mean, what do you think? I mean, if you're Rishi sitting in the Treasury, what are you thinking are the priorities? What are the sort of the key drivers and the most important challenges that you're facing?
First, excuse me, I'd say Rishi's done a great job so far. I'm very proud of him, and I think that for any chancellor, this would have been the most difficult of circumstances. And when the government decides they're going to lock down and stop people from consuming and producers from producing, of course there's going to be a massive economic hit. And the first sort of set of policies he's had, the sort of policies on whether it's furlough and COVID loans and things, is all about sort of putting the economy to hibernation, so to speak. And now I know that he and his team will be very focused on recovery. So you asked me what kind of things should be focused on. As I sort of try to set out in that report, the very first thing I'd say actually is let's start with the principles of growth, right? Because growth is the only thing that's going to get us out of this. And I remember very vividly in that general election, which wasn't that long ago, that I went around, the Prime Minister and others quite rightly saying that the only way we can pay for fantastic public services is to have a dynamic, free enterprise economy. Now, COVID will change a lot of things, but one thing it will not change is how you create wealth in an economy, create jobs and pay for those public services. So in anything that we do, everything that we do, I think we just have to be committed to those core principles of your free enterprise, of low taxes, of sensible regulation, free trade, and sound public finances. So I just would put those principles as sort of overarching any action that is taken. Then beyond that, you're getting into sort of the more specifics. I think that, for example, the investment in infrastructure is now even more important than it was before. Before COVID, I talked about the infrastructure revolution. I think there's actually an argument to even go further, even more than the increases I'd wanted to do. You can take advantage of the record low interest rates, and I think it's okay to do that.
And very certainly front load that spending.
Yeah, and focus a lot on the delivery as well. As a country under successive governments, I think we've been pretty lousy in delivering on infrastructure commitments. There's lots of reasons for that, but there are lots of ways also we can improve that and make sure when we make a commitment on infrastructure, that will actually get delivered on time and on budget with things like the infrastructure, the commission, the delivery authority, perhaps making a few changes there, giving ministers specific responsibility for particular projects. So infrastructure is a big part of this, the economic infrastructure in particular, the roads, the bridges, the broadband, rail, and all of those that have an economic, particularly longer term economic impact. Other areas, and I won't, I'll just mention them for now. If you want me to expand on them, very happy to do that. On terms of taxes, I think there's actually a case for some temporary tax decreases. Employment, we know, is going to be a problem. We know there's an employment tax out there, the employer's national insurance. And it's a necessary tax. Government's got to raise the revenue, but there's an argument to, for example, have a temporary cut in that, maybe for a couple of years to try and give that extra incentive for employers to get out there and take on more people. I think there's a case for much more of a supply side revolution, and by that, deregulation in planning, for example. The government set out some decent plans recently, but we should go further. What about a lot more development corporations, especially in some of the harder hit areas around the country, and both for housing, but also for commercial development. And then the public finances. Obviously, we maybe talk about a bit more. I know it's much easier said than done, but the government does need to send out a strong signal that they will be brought back under control, that they've got a pathway to do that, so that we can start living within our means again.
Well, an enormous amount to go on there. But let's start on that last point. So there have been reports that Rishi Sunak is considering about 30 billion of tax rise, 30 billion of tax rises in the forthcoming budget, including a 5-point, well, technically a 5-point, maybe actually a 3-point rise in corporation tax, and raising CGT to the level of income tax. So what do you think about A, the timing of that idea, and B, the specifics that they're talking about there?
I think first on the, more broadly on taxes, it's just worth remembering we already, before sort of pre-pandemic, had the highest level, highest tax burden, let's say, that we've had in 4 decades, and so we're already, I think, highly taxed. And in normal times, Conservative Chancellor obviously will be looking for ways to cut taxes, like we promised, for example, in our manifesto on employees' national insurance. But obviously, this crisis has meant that there needs to be a fresh look at those plans. I would just be, and I think the Treasury will be actually, in reality, very hesitant to want to raise taxes, especially those that could derail a recovery. I think there's a real risk if you went with some tax increases now in the short term, it would derail the recovery. So I would hold off on any of that. And I certainly wouldn't want to see any increased taxes that would hit businesses, those SMEs, entrepreneurs, the wealth creators, because we need to encourage those risk takers if we're going to have the kind of recovery we want to see.
So, I mean, so George Osborne spoke in a previous session on this conference, and he said he would be urging Boris, although he accepted it's not quite that much in Boris's nature, to look at expenditure cuts, probably not on the scale of that you and he worked on together in 2010, but that there is, that should be an area to look at. Is that something that you'd agree with?
We have to deal with the reality that we face. We're understandably right now, because of the crisis, largely we're spending a lot more money. We're running this record deficit. Everyone knows that's not sustainable. We don't have a reserve currency like the US, and so we just don't have that kind of ability to sustain a long-term, big deficit. So we're going to have to bring finances under control one way or the other, whether we like it or not. And we either can choose to do it proactively ourselves and that way have a stronger recovery, or eventually we'll get forced to deal with some future crisis. So the way to do this is to recognize that you are going to have to make sure that ultimately you set out a plan that your spending is consistent with what you aim to raise in taxes. And I think we have historically raised recently something like 40% in taxes. I mean, that's a lot of money. There's a huge amount of money for the paying public services. What I hope is going to happen, and the signs of this is that Rishi's going ahead rightly with the comprehensive spending review. So this year, we're not just going to have the budget, but we're going to have the comprehensive spending review, the one I had to delay for various reasons, no deal preparations and stuff.
Would you still be doing a multi-year spending review in this situation, even though you don't know what taxes are or what spending is going to be?
It's a good question. I think that there's definitely a strong argument to do what you would Treasury calls a spending round. So for a single year, like I did back in, I think, November last year. In that case, it was because of no deal was the priority. There was a potential election around the corner, and you could certainly, if you wanted to postpone some of the, say, tougher decisions, you could justify a one-year round. But at the moment, the government is committed to a multi-year spending review, and I think that spending review should be what's called a zero-based review. That you look at every program in every department and you get that Secretary of State to justify that in the context of what the government's priorities are, because not everything can be a priority. And clearly our priorities are getting out of this pandemic with a stronger economy, recovering, creating jobs, and leveling up. And I think you can look at all those programs again. And what I can tell you from my own experience, once I had my first cabinet job, and obviously that was new and trying to work out how to be a good Secretary of State. Once I got into the swing of things, I had my next job in the business department, and every subsequent department I've run. One of the first things I asked for in the very first week was to say to my permanent secretary, I want a list on a spreadsheet with every single program this department is doing, how many full-time equivalent people are on it, how much have you spent, what's its purpose, who commissioned it. That's really important. I can't tell you the number of programs I found commissioned by Vince Cable that I had to get rid of, right? But there are those programs in every department, and we need to do that. We didn't do it when I first became Chancellor because our priority was the no deal prep and preparing for an election. But now is the time to do it at this stage in the electoral cycle. And that way, I think you can find probably billions of savings.
Oh, that's interesting. So I should just say very quickly, if you're watching this, whether on the CPS website, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, please add questions to the chat on YouTube or CPS Twitter. I mean, Sajid and I will be talking, but I do want to give him your questions as well, which will be fed to us by the CPS team here. But one of the big tensions in terms of going for growth is to what extent we try to recreate the economy we had, and to what extent we we accept that there is going to be dislocation and change, and to what extent we support people through that process. Now, the furlough scheme has been extremely successful. That comes to an end at the end of the month. I think about a third of firms are still using it, according to the latest statistics.
Yeah.
It's probably, it feels like it's time to end, but there, at the same time, the Treasury Select Committee has just come out and said that it should be kept going for the most vulnerable sectors like hospitality. Is that something you can sympathise with?
Look, first of all, I'd say that the furlough scheme, when it was introduced, was absolutely the right thing to do. At that time in this crisis, it was early days, and no one knew, what the ultimate impact's going to be in terms of jobs, restructuring the economy. No one knew how long it might last, and it was right to try and protect those jobs. But that's what it was about. It's about protecting jobs. A job that's temporary has a temporary impact. You can't do it. You go on furlough, but there's a job to come back to. And it was always understood, and Rishi made this clear, that it's a temporary thing. Because obviously over time there will be some structural changes, and sadly, some people will not have jobs to go back to. So, I very much agree with what Rishi has said so far, but it must end. And he set out a timetable, slowly ratcheting it down. I think that's the right approach, because if you continue with it, and even if it was a sort of sectoral way or paying a bit less and things like that, it's not fair on those people that are receiving the money from it, in the sense that you're sort of giving them false hope, possibly, that they've got a job to go back to when they might not have, and it's not fair on the taxpayer either, because when people don't have a job, they get other benefits and things, and this would be a lot higher than that. And I don't think it's generally fair on the taxpayer. And lastly, and very importantly as well, the economy will adjust, and there will be some sectors that we know already, sadly, whether it's travel, for example, some parts of the hospitality, there will be probably some more changes, maybe some of a permanent nature. And the quicker we allow that adjustment with suitable levels of support, the quicker our economy will recover.
So your recipe would be cutting taxes on jobs rather than protecting existing jobs?
You've got to create, we want to see an economy that's creating new jobs. Those people that are sadly losing their jobs, you want to see all of them get into work, and the best way to do that is have that dynamic economy. And if we keep, let's say, taxes higher than they need to be, or keep borrowing more than we need to, otherwise, then ultimately we're going to hit the growth of the economy, and that's not going to help anyone who finds himself out of a job.
Now, one of the potential obstacles to growth is of course, the uncertainty around Brexit, which is flourished back into life in the past week or so. I mean, where are you on no deal? And is it a pinprick, in the context of coronavirus, or is it still a real challenge? And also, what's your take on the internal market bill, which has proved controversial in several areas?
Yeah, I thought you might ask me that. Look, first of all, on the Brexit talks and getting a deal, I absolutely want to see a trade deal. I think we all do. The government certainly does, and I think also, by the way, despite everything in the last few days, I still think there's a decent chance that we'll get a deal. And I know it's sort of, you're getting to the closing stages, and we're seeing a lot of sort of ratcheting it up, as it were, of the public discussion around this. But that's sort of to be expected now. And I still think we can land a deal here, a trade deal, which is in everyone's interest. If we don't get a deal, obviously, in terms of no deal, it's not something that anyone would wish for. But we can, just as I thought before, in last year, now we can deal with that. We'll come through it, and the next day we'll be back at the table with our European friends and trying to discuss a deal. So one way or another, we'll eventually probably end up with a deal. But ideally, you don't have to go through no deal first. But if it happens, I'm not afraid of it. We just need to sort of get on with this and try to secure that deal. In terms of the internal markets bill, I think the bill itself, but I know obviously why you've asked, but in terms of the core of the bill, which is making sure that these powers that were previously with the EU in terms of our market competition and such, that they are held at the centre in Westminster, so that we don't take a risk that our own internal market in the United Kingdom is fractured in any way. I think that's the right principle, and I support that. In terms of this whole debate we're seeing at the moment about breaking international law, I think that no government should think that's something that's you take that lightly, that is easy to do. And I can understand why a number of people have raised concerns about it. And it's something that I'm going to have to look at, and I will do at the weekend, and think about it more carefully.
Just have you imagined what it would have been like to be a cabinet secretary, not cabinet secretary, a cabinet minister, reading out an admission that what you were proposing broke the law, even in specific and limited circumstances.
Well,
extraordinary kind of.
Yeah, of course. When I heard Brandon say what he said in Parliament this week, of course, you do think about how you would have felt if you were a Secretary of State and being told that. And that's why, look, this is a very serious step if we go ahead as a country, and therefore it deserves serious consideration. The bill's only just been published. It is a sort of big, detailed, complex bill, and I would think any sort of straight-thinking parliamentarian would want to have a very close look at it over the weekend.
So one of the aspects of the Brexit debate is around state aid. So this is something I feel quite strongly about. I think in the 1970s, Tony Benn came out, and I've written about this in my Sunday Times this week, or I will be writing. Publishing deadlines being what they are. In the 1970s, Tony Benn's reason for leaving the European Union was so that in the alternative economic strategy he put forward, was so that the state could assume greater control of the economy. We now seem to be presented with a 21st century version of this, in which one of the justifications given for failing to agree state aid rules is because apparently state aid rules are crucial to creating British Googles, Amazons and Facebooks, which, by the way, is something that no one involved in the tech sector has ever told me is a crucial component of why we don't have British Amazons, Google and Facebooks. I suspect we are in a violent agreement on this one. But the Internal Markets Bill contains quite extraordinary provisions for the government to essentially hand funds to whoever and whatever it thinks will promote economic development, irrespective of, sort of whatever anyone else says. I mean, is this something? This isn't conservatism, is it?
Well, the state aid system that we had within the EU was actually a pretty robust, detailed system that, when properly applied, and by the way, there were other countries, the number of times I came across, that would break them, some too often. But the rules themselves, a set of rules to try and make governments think twice and very carefully about some kind of public subsidy. And I think it's right that government should be very, very hesitant to get involved themselves in supporting private enterprises. And I was confronted with this challenge all the time as a minister and as business secretary in the steel sector, for example, more recently with Flybe and others, just before the pandemic. And I think for a government to provide a public subsidy, there needs to be a very, very, very good reason. Some kind of obvious market failure, some long-term interest, maybe a national security interest or something. Now, we don't know what the final set of rules are going to be, because although this bill has been published, what the business secretary has said, Alok, that there'll be a consultation on what the rules would look like, and so I don't want to prejudge that, but I think these principles of the state staying out of business generally, unless there's a very good excuse, are good, sound ones. Otherwise, if what you'll have is a situation like we had in the 70s, where it won't be governments picking winners, it will be losers picking off the government.
But I mean, I've had conversations with people who are investors in this country on a very sort of large scale, who are saying, look, they want to raise CGT, they want to raise corporation tax, they're planning to, they're apparently going to sort of start intervening in the economy, and then we've got the COVID, and then we've got the, what justification can I give people in my company or people I talk to for putting their money in Britain as opposed to other countries? And one of the great successes of the Conservatives since 2010 is making Britain a really attractive place for international investment. And it seems like we're turning away from that.
No, I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't quite agree with that. I think we can give a lot of justification. I mean, obviously, look, we're in an economic crisis, but you find me a major economy that is not in an economic crisis right now. And investors, obviously, they understand that. But as the UK over at least a couple of decades now, and even under the previous Labour government, we in the early days of that government, at least, we were still attracting a lot of foreign investment and building new businesses, creating jobs, especially in the last 10 years. We've seen a record job creation, and we are still, one of the most dynamic, welcoming to business societies out there. Now, you mentioned a few things there. You said people have said to you about raising CGT or corporation, but no one's done that yet. I know there's speculation out there, but I can tell you that the number of times that whether it's Chancellor or in other departments, that there'd be all sorts of speculation about what I'm going to do. All that matters is what really happens at the end of the day. And I think the government understands this, and certainly Rishi and his team really do. To be a successful economy, to keep growing, we need to again stick to those principles I talked about right at the start, which includes supporting free enterprise, keeping taxes low, having sensible regulation, and sound finances.
And on the specifics, you unlike Nigel Lawson and possibly Rishi, are not persuaded by the case for equalising taxes on capital and income.
I'm not persuaded by that, no.
Fair enough. So let's move on to audience questions. And one is a slightly cynical question, but I can see the appeal of it. I mean, why, if you're in the Treasury, that's what I think, these are actually two questions which I've sort of combined into one. Why isn't the temptation to just engage in a bit of fiscal repression, let inflation loose, let tax thresholds sort of drift gently upwards, just try and basically make people bear the cost without them realizing they're bearing the cost?
No, tax threshold. First of all, tax thresholds generally go up in any case, and it's actually the law on a whole bunch of taxes, and so that's nothing new. But you made the point about inflation, and I don't think that the right answer, as it were, is to let inflation rip in this case. We've been, one of the reasons we've been so successful economically in recent times is because we do take inflation seriously, and making the Bank of England independent was absolutely the right thing to do back in 97. That said, though, I do think there is a case to look again at the mandate of the Independent Bank of England, and that is this inflation mandate. And that is to consider nominal GDP targeting, something I actually talked about in the paper.
It was going to be my next question, so I'm glad.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that this mandate was set a couple of decades ago. The world's moved on. That doesn't mean the world's moved on in a way that inflation is unimportant. Of course not. But I think there is a strong case for a broader mandate where the Bank of England is thinking about the overall economic activity, the size of the economy, and we accept that sometimes there can be situations where if you're just religiously targeting inflation, that inflation might sort of pop up or down, but for reasons that are not directly associated with the broader economic activity. It could be a big spike in some certain import prices or something might spike your inflation, but you might actually still need to keep interest rates lower than otherwise to support the economy. So I think we should look at that. We shouldn't take it lightly. You know, if you are going to change the mandate of the Bank of England, it needs to be properly debated and consulted and thought through. But we have, you know, when we made the Bank of England independent, we've been leaders, thought leaders in this. I think we can do it again. And considering, my final point is that knowing that over the coming years, sadly, that we're likely to see much more unemployment, that, you know, having a mandate that broadly sort of takes into account the economic activity, I think can help with that as well.
And another question, which you slightly touched on already, but what from the Tory manifesto was obviously a fantastic document. You know, I helped drive on it. But what, obviously circumstances have now changed. What are the things in it? I mean, the fiscal rules, obviously, but what are the things in which you would now say, look, force majeure, we're going to have to drop these? And I'm thinking particularly of the tax lock on income tax, VAT and national insurance, but also, for example, the triple lock on pensions.
No, I think we should be very, very hesitant to drop anything from not those two very specific things that you've mentioned there. And I can understand the debate that's going on amongst them. First, I think I've already talked about taxes, and I, you know, I certainly would want to see an increase in any of those three major taxes for the reason I've talked about earlier about derailing the recovery. And in terms of the triple lock on pensions, and again, I can absolutely see, because of the crisis, why you could see a sort of, let's say, a technical increase in a single year in earnings, which it could lead to considerable increase in cost. I can see that. I think the Treasury's, if it's true, is right to sort of work out those numbers and see what it would look like. But I just think if you then step back and start breaking these promises, then there are other your price you'll have to pay is that your people will have to know when they can trust you and why should they believe your word in the future. I just think you just need to think carefully about this. So I would just be a bit hesitant.
And in terms of a question from Chris Harding, which is, you know, this conference is about growth, but at the core of growth is productivity, and we are really very bad indeed. And, you know, so what would you be doing? What would you be doing on that? How would you be getting the UK up the league table, which would of course give us all a lot more money to spend?
Yeah. Well, look, it's another great question, because even before this pandemic, we've had a long-running productivity problem for many years, especially since the last financial crisis. And you know, pre-crisis, our productivity was, you know, I think something like 20% below the G7 average. And clearly, there's nothing to be proud of. And one of the reasons is that, you know, I mentioned a couple of things before. I think one of the key things is infrastructure. You know, we've got lousy infrastructure in large parts of the country. We need to upgrade it, modernize it. You know, we haven't built a major rail line north of London for like over 100 years. You know, so we really need to modernize infrastructure. I think that will help with productivity. And not just between the big cities, but between the towns.
I know the answer, we discussed it, but you are a fan of HS2.
I support HS2, yes. I support it as Chancellor, and I continue to do so. The other thing I think is, it gives me an opportunity to mention that I do think it's absolutely critical is skills, you know, investing in skills. And you know, when I was at the Treasury and we did an analysis of you know, earnings, average earnings in different regions, it was no surprise to find that the biggest sort of correlation is with the level of skills. And what we also find is that, you know, the lots of people, you know, will go to sort of, you know, they might be from areas of low income, but go to great universities and things, and in that area, and but they leave and they go to the southeast afterwards and stuff. Still, so depressing earnings locally. So we've got to invest more in skills, and I think that we do need a long-term, what I'd call a long-term plan for skills. And that is not just about the education department. It has to be a whole of government effort. That's what it requires between the Treasury, between DFE, between the DWP. In fact, every government department's got a role to play in that, because it's human talent that we need to invest in. And for too long, I just think we've been a bit obsessed with academic ability and universities, when we should also be thinking just as much about colleges and that kind of vocational education. It's something I supported a lot as Chancellor, as Business Secretary, and I hope we continue to do that.
That actually leads me on to a question from one G. Osborne, which he asked rhetorically in the previous session. What is the is the government ambitious enough on education and welfare? He was saying, look, they've got all these grand schemes, but what's their offering on those core public services? And actually, I'd add on that social care. I mean, what do you think? What do you think the answer is there? Because obviously we need a plan on it. So what should that look like?
Yeah, look, on social care, we need to, the government, the MPs, broadly, we need to decide on what kind of long-term social care offering that we want, settle on that, and that's why the Prime Minister in the past has talked often, rightly, I think, about trying to get a cross-party agreement, if at all it can be achieved, a bit like we sort of got with the NHS, and then find out the long-term way how to fund that. But accept that if people want the government to offer a lot more social care, it will have to be paid for, and it's not going to come easily out of the current finances. So there will have to be a way found to pay for that. I don't know what that is yet, but I know the government's done work on that, and perhaps
is your sense that there should be people paying for it themselves, or that it'll have to come via?
I think as now there'll have to be some kind of, I think where you end up, there has to be some kind of sharing of the cost, and obviously the key question is to how is that split? But I think whatever system, if you look at other countries that have tackled this or tried to tackle this, Japan comes to mind, Germany as well, that it is still a risk-sharing system. It's not a system where the state pays for everything, and I don't think state paying for everything is the right answer. I just want to get back to, if I may, just on education as well, because you mentioned that there as well. We do need to be very, very ambitious on this, and I'm sorry I'm on about it again, but I do think this is just one of those areas where it will pay just huge dividends, not just for the obvious, like giving the better life chances to kids. I went to schools, state schools, some were good, some not so good, but still it was education that made the difference, gave me the opportunities. The reason I'm sitting in front of you now as a former chancellor, is because of the education I got, and we want as many people in our country to have those opportunities, and that does mean, I think, a long-term plan for skills. And by the way, the very last thing I'd want to see is another shutdown of the schools. I mean, that the impact on our children, 6 months of no schooling has been, I think, awful for so many kids in terms of their own chances, the impact on them, and it hasn't been even. Some kids have had access to online education and stuff, not ideal, but at least it's something. Others have had nothing, and so whatever happens next, we absolutely should not shut down the schools again.
I mean, you referred then to your own experience, and the fact. I mean, you and your family are one of the sort of the great adverts for British, for the power of aspiration and hard work in the UK. But you've also spoken, for example, in a recent interview with the Times about about the experience of growing up as with different coloured skin from most other people in Bristol, and particularly the statue of the slave owner Edward Colston. I mean, Colston. Sorry. Have you been? As the sort of Black Lives Matter movement has progressed, have you sort of changed your views on the race in the UK and how good we are at, whether we are sort of paying enough attention to these issues?
I wouldn't say I've changed my views. I think what the recent protest demonstrations brought about is the concerns people have raised. The concerns have always certainly been there for me. I mean, that said, by the way, I think the UK is one of the most open, welcoming, tolerant countries in the world, and we are, I think, the most successful multiracial democracy in the world. But that said, we've still got our own challenges, and we see that in our prison system, disproportionately high number of black people. We see it sometimes we've seen incidents in policing in the past, and something I tackled as Home Secretary. So whenever we see instances of racism, obviously unacceptable in every way, we've got to make sure we crack down on it. But also, we need to, in all parts of society, I think we need to see as much diversity as possible. And some companies, when I think about the private sector again, some of them do a great job in doing that. Others haven't taken it seriously enough. But broadly, we've got a lot to be proud of, but we can definitely do more. And
the other sort of protest movement recently is Extinction Rebellion, and kind of caught the headlines. I mean, do you think? And this, again, this is something which came up a lot when we were harvesting questions. I mean, do you think the government's climate change plans are along the right lines? Are ambitious enough? And where should the group, where should the investment in green tech and green infrastructure go to?
I think, I voted like so many MPs for net zero, and that was on my part. It was a serious commitment. In the Treasury, we started the work of setting out how we can meet that commitment to eventually getting to net zero. And even though it's decades away, it's not going to be easy, and it's going to cost. There is a cost to that, and I do think sometimes that, in Parliament, that, voting to do something that's not going to happen for a long, long time is the easy thing. I mean, what's not to like about that, right? The hard bit is
legislative virtue signaling via legislation.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can do that, right? Now we've got to actually do the hard work, and there will have to be some big decisions made. Now, even during my time in the Treasury, I started the sort of some of the work towards that with support for electric vehicles and research and development in that area and other renewables, and we are just going to have to go a lot further. And the cost of that, a large part of the cost of that eventually will be on people either directly as consumers, if you want more insulation in your housing and things like that, someone's going to have to pay for it, and most of that will fall on the consumer. And even if the government does pay for it, and there's a case in certain areas where clearly it makes sense for the government to intervene, that's a cost for taxpayers. Now, obviously, there's a payoff. We all want a better, cleaner environment, but we should recognize that to get there is going to be a cost, and we all have to be willing to accept it.
Do you think we should look at carbon pricing, for example?
I think I'm not sure what model is the best one, but I think having a fresh look at carbon pricing and trying to sort of bring the market into helping you find the best and most efficient ways to reach your emission targets is a good idea.
And Dave Peterson asks on the topic of infrastructure, to what extent should investment power be devolved? I mean, we are notoriously one of the most centralized countries in the world, and perhaps one of the reasons that we've had sluggish growth has been that central government's not been very good about knowing what's best for everyone in every region.
Yeah, look, I'm a big fan of devolution, and Dave, I think you mentioned, is right to ask about it. That we as a country, we are your power is too centralized. But then when you look around, about where if you were going to sort of disperse it, how you do that, you suddenly realize that our local government system is too fragmented. And we are the most centralized in terms of power of any G7 economy, easily. And we've paid an economic price for it, because it means that so many decisions are made in Westminster that would have been better made at a local, regional level, like on skills, on certain types of infrastructure. I think since we've had the mayoral combined authorities, it's been a success. I created most of those mayoral combined authorities when I was local government secretary. And I remember people, including in my own party, saying, what are you doing? Sajid, you'll never get a Conservative elected in the West Midlands. You'll never get a Conservative up in the North East or anything. And look what we have. We've got some fantastic Conservative mayors around the country, in Ben and Andy and others. And they've done a huge transfer. Look what Ben and Andy have achieved in their patches, particularly some of the successes really that Ben has had up in the northeast. So I'm a big fan of devolution. I'd like to see more of it. I know the government is planning to bring forward more proposals. And by the way, while we're on it, because I think it's related, is more unitaries as well. You know, our local council system is just too fragmented. And when it comes to, you know, key decisions locally on things like transport, planning, we just need to be much more joined up, and we'll save some money in doing that as well. So,
I mean, you obviously didn't leave government by choice, or you left by choice, but in the face of, because you were asked to make a decision by the Prime Minister that you didn't feel you could live with. Are you glad that you're seeing what's happened since? Is there a part of you that's quite glad that you've been free of the carnage?
I wouldn't put it like that. No, not really. Look, obviously, you know, I wouldn't change anything looking back in terms of my own decisions. But I will say, certainly in the early sort of weeks of leaving government, and it sort of coincided very quickly with the lockdown happening and things, it was a big change for me, for you know, being in government and, you know, making all those decisions to suddenly you know, being at home like everyone else during the lockdown, and outside of government, watching my colleagues on TV and listening to them on radio and things, and making these tough and really dealing with these challenging decisions, while I was sitting at home, you know, thinking about, you know, what we're having for dinner and who's making it.
I mean, actually, I mean, that's one question that's just come up. I mean, do you think? Sorry, I'm just looking down my question. I mean, do you think the government's been right to sort of push people to go back to the office, or should we be sort of accepting it's not going to happen and trying to adapt accordingly?
I think that first of all, the government is right to, as it has been, trying to give people more confidence to get out and about, and so, whether that was the, you know, Eat Out, Help Out scheme or messaging and things, I think it is right that, you know, in a COVID sort of cure way to sort of say, look, you can use public transport, you can go to your offices, don't be afraid. That said, we also at the same time have to accept that there will be, as a result of the crisis, is probably in certain areas and sectors accelerated a change that was probably taking place anyway, where people, there are some people, even after we're past the worst of this crisis, that they will choose to work from home, and their employers will be quite happy for them to work at home. And obviously we can sort of fight that. We should recognize that's just a real sort of permanent change.
So we've got about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to try and rattle through a few sort of
quick questions.
If you went back into government, what would be what job that you've already done or that you would want to do? I mean, what job haven't I done? Let's assume that Rishi is not going to step aside. But is there something that you'd really want to do that you haven't had a chance to yet?
Look, Rob, I haven't really thought about that. I haven't been thinking about going back into government. You know, there's it's not something that occupies my time. I think about how I can help. And you know, doing this report with the CPS and some of the other work I'm doing on social projects is the way I intend to make my contribution for now.
Fair enough. Another question: should we raise? Is it finally time to raise fuel duty? And if you were sitting in the Treasury, how do you deal with the fact that people are just going to stop driving cars with fossil fuel, and how do you fill that revenue gap?
No, I don't think it's time to raise it, and the longer term challenge that you put out there is something actually already in the Treasury. There's been sort of work done about how you might try to replace that. I'm not gonna talk about that, say too much about that now. But your central question about is now the time to raise fuel duty? I just think you just risk derailing recovery.
And a more sweeping question. I mean, if there was in this, again, to plug this magnificent report, which has
great report,
60 different proposals in it. How many pages is it? 75 pages. What from this or elsewhere is the one thing? Like, if you wanted to, I'm sorry, this was from an anonymous attendee, so I don't have the name. But what is the single most useful thing we could do to deliver growth?
Well, look, I would say this, having helped write the report, I think there's a lot of good things. But if you're saying that highlight one in particular that, let me put it this way, without, I'll mention one, and without it, I just don't think you're going to get the recovery, and that is the infrastructure investment. The uptick, the huge uptick in infrastructure investment, and the delivery of how we do it, and obviously the type of infrastructure, the economic infrastructure we invest in, but broadly, infrastructure is going to be absolutely key for the next, at least the next decade, to our recovery.
And the question, this is actually a question from me. There have been lots of rumours. I mean, James Forsyth's column today sums it up quite well. You know, the Tory backbenchers are in a sort of restive state in various directions. I mean, are you worried that the party's not going to have the stomach to do some of the tough stuff that will be required? On housing, for example, I mean, you and I are both evangelical about the need for more house building, but in our last session we had Bob Seeley, your parliamentary colleague, who claimed that levelling up is turning into concreting over, and was extremely damning of the government's ambitions on this. I mean, do you think that and on other issues, you know, that I mean, on Brexit as well, you know, where are the kind of pinch points, and how strong is the
I think in any government, regardless of the size of your majority, you will always have you know, some things will come up that, and this has been my experience, that you know, some people are going to have qualms about and be very uncomfortable with, and they may even go as far as not supporting it. But your question was, do I think that's going to be a problem for this government? I don't. You know, the majority is a decent majority, the biggest Conservative majority since Margaret Thatcher's time. The broad sort of commitment that exists for levelling up, spreading opportunities, growth and things is there in everyone. And when it comes to specifics, and you mentioned a good one, housing, you know, the need to change planning, some of the planning rules and things. Look, we need more homes, right? We need more homes in the right places. Your house prices in this country are the highest of any G20 economy in terms of earnings. The average house price 8 times earnings. And it is the biggest barrier, in my mind, to social progress in our country today. People who just can't afford and own a decent home. And we should, as Conservatives, be supporting people to buy their own home. And that does mean you need to build more homes, and they need to be in the right places. There's no point in building these homes where no one wants to live. We've tried that. It doesn't work. And there's no getting around that. And when I was the housing sector, I made a whole set of changes, and even with those changes, you know, it's led to
which by the way, Theresa May then refused to. You know.
Well, no, there was a set that I wanted to make. I did have to water them down, but I still, you know, made a bunch of changes.
And house building rose accordingly.
And yeah, and we've got the highest level of house building we've seen in 30 years. It's still not enough. But my point was going to be, I had a number of colleagues at the time that were a bit concerned, and I absolutely understood that, you know, and it's right that they raise their concerns. But I can find from my own experience, you sit down with colleagues, you take them through it, you help them explain it and communicate it, show them what the local benefits would be as well. You can carry a lot of them with you. And that's why I think on the housing reforms that we need, that we can get them through. We just got to stick with it.
And another area where there's sort of some dispute within the party is on free trade. So let me just, given the Japan deal announced today, what does the, so hooray, a free trade deal. What does the UK's trading future look like? Can we expect swashbuckling free trade, or will the protectionists win?
Look, I expect lots more free trade, right? And that's one of the freedoms we've got. We've got many, but one of the freedoms from leaving the EU is that we can have our own free trade agreements that work for Britain. And that's been amply demonstrated today by Liz Truss and her team in signing this Japan agreement. You know, a lot of people said we wouldn't get it, or we wouldn't get it in time. But I'll tell you what they also said is they said you wouldn't be able to get any improvements on what the EU already had, and that is not the case. This trade that Liz and her team have agreed is much better for the UK. than what we had with the EU, and that's what I'd like to see continue. And by the way, this trade, as I understand it, I think it also opens up it's a big step for us towards the CPTPP, which is a Trans-Pacific trade. I hope I got that acronym right. And that is, if it opens the door to that, then it's going to be an even bigger win, and it does demonstrate that we can do it. And I think it demonstrates the government is serious about free trade.
Well, let's hope you're right. I think various vested interests are also serious about blocking free trade, and we'll see who wins on that one. One final question, which combines two questions. One of which is from Ronald Lehman, who says, young people are understandably worried about their employability. You've lived through recessionary and difficult times. What hope and encouragement can you offer those who need it? And the other question was a simpler one on similar things, like what are the things that make you hopeful about the economy and about Britain's future and growth prospects?
Okay, I think just turning to the first question about young people. Look, obviously, I've got 4 kids of my own. A couple of them are at university. They eventually will be in the job market, and I know that they and their friends they think about what the future might hold, especially in light of this crisis we've seen.
Can I just ask, were they affected by the Ofqual?
No, they were not. No, they were not.
So you were.
Yeah, we dodged that one in terms of the year groups that they were in. But I can understand where that question comes from, and look, young people have a huge amount to be hopeful for. That we, as long as we stick to those principles, and it goes right back to the start of our conversation today, that have proved their work for Britain and led to growth and job creation. So sticking with free enterprise and backing risk takers and keeping taxes low and things, we will keep having that dynamic economy that's going to create jobs everywhere. The other big thing is the investment in skills I've talked about. We've increased investment in skills. There's more to do, especially apprenticeships, and there's vocational skills and colleges and things, but we need to keep down that track. And as I said, I think we need this long-term plan for skills as well. And then it also allows me again just to mention the importance of sound public finances again, because it is always just worth remembering that what we borrow today is a deferred tax rise. And what we borrow today, someone is going to have to pay it off, and in large part, it will be the next generation. So we're borrowing record amounts now to help us get through this crisis, and it's right under the circumstances to do that, but up to a point. But if we keep borrowing excessively for day-to-day consumption, once we sort of got past the worst of this crisis, then it's our children that are going to have to pay for it. And that is both economically wrong, because it will mean there's just less money to spend on opportunities for them. And it's morally wrong as well, because they're going to have to pay for their own consumption, let alone what we consumed, but passing on the bill.
And of course, the aging population means there will be fewer of them.
So we should always remember that with taxes, someone's got to pay with debt. By the way, someone's got to pay, and it's often going to be your children, your grandchildren. And life is hard enough as it is. We don't need to give them that extra burden.
Sajid, thank you very much for that, and thank you all for watching and for your questions. I'm sorry I couldn't quite get to all of them, but I think we got through a fair chunk. We'll now take another 10-minute break, so please go and get a sandwich or a cup of tea, and we'll be back with sessions on the effect of regulation on the economy, a big focus of our work on the CPS. After that, at 5 to 3, I'll be leading a panel. 5 past 3, I'll be leading a panel of the leading think tankers in the country, the heads of some of the lesser but still leading think tanks in the country, and we'll be debating different approaches to growth. And then our final panel of the day will be on how we not just drive growth but spread it more equally, and how we can ensure that the recovery really does work for everyone, as somebody always used to say. But thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much.
Thank you again. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Cool.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad, thanks.
We can hear you, Cal.
Sorry, I just realised I might have screwed up the transition by ending the meeting myself, but hopefully it was okay. Yeah, well, I mean, it's all.
Welcome to this latest session in the CPS's conference, Going for Growth. This session is about regulating the peace, how regulatory reform can boost our growth and recovery. I'm Chris Giles, I'm the economics editor of the Financial Times, and I can't really think of a more important topic for the UK and the UK economy in particular. In macroeconomics, we normally think about two things in general. One is the cycle. We talk about the ups and downs, the swings of the recovery, and the booms and busts, and we're doing a hell of a lot of that at the moment with the coronavirus crisis. But more important in the long run, as everyone says, Paul Krugman and everyone else, is productivity. What is the trend growth, the underlying growth of the economy? What are the underlying trends that will ultimately shape prosperity, living standards for everyone in the country? And that's what this session is going to be focused on, the latter. How do we make overall, notwithstanding the ups and downs of the economy we're going to have, how do we make ourselves a more prosperous and more successful society? And if we just look back at the past decade, we've got to admit that it's been a very, very bad decade. In fact, the worst decade in many centuries that we've had in the UK. Productivity growth, normally we used to think it was a regular number that would never change. It would be 2% a year on average. Productivity growth would just go up by that, and therefore that's what living standards roughly would rise by. But since 2008 onwards, in the 12 years after that, it's been 0.2%. So we've lost 90% essentially of our productivity growth. It's not been constant. There have been better years and worse years, but that's the overall average over the decade we've seen. And so although we had quite a lot of growth in the 2010s, that all came from either working harder or more people working. And that was obviously a very good thing, to have many more people in jobs and working harder, but it didn't come from efficiency. And we can't keep on adding people to the labour market because we don't have enough people there. So what we need to change for the decade ahead is we need to get efficiency back and productivity growth back. And that is what we're going to be talking about today. And just to make things more difficult, I'm going to lay out 4 challenges which are going to make this actually even harder than what we might have thought we had in the past decade, because there's 3 aspects of the economy and society in Britain we have in the decade ahead, which actually will probably weigh on productivity growth rather than boost it. And I think this is by common consensus, these things are probably going to hurt rather than help. Not all the panel will necessarily agree with that, but I'm talking about the consensus here, not necessarily who we've got speaking today. One is the move towards net zero and environment. While that might be absolutely necessary for long-term survival of the planet, it's probably going to make productivity growth more difficult. The second, of course, is Brexit. We're going to be leaving. We already have left the EU, and everyone in the economics world, or nearly everyone in the economics world, thinks that is likely to harm productivity rather than help it, because putting up barriers to your main trading partner is not necessarily the way that is likely to improve your growth rate. And the third, of course, we know now is a new thing from 2020 is the coronavirus crisis. And while that might have only transitory effects, is likely to make things more difficult because certain aspects of normal economic life are likely no longer to be viable in the long term, for example, and that means there'll be stranded capital, and transitions are generally painful for growth long term. And apart from those things, we also have probably fewer inputs or labour inputs because we have an ageing population. So the backdrop to this discussion is very difficult, and I can't think therefore of a more important time to be thinking about it and coming up with bright ideas to improve it, because we need them. And so I'm very pleased to be welcoming on the panel to be joined by Kate Andrews, the economics editor of The Spectator, Philip Boo, a fellow at the rival think tank, the Institute of Economic Affairs, Luke Ellis, the chief exec of Man Group, the hedge fund manager, and Tom Clougherty, the head of tax at the CPS itself. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let all 4 people have 5 minutes or so each to just give out their thoughts about how to use regulation as a way of boosting growth, and then we'll have a discussion. But remember, at the end of this, there'll be at least 10 minutes for questions from the audience, and you can submit questions to us either in the YouTube chat box or by tweeting at CPS Think Tank. And now I'm going to let Tom Clougherty from the CPS itself start and have the floor first. Tom.
All right, yeah, thank you very much, Chris. You know, one of the key themes of our work at the Centre for Policy Studies, obviously the theme of today's conference, is that growth isn't just something that happens to governments. It's something that policymakers can influence in a positive way or in a negative way. And I do think that over the years we've lacked an understanding of that point. We've sort of taken growth or the lack of it for granted, and we haven't really grasped the nettle. I think it's going to be, you know, absolutely essential, given all of those headwinds, Chris, that you just mentioned, that we do have a proper, robust, well thought through growth policy going forward. And I talked about there being certain levers that policymakers can pull. One of those is regulation, right? I mean, you know, the government has taxing powers, it has spending powers, and then it has regulatory powers. And so to have a growth strategy without regulation being a key part of that, well, it's not much of a growth strategy at all. However, regulation is a really tricky area. If it was easy, one of the 10 or 11 previous regulatory reform strategies that have happened while I've been in Westminster would have worked, and maybe we wouldn't be talking about this anymore. So why, first of all, is regulation such a tricky area? I think there's a couple of factors. First of all, you're really running to stand still. Simply stopping the regulatory state from growing and spreading further is almost a full-time job in certain positions in government. And so to really make strides in the opposite direction, whether that's rolling back the frontiers of the regulatory state or making regulation better and more supportive of competition and growth, yeah, this is tough stuff. It takes an enormous amount of concerted effort on the part of politicians and officials. And of course, they've got many competing priorities. I understand why, after all, it's not the sexiest issue in the world either, why this often falls into the background and regulation just keeps rolling on. Secondly, I think when we look at regulation, we actually operate with a bit of an information deficit. You know, there's an awful lot about regulation and growth that we really don't know, that we don't fully understand. And I think we do a reasonably good job in this country of sort of estimating the impact that new regulations are going to have on existing businesses and feeding that into the policy process. There are flaws with the way we do it, of course, but at least we're trying. However, there is far less attention paid to the existing stock of regulation. For example, I think DEFRA is the only government department that has actually audited its entire sort of regulatory stock, all the things that they're responsible for. That's a process that really needs to take place across government. But it's not just the stock of regulations, but their cumulative effect. I think that when you talk about regulation, almost any individual regulation, unless it's completely crazy, is going to sound quite reasonable and quite positive just in isolation. But the cumulative effect, there's a sort of straw that breaks the camel's back approach. And I think it's regulation layered on regulation layered on regulation that really may have the most significant impact on growth. That's something we don't fully understand yet. And I think the other thing is that there's just this great unknowable with regulation, because the biggest cost of bad regulation isn't anything to do with existing businesses, really. It's the businesses that never get off the ground. It's the ideas that never come to fruition because they were blocked at some early stage. That's kind of unknowable, but that's the really important thing with regulation. So what do we know? Well, I think it's very clear that land use regulation, the planning system, has a hugely negative effect on growth in this country, and we need massive liberalisation. I think that's probably the single biggest thing that the government could do to boost growth in this country. And, you know, the devil will be in the detail, but things seem to be moving in an encouraging direction. We also know that flexible labour markets are incredibly important from a growth perspective. And we have quite flexible labour markets in Britain. I think the government's committed to not, you know, declining on any existing standards, but I think we do want to make sure we maintain that flexibility, and also perhaps that we look on developments in the labour market like the gig economy and so on as positives that aid the function of the free market, and not as problems always that have to be solved somehow. What else? You look at regulatory impact assessments, and we've looked at a few at the CPS over the last few months. It's fairly obvious that some of the most costly regulations are on things like climate change and the environment, and also on financial services. Now, we're committed to this net zero thing. I don't think the government's going to row back from that at all. The thing I would say there, though, is, do you need a lot of regulation? Is regulation the best way to achieve those goals? in general, I'd say that having clear price signals, maybe something like a comprehensive carbon tax, is a better and more effective way of supporting growth than a regulatory solution to environmental problems. Finance, I know Philip probably will talk about finance, he's more expert in this area than I am, but it's a hugely important sector of the British economy. It's hard to see where we're going to get really good growth numbers from without the city thriving. And I think it's also the case that since the financial crisis, we've seen falling productivity in financial services, in large part due to new regulation. So nobody wants another financial crisis or anything, of course. But we need to think about what's absolutely necessary and what's effective in financial regulation and side the way the rest. I could go on about specific areas, but I'm running out of time and I don't want to bore everybody. But I'll just finish by making one broader point, which is that, from time to time, policymakers will come to us and say, which regulations, which particular things should we get rid of to encourage growth? And I love that mindset. That's very encouraging. But I also think it's why previous attempts at regulation have failed. We've had no end of one in, 2 out, 1 in, 3 out, red tape challenges and so on, asking businesses to suggest which regulations they want to get rid of. These things are all welcome, but they haven't seemed to be very successful in the past. And that's because I think that you just get bogged down in the detail of this regulation, that regulation. You get overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what you're dealing with and the constant onslaught of new regulatory imperatives. And it's very hard to win that battle. And so I think really, if you want to make regulatory policy much more supportive of economic growth, you need a change of mindset in government. There's a great theory sort of from the academic literature that we've gone from having a fiscal activist state that owns things and runs things to having a regulatory state today, one that tries to control the financial sector and control the private sector and encourage businesses to deliver on social and environmental objectives. Maybe we need to move beyond the regulatory state. We need to think of a different way of doing things. Policymakers, when there's a problem, don't reach for that ball of red tape. Think about ways to boost competition. Think about ways to empower consumers more. Because I think if we stay with the same mindset, we will work so hard just to stay where we are, and the impact on growth, maybe outside a few important areas like planning liberalisation, it won't be much to write home about. So that's really a change of mindset, I think, is the biggest change, the most important thing that we could do to make regulation more pro-growth.
Thank you very much, Tom. And given your role as the head of tax, I will come back to you and ask you later on about what sort of tax changes could help, not in terms of the overall level of tax, but in terms of changing the way the tax system works to improve the regulatory or reduce the regulatory costs of the tax system itself. So I'll just give you fair warning there. Okay. That is something that is coming down the track. Kate, why don't you have a go at answering the big question first of all? What would you like to see in regulation to improve the growth rate?
Thanks, Chris. Well, I thought I'd start by giving a little context as to where I think the government and the public's minds are at when it comes to regulation. Generally speaking, especially around the Brexit debates over the past few years, you can really put people into very clear camps, whether they're talking about regulating more or keeping regulatory standards within the EU or moving to deregulate. And oftentimes deregulation is a bit of a bad word. It's a scary word. It's just assumed that you want to lower workers' rights, you want to lower our standards when it comes to environmentalism and the rest. I'm not sure that's completely gone. I have no doubt with Brexit back in the news that we'll be having those debates again, but I do think something has shifted in the past 6 months. At the peak of the virus, when we had the most amount of deaths in hospital, we also, of course, we know now, and I think you pretty much could have known at the time because you weren't allowed to go get a cup of coffee, you weren't allowed to go sit in a pub or restaurant. We also had a record high peak of the virus in terms of deaths and a record contraction of the shrinking of the UK economy. And in order to try to mitigate that as much as we possibly could when it was necessary to be shut down, rules became the norm, rules around COVID, what parks you could or could not sit in, where you could or could not go, but so did the rollback of certain kinds of regulation. And this happened on different kinds of scales. I think on the very individualistic level, something that you might have experienced when you were in lockdown is that your local restaurant or pub all of a sudden became a takeaway, and you were able to take food away where they would deliver right to you. Rules around drinking around pubs and areas were more or less ignored when pubs started doing takeaway pints, and nobody really complained about that. Putting out chairs and tables became very popular. Al fresco dining, as they do in mainland Europe. Yes, I do understand that there are forms that you have to fill out, costs that are associated with this, but actually a lot of places just started doing it, and you didn't get those complaints. And then I think you sort of have that mid-tier of rollback in regulation, the suspension of wrongful trading provisions to get more resources into the country, even around things like broadband. And then you have those pinnacle regulations, the regulations that if people had said, even a year ago, you're going to touch those, people would have thought you were absolutely insane. Fast tracking PPE supplies, producing and distributing certain kinds of equipment or hand sanitizer, sometimes within a matter of days. I mean, if you had said that car manufacturers should be able to produce ventilators on the side, or that a gin company should be able to make hand sanitizer that's going to be used around the UK, a lot of people would have said, this is crazy, this is dangerous. But actually, at the height of the crisis, we were applauding these companies for getting around the traditional regulatory barriers and being able to do this. And I think perhaps the most obvious example is the fast tracking of a vaccine. The entire world is coming together to overstep certain kinds of regulation to get a vaccine for COVID-19 as soon as possible. And I think, whilst there will be people who are nervous about this, and the politics around a vaccine is a totally important and different conversation to have itself, I think the vast majority of people are hopeful and think that if you do get the world working together on this, if people are from, across the scientific community coming together, fast tracking is probably okay. They're going to make sure it's safe. You don't necessarily have to have adhered to every single regulation on the way to make sure that at some point in the future, we can take doses of that vaccine. So I suppose I paint this context because I think it's a good time to start talking about how we deregulate or roll back certain kinds of regulation, not with some philosophical attitude that it's always the right thing to do, but if we are going to recover from this COVID crisis, if the economy is in any meaningful way going to get back on track in the next 2 to 3 years, if we're going to have that chance at a V-shaped recovery, then we're going to have to allow businesses and entrepreneurs and their employees to take slightly more risk to get the reward. Now, the government isn't really talking about supply side reforms. Tom mentioned planning, and I think that's a really important one to flag up because so far it is the only real supply side reform that we've seen come out of government. The holiday for stamp duty, they are trying to build more homes and liberalize the planning system. I agree with Tom that we need to take that much, much further. In many ways, it's the obvious low-hanging fruit, perhaps not politically in certain seats, but without a doubt, if you properly liberalize the planning system, make it easier to move, make it easier to buy, make it easier to go and do the work where people want to do it. And we're seeing big changes in attitude around the country as to where people want to work post-COVID. You have to liberalize the planning system. You have to liberalize the green belt. I think that's an obvious one. In terms of some other areas where, Chris, you mentioned the recovery from COVID-19 and the impact of COVID-19 making productivity gains, making recovery so much harder. In terms of other areas where I think it's opened up the conversation is around childcare regulation as well. The fact that people have been without it, haven't been allowed to use it, have been encouraged to return to work, but don't have the childcare to do it. The fact that a lot of part-time workers, especially in areas like retail, may well be set to lose their jobs very sadly in coming months, or certainly have their hours rolled back. For many couples, one person's job is just about paying for the childcare. It's extremely expensive, some of the highest costs in the OECD. Perhaps this is the time that we start talking about that child-to-child minder ratio that countries like Denmark seem to get right and have their cost of childcare significantly lower. And Chris, you also mentioned the net zero target, and to piggyback a bit on Tom as well, no doubt that it's the environmental regulation on top of regulation which has brought costs up. A report that I was part of in press releasing when I was still at the Institute of Economic Affairs suggested that electricity charges for households in England and Wales had increased by over 50% in real terms since 2001, whereas the decade prior had actually seen a significant decrease. And the major difference was the regulations that were coming in that were proving very costly. Now, that's not to say that we can't prioritize this, we must, but I agree with Tom that something like a carbon tax or a proper cap and trade scheme is probably better than just throwing the regulation book at this issue and actually not achieving our end goal. We still don't have that energy white paper, and it's not obvious at all that even if you kept every environmental regulation on the book that we'd come anywhere close to achieving net zero by 2050. So it's not obviously the answer. I suppose I'll just conclude with a little bit of warning. One of the briefings to come out recently is that this government is seriously considering boosting its state aid. And they want to do that because they want to get more business into the UK. They want the tech companies to come to the UK. They want trillion-pound businesses in the UK. And this is the Brexit sticking point that Chris mentioned as well. And if you're going to take that protectionist perspective, and that's the kind of Brexit that you're going to pursue, then I have no doubt that that is going to harm productivity and growth in the medium term. I think there are other forms of Brexit that wouldn't necessarily do that, and certainly in the medium term could really improve those things in the UK. But if the focus continues to be that planning is that supply side reform, that regulatory reform that we can bring in, and everything else is going to have a more protectionist angle, then unfortunately, I think the recovery from COVID, our pathway to net zero, our Brexit, and all of it is going to prove extremely problematic, I think, for your average worker who is going to struggle to see their wages go up. It's been a bad decade for that. Who's going to struggle to see where those new jobs are after COVID, and so many are going to be lost. So a lot of it is about the framing of these issues and how they're going to help in the post-COVID recovery. Not always what government can step in and do, but certainly how they can help facilitate better regulatory environments in which businesses can operate. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Kate. And I think you make a very valid and important point when you're looking at the COVID crisis to say, if anyone wants to say whether regulations are important or what's evidence for the importance of regulations for economic performance, all you have to do is look at the February to April period where we introduced lots of regulations called a lockdown, and we lost 25% of our economy. So I think that that is more evidence than you could ever say that this is a very important topic. And Philip, why don't you say a few words just to introduce us?
Okay, thank you. And I agree with everything really that Kate and Tom have said. So I'm going to take just a slightly different perspective rather than either repeat that or disagree with them. Now, it seems strange to start a talk on the economics of regulation by mentioning that I'm a Christian, but I will. And as a Christian, I believe that human beings can tell the difference between right and wrong. They can reason, and they can, to use a modern phrase, think outside the box. Other animals can't do that. And I think the growth in regulation has reached such a point that it's dehumanizing in a very literal way. It prevents people from exercising ethical judgment, from using reason to subjectively manage situations, and it prevents us from using our human ingenuity to innovate. My dog can tick boxes. When I say sit, he sits. If I go into the room and get his lead and click it, he rushes to the living room door and starts wagging his tail. But if I say to my dog, you can decide how many sausages you want to eat today, he can't reason and decide to limit his intake, balancing his need for energy, for his enjoyment of sausages, and bearing in mind how obese he might get. I have to weigh his food out for him, but I don't need Public Health England to weigh out my food for me. Now, I'm starting here rather than with economic arguments, because I don't think we realize the extent to which our lives have been overtaken by a culture of compliance to regulatory codes. And when I say culture, I think it is a culture. It goes way beyond government. It pervades the whole corporate sector. And I think an awful lot of it is actually self-imposed, with the corporate sector going beyond what is required by government. There are whole engine rooms designing regulation and codes of compliance in every significant sized organization in society today. Now, to take one example, most universities, and remember universities in the United Kingdom, unlike in many countries, are private institutions, not state institutions, are now going through a process called the Research Excellence Framework. And this is a system whereby there is bureaucratic assessment of the quality of research in 150 different institutions across 34 different subject areas. The amount of staff time that goes into this is enormous. But then in addition, whole work plans, indeed whole careers of academic staff are distorted by this exercise. And then it's overlaid by diversity and inclusion agenda, so that about 1/3 of the code of practice that universities write, which themselves are about 150 pages long, to convince Research England about that they are going through this process fairly, is a diversity inclusion assessment and a statement about how diversity inclusion criteria are met. It's a system designed to kill creativity and to reward adherence to processes, just like my dog gets rewarded for adherence to process. And the growth of regulation in the financial sector, which is well documented since 1986 in particular, is very well documented. Essentially, a machine for writing rules has been created, and unrestrained, it's very effective at doing that. So in 2011 alone, it's very difficult to get these figures, but and 2011 is the only year I've seen figures like this for. The UK financial regulator introduced regulation or issued guidance, advice, discussion documents, or consultations totaling 4.3 million words. That's 5 times the length of the Bible. And this output included a 585-page consultation document on the regulation of the mortgage market, which then led to a 312-page document of regulations on the sale of mortgages. Now, it's worth remembering that there was no statutory regulation of mortgages at all until 2004. It was just simply regulated by contract law and general consumer regulation. And yet we probably had the most efficient mortgage sector in Europe in terms of the margin between borrowing and lending rates in our banking sector. Not only that, mortgages had never caused a serious bank failure, and customer defaults on mortgages were very rare. So regulation has become ubiquitous, and it's extremely damaging. And there are a number of ways in which it's very damaging. First of all, clever people are employed to write regulation rather than doing useful things. This is the explicit or overt cost of regulation. And that's both in government, but also, as I say, in this wider culture of regulation in corporations with CSR departments, HR departments, and so on. Secondly, there's an explicit cost of compliance for companies, charities, and other organizations. And this is likely to be a multiple of the explicit cost of regulation. Thirdly, regulation prohibits profitable economic activity and requires things to be done in inefficient ways. This includes direct prohibition on businesses entering markets with new business models, Uber being a very good example there. But also, I think, potentially increasingly important, given the state of the labour market post-COVID, things like minimum wage laws, which don't seem to have caused much damage in the UK so far, but may well cause a lot of damage going forwards over the next 3 or 4 years as the economy tries to recover from COVID. And in that environment, the government is increasing minimum wages significantly. Fourthly, I think there's a cost which is impossible to measure from a culture of compliance replacing a culture of creativity. And then finally, because there are huge economies of scale in regulation, they are a barrier to entry and therefore to competition. Now, as Tom said, it's very difficult to measure the cost of regulation because much of that cost is in the form of economic activity and innovation, which doesn't take place because of innovation. And you can't know what doesn't happen as a result of regulation. But let me just mention a couple of statistics. And again, it's in this area of land use planning, which Tom and Kate have both mentioned. If you take an acre of farmland, you can probably multiply its value by 100 times by giving permission to build a house or business premises. Now, that's just not some kind of value that's locked up in the farmland. That is a real indication of the economic value foregone as a result of the planning system requiring a piece of land to be used as a farm rather than to provide business or housing services. And I should add, by the way, that biodiversity in farms is far worse, far lower than biodiversity in houses, especially when you build houses with gardens. So the environmental arguments for planning restrictions are rather tenuous as well. Secondly, work from the London School of Economics, Paul Cheshire, showed that the planning restrictions under the town centre first policies of the 1990s knocked 20% off the total factor productivity in the retail sector in the following 20 years. This is a breathtakingly large fall in productivity from one set of regulations. What should we do? Well, we can discuss that in more detail in the Q&A. It's very difficult to change this culture. I think the first thing I would do, and it's a good thing to do now because we'll have a change in, I think, the economic structure following COVID, is to exempt new things from regulation. Maybe put a big label on saying this is not regulated, but at least exempt things from regulation. And I think this is an approach which could be taken in the financial sector in particular. And we found in the 18th and 19th centuries and the early 20th century that when you didn't have state regulation, private sector bodies grew up to regulate financial markets and were actually very effective. Indeed, successive royal commissions found they were rather more effective than the state was in regulating activity. So perhaps if we exempt things from regulation going forward, clearly mark them as exempted, we might get these structures developing within markets to regulate activities such as finance. Let me, but do so in a way which is more conducive to innovation and embraces less a culture of rule writing. Now, let me finish where I began with religion. This is Cardinal Vincent Nichols addressing the British electorate in a letter in 2010, which he wrote before the general election of that year. He said, "In place of virtue, we have seen an expansion of regulation. A society that is held together just by compliance to rules is inherently fragile, open to further abuses, which will be met by a further expansion of regulation. This cannot be enough." And then he went on to write about how we needed a renewal of the virtues to replace this culture of regulation. I think that is true. And I think regulation is making society inherently fragile, but it's deeply embedded in our culture now, not just in terms of regulation coming out of the state, but the whole way in which business operates. And I think turning that tide is going to be very difficult. And it does require a battle at the level of culture, not just at the level of politics.
Thank you very much there, Philip. And one of the things I think we'll come back to there is exactly how you do that. If you wanted to do that battle, especially when you've got trade-offs and many people in the population might not necessarily agree with you. So it's quite a difficult battle you might be running. Luke, why don't you say, have your fair share of time on camera?
Thank you. Well, I will do a little bit. I think I could probably take up at least half an hour of argument with Philip about the idea that no regulation in the mortgage business led to no bank defaults. I think there were regulation market behavior during the 20th century in the mortgage business was absolutely fine, but there's no doubt in the first 10 years of this century that behavior in the mortgage industry went far too far without regulation, and the regulation in 2011 was a response to the number of bank failures created out of the mortgage business in 2008. So I think we have to be careful to look back and judge everything together, and there has been a history of too many times of business leaders taking a lack of regulation and pushing it too far, so that we end up with something that's a blow-up that ends up therefore driving regulators to get involved. But stepping away from that, I guess, as I'm here as an investor, to give a slightly different perspective, I think that one of the problems around growth is created by the fact that we have made the UK almost uninvestable to people outside the UK. The reason is the amount of volatility around decision-making and about regulation as one of the key elements of that, that people have no idea where we're going in terms of regulation. What they hear is one set of people calling for massive increases in regulation, another person calling for getting rid of all regulation. And in order to get investor capital into the UK, which will reduce the cost of doing things, which will is needed, our cost of capital for companies, whether public or private, is much too high in the UK because people don't want to invest here. We need to create confidence for those investors. Anything, but I'd like to see it done in a gradual way so that we don't create the thing where we rip out some regulations. It takes 3 years to rip them out, and then we get a change of government and suddenly you get a big swing back the other way. Those are just environments that investors do not like to play in, and that makes providing capital that allows things to move, that creates the opportunity for productivity growth and growth generally that we all want to have. I think that it's very important around our flexibility on our workforce, that is an area where I do think we've seen a reduction we've seen an increase in regulation in the last few years. A lot of that regulation is not direct, it's indirect, but it has the effect of making the workforce significantly less flexible today than it used to be. And I think it's important, if we want to get productivity growth and growth into the economy, that we do things that will get us back towards that flexibility. I think one of the things that I've been rather amazed in the COVID reaction is there's been all this urge to say we must get everybody back into the centre of London, get people back. I get very offended when people say we must get them back to work, but getting them back to the office in central London. I think one of the remarkable things of COVID is it has shown that if you are flexible with employees, actually they can work almost anywhere in most businesses or most thought businesses. The future for growth in economies, ours and others, is about thought businesses, whether that's finance, I believe that's a good business, whether it's technology, whether it's any of the other service industries which are around thought processes, and giving people the ability to work in the place where they feel most comfortable significantly increases their productivity. One of the things we've found is, we employ about 600 technologists working for us. In work from home, the productivity of those people has gone up significantly. Why? Because a lot of the types of personalities that are good at technology are not necessarily good in a big office with lots of people. They like quiet, solitude. They like staring at a screen. They're good at setting up technology. And actually, we have an opportunity to do something really constructive towards leveling up in the economy by letting people work from wherever it is they want to work from. And thereby, you can have somebody live in Yorkshire and Northumberland working for a business in the city. I think the last 6 months has proved its work, and it has worked. And I hope that companies will move in that direction, and that regulation will not lead us to have people sitting in the office in order to prove that we're checking on them, because we check on everybody through some virtual means. We check on everybody's emails. We check on what they're doing on their computer. They don't need to be in the office for us to do that. And that seems to me one of the opportunity areas that people are ignoring in this urge to get back to central London and make sure that Pret a Manger's 700,000 stores, or how many they have in London, have enough customers. So with that, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Luke, and thank you for all the panelists for your introductions and very good thoughts. We've covered many of the topics across the panel. I just wanted to think about a couple of very difficult trade-offs. We all seem to have been talking about things. What two people were talking, Kate and Tom were talking about planning and land use. And Philip was as well, with his good example of the price of land depending on the use to which it can be put. Now, this is always very difficult because we know that probably that's the biggest harmful regulation in the UK, which definitively holds back growth. it also is massively more harmful in the southeast of the UK than it is in other parts of the UK. And it also is massively most damaging just where the local population really don't want any changes whatsoever and are most vehemently against any changes in the land use that surrounds them. So it creates this rather difficult trade-off between essentially the economic case and democracy, or what people want. And how should a government, which has to sort of, as it were, arbitrate, whilst also being elected, because we still live in a democracy, between what is maybe good for the country and bad for people who live near them? Kate, why don't you go first?
Easy question, Chris, no pressure at all. Well, I think there are a few things to break down there. The first is genuinely making the case and involving local communities in what you're going to build. So I think the organization YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard, has laid out some really interesting ideas about how you integrate community decisions, and not in a superficial way, but get them involved from the very beginning. One of the major fears that locals have is that what you're going to build in the area is not going to represent the area or integrate with the area in terms of design. And oftentimes when government is centrally planning these things, they do get it completely wrong. So having that sort of organic feedback as to what you visually like to see in the area and what kind of home you'd like to live next to is really quite key. But of course, it's a very difficult trade-off. Many people still aren't going to feel secure if you say to them, well, look, you'll have a bit of a say in what goes up next to you. And this is where you just have to get very honest. Who's going to end up paying, not just for all the COVID spending we just did, which people say is a one-off. I'm not remotely convinced that it is actually, but a lot of it may well be a one-off. But the huge amounts of debt that we were racking up before the COVID crisis, the Office for Budget Responsibility saw this going through the roof in a few decades' time, regardless of what happened with COVID. We have an aging population, as you mentioned, Chris. Any kind of crackdown on immigration, and we've yet to see what the rules in January are actually going to result in terms of how many more young people come to the UK and contribute. But all of these factors would suggest that people in the United Kingdom are going to have to start paying in some way for what they're consuming, whether that be through tax rises or whether that be through cuts to their services. I'm somebody who does think a growth agenda can account for a lot of this, but as we're discussing in this conversation, if you're not willing to make those regulatory changes, you're going to have to go back to austerity or to tax rises. So I think you have to say to these communities, often older, often people who were able to get on the housing ladder when it was much easier to do so. Theresa May tried it with the so-called dementia tax and it didn't work, but at some point, tough decisions are going to have to be made. And if you are a property owner and you've stopped everybody else from getting on the ladder, we're going to be looking at you to contribute more. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I just want to say, I think in some ways it's realistic to suggest that people are going to change their mind just with an telling them they're going to have to pay more at some point, because for them this is a coordination problem. For them that's not true. They definitely lose. Is this the case that government just has to sort of woman up and tell them that it's for the good of the country and they need to have more people living nearby?
I think it would be helpful for the government to be honest about this and to stop brushing it under the rug. It may well be the case that we go through this the hard way and that people through democratic processes still decide not to change, and that those difficult and painful decisions come in later. But we see that with lots of things. I would argue that the inability to rationally look at the healthcare service in this country and the way that it issues and rations healthcare, and being so wedded to that when the rest of Europe has done something very different, often arguably more progressive and better for their patients, has also resulted in really painful effects that we're experiencing now. So no, I'm not convinced it's going to work, but at some point the switch has to flip. But I'm not saying that will be tomorrow or the next day, Chris. We could be looking at another decade of stagnation. I just hope we're not.
Now, Philip, is it not easy to make the locals happy by taking some part of the uplift in the value of the land, which happens at the point where you agree planning to something, however you agree the planning, you take some part of that and you take that money and you use it to deliver facilities for the local populace, whether it's schools, it's doctors, it's so on and so forth. seems like the sort of simplest version of easy redistribution that the market could do very effectively, that somehow is being ignored.
Well, we already try some of that, don't we? With essentially through regulation, through Section 106 agreements.
But yes, but what we do is to force it onto the house builders, who then do everything they can to avoid doing it.
We do, but I'm sure you're right that there are ways that the uplift is clearly the element where you have some lubrication in this sphere. I mean, the second big trade-off, and Philip, I'm going to come to you because you seem to suggest it in some ways wasn't there, and Luke, I think, disagreed with you, was that regulations are generally there for a purpose. They're not generally just put in on a whim or because bureaucrats love to tell other people what to do. And the general purpose is normally that something has gone very badly wrong in the past, which comes with a response of regulations. So the 2011 mortgage regulations were clearly because the mortgage market did actually go very badly wrong in the first 10 years of this century. And nearly all health and safety regulations have come in because been some terrible accident, and we want to learn the lessons from that and therefore not have it again. Look at Grenfell. We are going to get significant regulations from that, and most of those will probably be good because something went horribly wrong with our fire safety regulations in that disaster. So are you I mean, again, I just wanted to think about how you deal with that trade-off, Philip. How do you deal with the trade-off that actually the intent of most regulations are for good and for rectifying something that's gone very badly wrong in a slightly deregulated environment we've had in the point previous to the regulations being imposed?
Okay, sorry, I've got sawing behind me, which I hope the noise doesn't interfere too much. I think you have to deal with some of these problems really by the institutional framework which you set up. So I mean, I would disagree really about the mortgage regulations. So the FSA was given the ability to regulate mortgages in 2004, and then it brought in these regulations in 2011. The financial crisis was much more about actually what went on in the highly regulated United States mortgage market than it was about what went on in the UK mortgage market, which was largely consequential. We can have a debate about that, the magnitude of it, and so on. But what has really changed in the post-war period is a movement from primary legislation, which sets out legislation, sometimes with some detailed regulations in response to a specific problem, which the health and safety regulation from Victorian times is a very good example of, to in the 1980s, which was to some extent arose as a result of the European Union, but also I think Margaret Thatcher's desire to centralize government processes somewhat, where regulatory, or rather frameworks of legislation would be set out and governments would then put detailed regulations before Parliament and they weren't even discussed or voted on, to the late 1990s, which we then started setting up these bodies whose job it was really to write regulation, and they are not in any sense directly accountable to Parliament, even if they are theoretically accountable in the case of the financial regulators to the Treasury. So I think thinking about that framework again and moving back to a position whereby we might deal with the perceived problem through a proper democratic process with legislation put before Parliament, discussed, debated and voted on, rather than setting up bodies that actually simply have an interest in writing more regulation that enhances their power, but also have an interest in being extremely risk averse. So I read the Telegraph on a Saturday. You'd expect the Telegraph to be a paper which is supportive of free markets, but it's constantly excoriating the FCA for not being hard enough on this practice or that practice. And it expects the FCA, and of course the FCA naturally doesn't want bad publicity from ever taking a risk so that something goes wrong on its watch. So I think you just take you just create a culture by our modern means of creating regulation by which it just inevitably grows, and every possible hole, everything that can possibly go wrong is sealed up by a new regulation.
Now, Luke, I wanted to come back to you, particularly on this question of financial regulation. And we also have a question from the audience, which gets, I think, to the nub of it. And I think your experience will be really, really helpful here. So the question from Connor Walsh is the problem of financial regulations a large number of small, ineffective, performative regulations rather than a small number of effective regulations? And I suppose, again, it would be good to get your perspective on the Bank of England when it took over a lot of the financial regulations, at least at the macro end, in 2012, said it wanted essentially to go back a little bit to the governor's eyebrows, that it wouldn't have small performative regulations, but you would know, boy would you know if you overstep the mark. Is that actually working now, and has that been an effective change compared with the FSA pre-financial crisis?
I think I would say that the part of that which has been most effective is the fact that they introduced something called the senior manager regime within banks, and it's now spreading into the rest of the industry. It's come into asset management this year, which basically puts some personal liability on management to actually control things. And that was how the Bank of England's, the governor's eyebrows used to work, is that it would be bad news for the reputation and whatever of the people running banks. And the FCA lived and still has a tendency to live in a world of as many different lines of code of something where it's possible to stick to all of their regulation and still behave extremely badly. So the senior manager regime, which came out of the Bank of England and is now spreading through the FCA, is, I think, actually a form of what you're looking for, which is stepping back and essentially getting management to take more responsibility for what's going on with them in their firms, and having some downside from it, because as soon as you give people a one-way option, they will take it and they will run it to the absolute maximum. And that's what happened, which led the financial industry into a mess more than anything else. You're on mute, Chris.
Sorry, does that then create the problem that Philip was talking about, that managers then create internal regulatory structures because they're at the sharp end of any regulatory sort of compliance, so that they then pass it down the firm?
Well, at the first instance, maybe you could say that, but the reality is managers are in the best place to understand what risks are a sensible one to take, what risks are not a sensible one to take. And the more that people actually do that, they should suffer the consequences if they get it wrong. They should get the rewards if they get it right. I think you end up with more accurate control of the things that need control and more flexibility to provide capital to the places where it's attractive, to push into businesses which are interesting and to exit ones which are not interesting. And that flexibility of movement is what creates the opportunity for productivity growth.
Yes, I think that's a very important point, that actually you want people who have the information closest to them to actually be doing, in some sense, the regulation, rather than people having to find that information first and then maybe not get it right. Tom, I did warn you that I was going to come back to you, just ask you just for what can we do to the tax system? I'm not saying up or down, but just to make it function better.
Yeah, and I think that points to a really important aspect of this whole issue, that it isn't always, how much tax are you paying? It's what is your experience of the tax system? How hard is it to comply with? And I think that same principle goes, across the whole regulatory state, actually. A lot of businesses, obviously they prefer to be lightly regulated, but a heavy regulation that's very easy to comply with, and that doesn't cost them enormous amounts of compliance time, that would be okay in many circumstances. So looking at the tax system particularly, I think the first thing we could do is actually pay attention to how difficult is it to comply with the tax system. We have this interesting situation at the moment where you look at things like the business impact target, which is one of the government's ways of tracking regulation and its impact on the commercial sector. And they really exclude tax from that altogether. Well, that's a tax issue. That's not a regulatory issue. Let's not worry about that. Well, I don't think that's right. You need to look at all of the costs you're imposing on businesses and individuals. And now I think it's fair to say, if you look at international comparisons, we do not have one of the most difficult tax codes to comply with. The time it takes businesses to handle their tax affairs. I'm sure it could be less. Actually, there are countries that do it better. But we're not among the worst in the developed world, certainly. But I also think there's a broader point about tax reform here, that so much of the difficulty in the tax system, so much of the confusion comes from the way we make tax policy, which is piecemeal over time of budgets and pre-budget reports, another tax rule here, another tax rule there, often trying to fix minor problems or raise a bit of revenue and what have you, without any kind of overarching strategic approach to the tax system as a whole. And so we have a great body in the Office of Tax Simplification that produces great reports on all this stuff. But I'm not sure I really see that carrying through into policy making. The pension rules are surely a great example of that. The degree of complexity that has been introduced, especially for high earners with their pension contributions, is incredible. And we all know about the weird behavioural effects that's had. No one's sitting down to think coherently about the tax system, what its aims are, what the smoothest way to raise the revenue would be. We'll come up with anything like we've got. But because of the way we make tax policy, often to grab a quick headline at budget time, it causes all sorts of problems. So, ideally, it's been probably since 1988, since we had anyone take a comprehensive look at the tax system and do really serious, thorough reform. I think that's what we need now, with simplification very much in mind.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we've got about 3 or 4 minutes left, and there's a question here which I think is for everyone. Very, very briefly, please. Which countries get it right on regulation, and very briefly why? Philip, why don't you go first?
Oh, you're on mute, Philip.
Impossible to answer briefly. I would just say that different countries get this right in different areas of economic life.
I'm going to ask you to pick one.
Okay.
And an example, why, what's good about it?
Okay. Well, I think Germany gets things much better in terms of land use planning. The system is much more localized, and the benefits from development are gained by the local community as well as the costs.
Lovely. Thank you. That's beautifully succinct. Luke.
Well, I think the fact that Philip found it very difficult to pick something and I'm finding it very difficult to pick something tells you that if you wanted to think of one area where you have a chance in the new post-Brexit world to actually get a leading edge on other economies in the world, it would be getting this right, keeping this in some simplified format so that then we make some real progress. If I was trying to pick somewhere, I would have picked Australia until fairly recently on financial markets, where they kept a sort of well away from stirring too much trouble, but they have of late got rather in the opposite direction. So.
And Tom.
Yeah, well, if I can cheat very slightly by using a historical example rather than a current one, but I think it is fascinating. When you look at the history of banking in North America and the enormous instability over many years that they experienced in the United States, financial crisis after financial crisis, really, often in some way coinciding with harvest time and the need for lots of cash. And you compare that with Canada, which had a virtually unregulated banking system really up until probably the 1930s and beyond, where they had no problems whatsoever, where the market was able to function extremely smoothly. And we're not going to get back to anything like that sort of pre-war approach. But I do think it's instructive where, two countries next door to each other with a similar historical, economic, cultural background had very different experiences.
Thank you very much. And we've got just time for a very, very quick canter around the panel again. Kate has unfortunately already had to leave us, which is, if you had one thing you could do to improve the regulation in this country and improve the growth rate, what would it be? I just want a few words from each one. Luke, go first.
So stop the process to produce as much new regulation as possible.
Lovely.
If you gave me one thing, it would be nothing new.
Nothing new. Tom.
I think that's a good one, but I think letting people build.
People build. That's a weird slogan time now, Philip.
Yeah, it's got to be similar. I mean, that just solves so many problems simultaneously, including the problem of poverty too. So and allowing local communities to engage with developers so that there can be some trade-offs and compensations in cash and kind.
Great. I think that is unfortunately us. That's a wrap from us. The big message here, that there's one thing in the UK that would help us improve growth. It is the land use and planning system. And I'm going to now hand it back. Say thank you very much to all the panel, to Luke, to Tom, to Philip, and to Kate, who's had to leave early, and hand it back to the CPS.
Hello again, and welcome back to the latest session of the Going for Growth conference. Now, this is obviously a conference organised by the Centre for Policy Studies, the best think tank. I don't think anyone here would argue with that. But it turns out there are other people who have other opinions about what we should do with the economy. And we wanted to, in this session, get a diverse range of views from some of the heads of the other leading think tanks in the country, and just sort of argue the toss about, everyone agrees that growth is great and that we need more growth, but obviously there are many routes to that and many different priorities. So I'm delighted to be joined by the heads of, as I said, three of the leading other think tanks in the country: Mark Littlewood, Director General of the Institute of Economic Affairs; Will Tanner of Onward; and Polly Mackenzie of Demos. And in fact, that's the order that they're going to speak in. As before, as ever, if you have any questions, please do submit them via the CPS think tank Twitter address, via YouTube. We're also broadcasting on Facebook and on our website, and in all known languages and galaxies. I'm reassured by our tech team. But we've kept it down to 4 people so that we can have a lively discussion, and which will hopefully cover pretty much every aspect of the growth agenda. So, Mark, can I ask you to start with your vision for growth?
Sure, Rob, thanks. Good to be with you. I don't know whether the CPS is the best think tank, but the IEA is clearly the oldest and no doubt the wisest think tank represented here. I'm very grateful for the invitation. Let me just rattle through a few thoughts. And Rob, you said at the outset, and I'm sure it's right, of the panelists joining for this session, and probably for those watching on YouTube, that everybody agrees growth is basically good, important, and matters. That's probably true of this cohort. I'm not so sure, however, it has been true overall in our public debate. If you were to look at, I think the environmentalist movement is specifically an anti-growth movement. I don't think Extinction Rebellion are particularly concerned about whether our growth rate is 3% or 0%, and quite probably prefer it to be 0%. So I think this is actually a contentious point, not one that any longer commands universal support across the spectrum. And I just want to rattle through, if you like, why I think those of sound mind need to reiterate why it matters, and what we should do about it. And why does it matter is, although GDP is not the absolutely optimal measurement for how well the human race is doing, there are all sorts of problems with it. I don't think it is the only thing in the world that we should care about, whether our GDP is going up more or less, but it's pretty close to being the ace of trumps in the deck. It's probably the thing that we should care about the most, even if there are other considerations. It's not necessarily an ace that we would always play. And I think there are interesting questions about how you trade off if your growth is temporary, because it's based on, let's say, debt, or whether it's damaging the environment, or whether you want to trade off growth for things like social cohesion and poverty relief. I think all of those are reasonable suggestions. Why does it matter, though? And I just very quickly did a little bit of compound maths before joining you. Let's imagine over the next 20 years, 4 different long-term growth rates for the United Kingdom. Very simply, 1%, 2%, 3%, and 4%. And let's imagine also, I think approximately the average wage is about £25,000 a year. Let's assume that the growth applies equally to all wage earners. If you're in the 1% band, roughly where the UK's been, I think we've probably got a long-term growth rate of a little higher than that, but not much. You'll see average wages in today's money hit 30,000, just over 30,000 in 20 years' time. If you're a little more ambitious and could get that to 2%, you'll see the average salary go up to about 37,000. If you're more ambitious still and think that the West should be returning to 3% average growth rates, then in 20 years' time, the average wage would be about 45,000. And if you're super optimistic and have a magic recipe for more growth, the average wage would be 54,000. Quite a band of different outcomes over a single generation, simply based on whether your growth rate is 1% or 4%. And in addition to my concerns about the environmental movement thinking growth's bad, I think there's a danger also that politicians treat growth as being a kind of exogenous feature, an act of God, whether the British economy is growing at 1% or 2%. And look, to some degree, acts of God or acts of other jurisdictions matter. Clearly, COVID-19 was not invented in Britain and has had a big impact on growth, but it's not a wholly exogenous fact. And I think that there are some substantial steps that we should take to positively encourage it so we can get average prosperity in the UK up to those sort of levels I've suggested. And I think you're going to be unsurprised at the two key propositions I've got. The first is regulation. I think that we have allowed regulation to hamper productivity. In my view, it is the biggest single answer to the productivity puzzle, that we have so much and so heavy regulation, and we always tend to bring in more without repealing stuff that may be useless or out of date. And in essence, we are therefore in danger of creating an economy in which we are spending, well, I was going to say all our time, not all of our time, but a very high proportion of our time complying rather than producing. And if you spend a large proportion of your time complying rather than producing, you can expect GDP growth to be sluggish. So on, once we're finally out of the European Union, I hope that there is a coordinated attempt to look at what's on the regulatory statute books and what is hampering growth, and very good reasons being needed to be given for any of those regulations that we wish to maintain and retain. And I'm not suggesting we burn the whole lot, I'm just suggesting we cross-examine the whole lot. And it seems nearly impossible to get the government of any stripe to engage in a bonfire of red tape, which prevents business growth and entrepreneurship in a large number of areas. I hope we get that. I hope Brexit's a trigger for that, and I think it could be. So plan A would be remove regulations which are extremely unhelpful to growth and of questionable impact in other areas. Plan B is on taxation. I think the overall burden of tax is too high, at about 38% of national income, there or thereabouts. Government spending is too high. Probably this year, because of the lockdown and the pandemic, will come in not very many points south of 50% of national income. And I think the economic literature on this is relatively clear. It's a social science, not an exact science. If you want the fastest rate of growth you can possibly manage, that tends to be correlated with a state sector that amounts to around about 20% of GDP. That's not the only thing that affects growth. If you've got a state sector spending 20% of GDP, but a very heavily regulated private sector, you might not get maximum growth. You can probably afford to have a larger government expenditure, a bit like Scandinavia, if you don't have such a firm regulatory state, but very rule of thumbish. If you want to maximize economic growth, 20% is probably the goodish number to be looking at. If you want to maximize immediate welfare, so you're not devil take the hindmost, and you want to make sure that you're happy to trade off a little bit of economic growth to, for example, make sure that you have a welfare program that can combat poverty and nobody's dying or starving on the streets, you're probably looking at around about 30% GDP in the state sector, and we're presently raising about 38% and spending about 45%. So my two public policy recipes would be a long look at regulation. I know somebody will say, well, point to the ones, what are the ones that are really harming us? And I don't think there's any single regulation you can remove that would suddenly add 2% to growth. There's a million regulations that have a very minimal impact on growth. And I'm rather taken by pebble theory that regulating an economy is a bit like throwing pebbles into the River Thames. No single pebble will stop the flow of the River Thames, but if you stand by on the bank of the River Thames throwing pebbles in long enough, before many years are out, you stem the tide. And so a hard look at regulation post-Brexit and an honest discussion about our long-term tax take position. I'm not appalled that the state sector grows in the context of a national crisis like coronavirus, but we are in danger of the government living beyond our means a little bit in the good times and living beyond our means a lot in the bad times. And that is not a sustainable long-term picture for the finances, and I think is leading to a state sector that's too large. So I hope this zero-based spending review is going to be a meaningful one. And my third point, which I'll finish on, Rob, because I know you only want to speak for a few minutes in these opening remarks, isn't so much a policy, it's more of a strategy. And it goes to my point about, I think there's a danger that too many people in government and in politics think that growth is largely exogenous rather than to a considerable degree, a result of domestic policy. I would like the government to adopt growth as its principal objective, as its principal strategy, and to tell each sort of ministerial department any proposal or change in the law or bill that you come up with will be tested against what it does for economic growth. The more you can show that it will be a growth booster, the more likely we're going to fast track it. If you've got any suggestion that it's actually going to knock 0.1%, 0.3%, 0.5% off GDP for some other objective, we're going to cross-examine you on that very, very long and hard. So I'd like to see, quite apart from my two suggestions, which are around tax and regulation, it actually being a stated government policy to make growth its #1 objective, and to hold ministers and departments to account against that metric in a far stronger, far clearer way than we do at the moment. That's why it matters, and that's what I do about it.
Brilliant. Well, Will, your own views on yeah, so a bonfire of red tape and an end to throwing pebbles.
Thank you very much, Rob, for having me and being in the room with the self-professed best think tank in Westminster and the IEA, the oldest think tank in Westminster. It's nice to be the kind of the bright young thing showing the oldies how to do it. So I wanted to focus. I mean, I knew that I expected Mark to focus on tax and regulation, because that's what the IEA has historically done lots of work on. I wanted to focus on a few issues where I feel like there hasn't been enough economic debate, especially on the centre right, and where we do know that there are kind of long-term structural issues with the UK economy that we have just so far failed to resolve over many decades. And I think especially at a time right now where we do definitely need to grow the pie, we should be concentrating incredibly hard on growing the economy. I'm certainly not someone who thinks that growth doesn't matter, and a kind of a degrowth or no growther, as there are, as we said, Rob. I think we should be concentrating quite hard on what type of growth we want, and focusing on some of the political realities that have emerged from our economy over the last few years. So for me, there are, I think, 3 big structural weaknesses in the economy where policymakers have not made the inroads that they should have done in recent decades, and we need to concentrate on right now. And these weaknesses are weaknesses which not only hold back growth, but they hold back living standards, and in doing so, they also hold back our ability to fund the increasing costs of public services, which are likely to grow significantly in the next few decades. So the first one that I would pick is the UK's relatively low rates of fixed investment in machinery and human capital, which means we have just much less productive workers than comparable countries around the world. Fixed investment in the UK is lower than in every other OECD country, and has been in every year but one since the 1960s. British firms installed about half as many industrial robots as France last year, about 1/10 as much as Germany, and far, far, far less than countries like Singapore and others. And as a result, we do simply have much lower rates of productivity than those countries. We're 6th in the G7, behind only Italy, and that's only due to a recent revision in the statistics. And as we know, productivity growth in the UK for the last decade has been about 10 times lower than the average for the past preceding decade, about 0.2% compared to 2.5%. So I think the problem of fixed investment is something that we need to pay much greater attention to. The second point is something that is kind of growing in terms of political attention, but historically, certainly the Conservative Party and the centre-right hasn't focused on a huge amount, and that's the geographic balance of growth. The UK has the most geographically imbalanced economy in the industrialised world, and we know that that has a material effect on overall growth rates for the entire country. We know that more balanced countries grow faster, and if you look across if you look across the world, across large countries of the world, G20 countries, there are no countries that are more geographically imbalanced than the UK, but have a higher share of GDP per head. So there is a kind of direct correlation between our regional imbalance and the rates of growth. And if you look at what's happened over the last kind of 15, 20 years, we see that that is getting worse. So in 2004, to give you one example, London's economy was about the same size as the whole of the north of England. If you fast forward to today, London's economy is about 25% bigger than the north of England. That's the equivalent of adding Edinburgh, Swansea, Belfast, Bristol and Birmingham to the size of the capital in relative terms in the space of 15 years. So that problem of regional imbalance is getting worse, and thus the drag on growth from regional imbalance is rising. And then the third issue, which I think we need to take incredibly seriously, not least because of the stock as well as the flow, is the UK's long tail of low skills, which we've heard policymakers of every colour and stripe talk about for decades, but we have continually failed to properly address. So if you look at the UK labour market today, about 30% of the working age population is termed low skills, and about half of those, 4.2 million people, hold qualifications below level 2, so that's the equivalent of a D at GCSE. So the UK just has an incredibly weak kind of skills mix, and we're unique among developed economies in the sense that our 18 to 24-year-olds, so younger generations, have worse skills overall, a higher share of low-skilled people than 55 to 64-year-olds. So in terms of kind of cohort effects, other countries are likely to kind of increase their skills mix over the next few decades. If that pattern continues, the UK skills mix is likely to worsen. We are doing worse for this generation of young people than we were for previous generations in terms of their skills development. And we know that that has a very significant effect on levels of growth and productivity. People with higher levels of skills are more able to produce higher value goods and services in shorter spaces of time. They're also much more likely to weather the technological and economic storm that's happening through both globalization and digitization. So we know that essentially if a worker has a degree, they have significantly lower chance of automation than someone who doesn't, despite everything we hear about white collar workers being subject to automation too. And if you look at some of the reasons why that skills development has been particularly weak, a big part of it is declining employer investment in the skills of their workforce. So we estimated a few years ago that real terms employer spending on training is about £500 lower than it was in 2011 in real terms. That's a significant drop over a relatively short period. So those are the three things that I think policymakers should focus on as we think about returning to growth and digging ourselves out of the kind of unprecedented economic hole that we find ourselves in. I think we need to do much more to encourage capital investment in both human capital and fixed capital, machinery, technology, the type of things which are going to boost our productivity, both in the short term and materially in the long term. I think we need to radically improve the regional balance of our economy, and I would point to things like improving regional governance, in kind of thinking about taxes and thresholds which have a different regional balance to the ones that we have focused on previously. And we need to invest seriously in the skills of the UK labour market, because without that, without highly skilled workers, we are going to be left behind in terms of global competition over the next few decades. Thank you.
An optimistic take from Will there, but also an extremely powerful one. And now Polly.
Hello. I'm really glad to go last because it means that I can say that Mark and Will and Rob have all said lots of really sensible things about how we grow the economy. I want to start by saying something quite simple and obvious about what growth is, in that it's activity of some sort that creates value that we can measure. And this will be relevant later, but it's worth remembering that if I clean my house, that's not growth. If I pay somebody else to clean my house, it counts as growth. Well, I mean, not growth, but economic activity that's within GDP that we can then measure. And it's, I think, really important for us to observe that lots of the activity that brings value and joy to our lives and to our economy is in fact not counted within GDP. Nevertheless, there's a good reason for that. One is that if I clean my own house, I might be creating value. Cleanliness, I might be preventing a COVID infection, who knows? But I'm creating value that is not monetizable and easily transferred or taxed by the government in order for the government to take some of that money and do something else useful with it. So because it's not monetized or financialized, which is something that apparently is a bad thing, there's a reason why it's kind of left alone by the government and not worried about. Nevertheless, I think it's going to be important. It's important later in my argument. So nevertheless, growth is activity, increase in activity or the value created by activity. And that can happen broadly in two ways. One is, as Will was talking about very compellingly, increases in productivity, the amount of value that is created in an hour or a minute of that activity. But the other thing that we can do to create growth is have more people doing the activities. And actually, through most of the Labour era, a huge amount of our growth happened because more people were coming into the economy. More people were shifting from doing activity that didn't count, some of which was really valuable, like cleaning their houses, and some of which was less valuable, like, I don't know, sitting in the park. They were moving into the economy. And that included three groups of people in particular. One, women. Huge numbers of women moved into the economy over the last 30 or 40 years. We are basically at peak women in the economy throughout the whole of our history. Immigrants, of course, especially during the Labour era when we had the accession countries from Europe, huge numbers of people came into the country and got counted within our GDP who wouldn't otherwise. And a lot of growth came from that. It didn't obviously yield GDP per capita growth in the same way as productivity gains do. Nevertheless, a lot of growth, a lot of tax revenue came from that. And the third was another group of older people. It hasn't been as transformative as the shift of women into paid activity, but nevertheless, because of changes in pensionable age and also just changes in the way people choose to live their lives, more older people are staying in the workplace longer, especially women. So older women, kind of, if you think about the Venn diagram, are included in those groups. So we are at a situation where if we want to create more growth, I basically agree with a lot of what Will said about how we can drive productivity, improving low-skilled workers' ability to be more productive by giving them more skills, investing in infrastructure so that people can be more productive during their time of work, investing in the fixed asset base so that all of that improves productivity. And that is fantastic. And there's lots of really great writing about productivity. I think there's a problem, though, if we don't also find ways to bring more people into the parts of activity in our society which we count for GDP. And that's not to say that those parts of activity which don't count for GDP, like caring, don't matter or don't bring importance to our lives. They absolutely do. Nevertheless, if you have, this is my kind of feminist view, you may disagree with it, but if you have a situation in which all of the unpaid activity is done by one gender and all of the paid activity is done by the other gender, that creates a power imbalance. I would much prefer to see us shift so that the paid work and the unpaid work is more equally divided between those of both genders or all genders, whichever way you prefer to see it. We have decided as a nation that the flow of migrants to grow our economy ought to reduce or stop, perhaps not stop, but reduce certainly. Whilst we don't formally have the target around reducing net migration to the tens of thousands, nevertheless, the broad rhetoric of government is that we should be less reliant on migrant labour for low-skilled economy, for the low-skilled parts of our labour market in particular. And that means we've decided that growing our economy by just having more people in it doing more activity is kind of off the table. We've hit quite a difficult ceiling in terms of female labour market participation. The government's done good work on childcare investment, but we've seen through the coronavirus pandemic that actually more traditional patterns of split between female and male domestic roles at home have been reinforced. And and women continue to take on a very substantial majority of the unpaid domestic tasks, including cleaning. And it feels uncomfortable for liberals, for conservatives as well, I think, to try and sort of get involved in who's doing what inside the family home. I completely understand why people are skeptical that sort of micromanaging individuals' life choices in that way feels just kind of icky. Nevertheless, there are a whole range of different policy outcomes, and we could explore them, but I think we have to accept that the goal of supporting and enabling more women to transfer tasks from that unpaid to the paid part of our economy is going to be important if we want to see growth and the tax revenues that may then come from growth. And the third group is older people. We usually hear about older people as a problem. And during coronavirus, we have heard more and more calls that basically sort of be locked up systematically as a species. I think we should think about older people much less as a problem and much more as an opportunity. We've seen quite how much of our hospitality and our kind of town centre economy is reliant on older people who've got time and who've got money to spend. We should be doing much, much more to enable people to stay in the workforce for longer. And that's the area in which I'm most inclined to agree with Mark around taxes, whether it's income taxes or, for people with part-time earnings, or making sure that it's still worthwhile staying in the economy. And also we need to think about older people as entrepreneurs. We know there's a huge gap in female and male entrepreneurship. And one of the reasons is that women, partly because they're more likely, though of course there's plenty of examples of women who don't follow this pattern, women are just more likely to have domestic responsibilities at home that lead them, because they've got kids, to be more risk averse around putting, for example, their home at risk. But actually, I think empty nester women are an extraordinary resource when it comes to risk appetite, because they've suddenly got an amount of freedom and an age profile. We need to stop thinking about people who are 50 or 60 as being, just on the pipeline to being a problem because we've got to look after them in a care home, and start to think about that generation with experience and potentially, half a lifetime of earnings behind them and risk appetite, because potentially they're at that empty nest stage. So men and women, but especially women, because the entrepreneurship is so low there, as a source of innovation and potentially productivity growth. So all of those things, older people, women, migration, I think we need to put those back into the mix. And it might feel sometimes like social engineering, and I commend those who feel uncomfortable about that. But if we want growth, we need to think about how we get those people to participate in the paid part of our economy, because that's the pathway to growth.
Thank you, Polly. And just to sort of structure the discussion a bit. So as ever, please do send through some questions, and I'll put them to the panel. But I wanted to sort of just throw out a few things for us to think about. So the first is that there is a tension between short-term and long-term growth, the challenges that we face. So in the last decade, it has been the most consistent. I mean, assuming, let's say for the sake of argument, that GDP growth is a good thing and that we want more of it, that in the last decade, our GDP performance has been the most consistent it's been since the Second World War. Unfortunately, it's been consistently bad. GDP growth has not gone above 3% since the 2008 crisis. But even before that, I'm really glad Polly sort of mentioned migrants, because I've been playing around with the World Bank data on GDP per capita, and what you find is not just a sort of financial crisis effect, but effectively, like it feels like we're in a kind of Indiana Jones trap where the ceiling is coming down lower and lower. So, average growth per capita in the 1980s was 2.5%, which is kind of roughly the same level as which is roughly the same level as it was in the previous decades. During the 1990s, this falls to 1.9%. In the 2000s, it falls to 1.2%. And in the 2010s, even before we get this massive kind of fall from coronavirus, it falls down to 1.1%. And if you strip out the recessions from that and the sort of downturns, essentially what you're seeing is when Gordon Brown said that he had abolished boom and bust, what it turned out he meant was that he and other politicians appeared to have abolished booms. That we, the years in which GDP had like a 3 or a 4 or even a 5 at the start of it, just kind of slowly start disappearing. So like in 97, Labour inherited a growth rate of about 3.6%, and it never gets there again. Even in the years before the 2008 crisis, which we now think of as the good times, GDP is still hovering at about 1.6 to 2.4%. So there are these big structural problems in the economy, which you all identified really well, and I'd agree with, obviously I'm head of the CPS, I'd agree with Mark on the tax and regulation point, but I mean, Will's absolutely right about productivity, geographical imbalances, skills, all the rest of it, and probably, too, about participation in the labour market. But the point is, now we are facing this immediate short-term crisis. To what extent do we prioritize fixing those long-term problems, even if it's going to cause us some pain now, or should we be trying just to get like growth back up to where as quickly as possible to where it was before, and then we can start to think about fixing stuff? And the other sort of question I'd ask, obviously, is in terms of the public finances. Government's actions are going to have a huge impact on growth at the moment. In order to support the economy, the government is spending, vastly more money than it is taking in tax revenue, and the Treasury, especially, is starting to think this is a problem. At what point do you think we take off our Keynesian hats on, or rather, we do the bit of Keynes which no one ever remembers, which is that you need to actually balance the books again once you've done the stimulus spending? At what point do we do that? And when we do it, is it? Do you just let borrowing continue? Do you do a bit of financial repression? Do you cut spending? Do you raise taxes? I mean, what's your kind of your personal recipe for that? Which hopefully is quite to be going on by. Although I see we also have some questions coming in as well. But I'll throw it to whoever wants to kick off on that.
Well, Rob, can I come back to you on the immigration point? Because Polly made some interesting points about what GDP doesn't measure, and I agree with that. And I'm delighted, actually, that you might remember a few years ago, sort of happiness economics became the big thing, that we were going to somehow try and, work out not how rich you were, but how happy you were. And I can see the rationale behind that, because as I said, I think GDP growth is really important, but if you were to take a kind of reductio ad absurdum approach, you can see obvious ways in which you could increase GDP, but make people fairly miserable. I mean, you could. Yes,
the classic example is if you pollute a river and then clean it up again, it's wonderful.
Yeah. Or ban people from retiring, right? I mean, you say, you're 60 years old, you want to retire, you want to spend the rest of your life on the golf course. You can't. You have to continue to work as an investment banker until you're carried out in a coffin from whichever investment bank you're at. That would improve GDP, but wouldn't necessarily improve happiness. I mean, the problem with that, so there are all sorts of flaws, in the way that we measure GDP. It's not perfect. There's all sorts of flaws in how you measure happiness, because I mean, I think I'm right in saying whenever you survey the British people, we're a pretty phlegmatic bunch. We always come out at a 7, whatever's actually happened with the prevailing economy. So it's not obvious that informs public policy. The point that I wanted to take issue with was on immigration, because you could say that it's obviously not GDP that matters, it's GDP per capita that matters. I'm not even persuaded of that, because imagine a world in which we tackle full-on Polly's concern about the allocation of cleaning duties in domestic households. And we take this on because virtually every family in Britain hires a full-time domestic cleaner, a butler and a chauffeur from India. And each of these people are paid, let's say, £15,000 per annum. Well, it seems to me that would lower GDP per capita, because £15,000 is indeed below average GDP per capita. It's obviously, however, improved the earnings of those 3 Indians per household, because they would not be earning £15,000 per capita back in India. And it's also presumably improved the lives of the rest of us, because we no longer have to drive our cars, clean our houses, or make our own dinners. We now have 3 people doing it for them. So, but GDP per capita would fall. So I think that it's very difficult to get a grip totally on the what precise statistic are we looking at. And I don't think we should be complete central planners on looking at one metric and saying that and that alone is what we're going to
And I should say, I am obviously personally very, quite keen on immigration, especially high skilled immigration. My mother was was a teacher from New Zealand. Most of my family have married people from overseas.
So no, sorry, I wasn't accusing you of racism, Rob, or anything like that. I know you're not. I'm just saying that the point that you make is an interesting one because it goes to GDP per capita, but you might actually imagine a world, the one I've just painted, it will be an extreme example in which GDP per capita falls, but actually the UK is in a better position with immigration and relatively low skilled work coming in. I mean, I think what to aim for, which is why I kept my points very general and I was interested in what Polly and Will said, but I think most of those things can be achieved or encouraged by market reforms. Yeah, of course, I'd like us to have a better education system. I don't necessarily think that the solution to that, however, is further directives from the DFE on exactly what mechanical engineering skills a 14-year-old boy or girl needs to learn in order that they're better in the manufacturing industry. I think we should take a more meta approach to many of these things. Very interested in what Will said about regional disparities in growth. I'd like to hear more from him about whether that's a problem. I mean, if I had a plan that I could prove to you over the long run would see London grow at 5% a year and the rest of the UK grow at 4% a year, would Will want to execute that plan? Or would he feel that it's fundamentally insecure because London would be pulling away from the rest, even though the rest were growing at 4% per annum? At what point do you get that tilt where I'm undermining long-term growth? I mean, on the face of it, I would, if there was such a plan I could roll out that gave us those numbers, I'd pull the trigger right away. And I'm not that bothered about the regional imbalances. And as long as everybody's growing, I don't mind if the richer areas are growing faster, if you've got a plan to do that. So my approach would be on all of the things raised, what is the best framework that the government can produce to give us the best shots of these things, of improving the education system with regard to skills, of encouraging whether it's women or older people to enter or remain in the labour market. And I remain adamant that that framework is one in which tax and regulation are presently too high. I do take a long-term view on that. I'm not utterly panicked that this year's budget deficit will be the worst in history. That's livable with, but it's not livable with over the longer run. So I think if we were taking a 5 or 10 year time horizon, I would have thought that most sensible people, really from across the political spectrum, should be able to agree that we are taxing and spending beyond our long-term capability, and therefore we need to have a serious discussion about how we slice up a smaller pie in the public sector and what our priorities are. If it is the NHS, then it can't also be education and defence and the police force, and that we have a serious discussion about how we're going to, again, at a meta level, tackle red tape. And that doesn't just mean you just throw it all on the bonfire, but what process are we going to go through on sunset clauses, on properly measuring the impact? And I think if you get those sort of meta things right, most other things fall into place, which is not to say that you are certain of getting it 100% right, but a good number of the concerns, the wholly legitimate concerns raised by Will and Polly, I think are heavily mitigated.
Well, Polly, do you want to go next, just so we don't just repeat the order from before?
Sure. I think Mark's just said that people from across the political spectrum think that the state should be smaller, and I mean that's probably true about this year, given as you say, Mark, like this is an anomalous year in which we have spent a huge amount. So we've got some work from demos coming out next week where we've done a lot of exploratory work with the public around the future of the tax system. I don't want to spike my own report because that would be self-defeating, but we had to explore with people this fundamental choice that our demographics mean that demand for even status quo public services is rising, particularly because of I've said we're not allowed to talk about old people as a problem. Nevertheless, certainly inactive older people create more of a burden on those who are active in the economy. It's one of the reasons why I think more people should be active. So if you want just standstill quality public services, given there's a whole range of ways in which the tax base is falling, then we have to find a way to tax more, or you have to cut back those services and people's expectations. And I think when you explore that with the public, it's really quite rare for people to say that what they want is dramatically lower public services. Of course, if you can pull off 5% growth, you get to the point where the economy is growing so fast that lots of those trade-offs are reduced or perhaps even removed altogether. Nevertheless, that's quite a political journey for people to go on, and I don't think there is at the moment at least, a coherent plan that I've seen that sees any of the countries of the West really returning to the levels of growth that they achieved in the 80s or early 90s. But so I think when it comes to fiscal policy, there is extraordinary pressure, but the pressure will be towards spending more. And whether that spending more is sustained by deficits, because we have both the modern monetary theory crowd on the left and the sod it, let's just spend because that's what the Americans do. I mean, the Americans have like the exorbitant privilege of a deficit that no one seems to give a damn about, of, I don't know, 93 trillion or whatever it is. People who are sort of, well, let's be like America. Who cares about this whole like making the books balance? Like sound money has gone massively out of fashion on left and right. So I think the pressure will be to spend more, whether it's on infrastructure, like Will's talking about, whether it's on leveling up, whether it's on decarbonising, and then also on those public services which people demand. People demand the defence spending, they demand the police spending, and we don't have, certainly at the moment, a government with enormous appetite for saying, I'm sorry, it's all too expensive, in the way that austerity or public service spending cuts commanded public support a decade ago, and they simply do not now. So I mean, that's all just context really, and I don't want to hog the debate, but I just think we have to be really careful about where the political balance lies now, and if we think that the only pathway to growth is much lower taxes and much lower regulations, well then we're like, I don't see a political pathway to that settlement. Personally, I think there are other pathways to growth, but we shouldn't claim political hegemony if it's not there.
Will, you're nodding vigorously.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of sympathy for everything that Polly just said. David Willits had a wonderful phrase in one of his books from the 1990s where he said, if you want to reduce the supply of public services, then you should first reduce the demand for public services. And the reality is that in most polls, we find certainly, and I think this is replicated by British Social Attitudes and others, that at least 2/3 of people are in favour of the government reducing the gap between the rich and poor rather than growing the economy. And they have a strong support for investment in public services against kind of deregulation and tax cuts and reducing the size of the state. So it doesn't seem to me at all that people like Mark and others who make the argument for significant reduction of the size of the state and significant tax cuts alongside that have convinced the ordinary voter. And I think that's the prerequisite for anyone claiming that that's a viable course of action over the next few years. As Polly says, the argument is actually really going in the other way if you talk to ordinary folk. That said, I think there are things that we can do. I personally don't think that we certainly need to hold on to the concepts of sound money. We need to ensure that if we are increasing our spending, we are finding ways to pay for it or finding savings elsewhere in the system in order to pay for it. I'm not one of these people who thinks that we can just increase public spending through deficit spending and borrowing. That would be entirely inappropriate, and it would just be taxes deferred for the next generation. And let's be honest about that. Let's not kid ourselves. But I think there are things that we can do. I mean, I'm a great proponent of tax simplification and regulatory simplification. That doesn't necessarily mean reducing the overall burden, but I think there is a lot that we can do to improve certainty, stability, and the kind of long-term context for business and other investment. I think so. You could look at tax reliefs. You could look at You look at different regulations, Mark and others, the experts on the complexity of the regulatory system, but there are things that we can do within the overall envelope as it stands, and we should do those things. And then the thing that I mentioned briefly when I was talking before, but I really think could be the most important thing we could do, is to improve the governance of the United Kingdom. I mean, our markets and our labour markets, and if you look at the kind of regional economy, we have incredibly weak, patchy, and often pretty kind of imbalanced governance. We have some cities like London and increasingly Manchester who have largely self-contained economic leadership and governance. We have other places which have almost entirely absent economic leadership and governance. That patchwork quilt is a massive kind of hamper on growth. It holds growth back, and it makes business decision making increasingly complex and difficult. So I think, and that's not necessarily about increasing spending or reducing spending. That's spending the money that we do spend better, and thinking about the structures which kind of exercise that spending and are held accountable for those decisions.
And I'll just chip in. I mean that's the thesis of Adrian Woolridge and John Micklethwaite's new book, which it is essentially that the dividing line in COVID is not between big state and small state countries. It's between those which actually have governments that work and governments that don't. And Britain has been sort of fairly exposed on that front. I mean, obviously, I would sort of lean towards Mark's point on tax and deregulation. I think there is a sort of trap here that, the lower growth becomes, the more politics has become about cake sharing rather than cake growing, and then you end up in a sort of self-fulfilling situation where if I sort of felt Corbynism was almost the incarnation of this. That if you've all convinced yourself that growth isn't going to come back, then it makes perfect sense for politics to be defined by getting pissed off about how much rich people have, because the idea that you can become rich yourself has sort of drained away from public discourse. And that brings me on to one of the questions we've had, which is the talking about this decline I've mentioned. This is kind of long-term thing, dwindling GDP. I mean, what's your kind of take on why that's happened? I mean, obviously, as Polly mentioned, there is a kind of similar pattern in many of the developed countries, but I think it's fair to say our GDP has been more sluggish. Is this one big thing, e.g. productivity, or is it Mark's pebble theory again, just a lot of little things mounting up to choke off the animal spirits of the economy?
I don't know who wanted to go first, Robert, but I'm happy to jump in. So just on your point about Adrian Woolridge and his new book, Philip McCann from Sheffield University is the real guru on this and on the kind of governance problem in the UK. And I'd highly recommend his book, The UK's National Regional Economic Problem, to your audience. So on the causes, I mean, there's obviously intense debate about this amongst economists, and new data seems to come to light, which shows a kind of different set of explanations almost on a monthly basis. I think, to my mind, some of the things that I mentioned earlier are probably most at fault, not least because they all seem to be going in the wrong direction. If you look at skills, if you look at fixed investment in the economy, and if you look at kind of regional balance and regional governance, all of those things are becoming less conducive to growth and productivity growth over the long term, and certainly over the last 40 years or so have worsened. So for me, it is the structural conditions, the kind of foundations of the economy that we have let wither. Now, some of that is a lack of public investment. Some of that, bluntly, is a kind of failure to create the conditions for the private sector to invest. And I'm certainly not saying the solution is only public sector-led activity. It must be both. But ultimately, government sets the rule book. Government sets the terms of the game. And if the government hasn't been paying attention to those things over a long period, then those things have deteriorated in kind. And I think that those are the core kind of problems that I foresee.
Mark, Polly?
Shall I come in? I think I agree with Will on that. I certainly also agree about the governmental structure being peculiarly bad in the UK. We have a highly centralised state, and the extent to which we have decentralised decision making is hugely asymmetric and complex, and a good amount of that decentralisation is not, in my view, sufficiently serious. The powers that we have removed from Westminster and given to regions or councils or assemblies or parliaments not great enough. I much prefer a much more federal structure. But to your point, Rob, about what's going wrong, again, I think I'm sort of with Will. I mean, if you were to look at sort of 10 dials, each of which affect whether you're going to get economic growth, I think, if you like, nearly all of those dials have turned somewhat in a bad direction. They're not all turning in a disastrous direction. I mean, I can quote that the tax take this year is the highest for 50 years, not by a massive amount, and it might be at the end.
Well, I don't think the tax take, it was the highest for 50,
Well, as a proportion of GDP, it might even still be yet higher, just because GDP's gone back 8%, right? And it might be that tax takes go down 19%, your tax take as a proportion of GDP is higher. So, but not massively so. I'm not trying to be hysterical here, it's just by a dial. Regulation has got worse by probably a few notches. I agree our education and skills system has been found wanting. The fiscal position of the UK has deteriorated. Our overall national debt is worsening. Our long-term liabilities are worsening. None of these of themselves sort of push you over the edge of the cliff. I'm not predicting an apocalypse, but if you like, each of the dials that you might think are those that would tend to lean towards improved economic growth or worsening economic growth. All of those dials, one way or another, are just being slowly, gradually dialed to worse. And if all of the dials are slowly, gradually being turned to worse, the compound effect of that is pretty serious. I think that I'm with Albert Einstein on this, that the eighth wonder of the world is compound interest. Those who understand it gain from it, those who don't understand it pay it. And if we are going to be short term, and I was interested what Will and Polly were saying about the polling of the public, not just my observations about the views of the political class. If we are a country who, by and large, believes that what matters is how much we spend on public services this year or next, not the compound interest, the compound maths of economic growth over a generation, we've got a problem. We will be the people who suffer from the eighth wonder of the world, compound maths. And as I say, I at the top of the show, I rattled out my numbers about why growth is important if you were to look at average earnings. I just looked at that again on, let's assume that you want to spend per person in Britain in the public sector £12,000 per annum. If you get that low growth rate of 1%, then in 20 years' time, the prevailing overall tax rate will have to be about 40% in order to spend that amount. You could actually spend a little more with a prevailing tax rate of nearly 23%, practically half, if you were able to find a mix of policies that gave you a 4% long-term growth rate rather than a 1% long-term growth rate. Now, that's precious little consolation for someone who wants an NH operation now, or wants, an improved teaching for their kids now, not in 20 years' time, or wants better armed forces now rather than investment over 20 years. But to my mind, it shows the battle that people, Rob, on your and my side of the ledger, who think that tax and regulation are important issues and are going in the wrong direction, we've got to win the compound math question, because over 20 years, this has a colossal difference. And if we can't persuade the public of that, and Will's and Polly's polling seems to indicate that we haven't, then I'm afraid we are going to be stuck in the question of how to slice up a relatively small and shriveled pie, rather than how to cook more efficiently a bigger pie.
Well, Polly, you alluded in earlier to there being alternative models of growth and alternative ways in which it's not just about cutting taxes and regulation and unleashing the private sector. Is it about Dominic Cummings creating his own gigantic new tech companies, or what are the alternative options out there?
I think if we look at of a period of high growth, there's two things going on. One is, right, and so when I was little, we had a really rubbish hot water system, and so quite often my mum would run a bath and it wasn't really warm enough, so she would get like a kettle full of boiling water and pour that in, and obviously it spread out. That just took it up, that took the temperature of the bath up, right? Like, I promise, this is a useful metaphor. So there's lots of kind of structural, complicated, pebble-sized things that are pebbles, heat, you know what I mean, that are slowly warming up your bath of growth.
We seem to be gravitating towards aquatic / thermodynamic.
Yeah, exactly. But there have been these things which we could kind of pour in. And I've mentioned a couple of them, which is this huge transfer over a generation of women into the paid labour market. And then you've got the raising of the retirement age and the massive reduction in the number of people who are leaving the labour market in old age. And then you've got other things like North Sea oil, or the Big Bang, and the removal of huge chunks of stultifying financial markets regulation, which meant that nobody could really get a decent mortgage. And that then liberated a whole bunch of house buying. Or then you have Right to Buy, which of course converted state spending from the 30s, 40s, 50s and 60s into basically cash now for people. And these, I sort of think of them as kettles of water being put in. And Dom, I understand, he wrote on his blog once, this metaphor, which is usually used about immigration, that there are literal $1 trillion bills in the street just waiting to be picked up. And that $1 trillion bill to me is a bit like the kettle. It's the thing that's over and above your let's be sensible and increase the marginal thing. There's just some big extra thing we get to chuck in. And if it's inventing a Google, it's something like that. But there are other, it's why I think there's still a lot to be gained from getting women up to the same labour market participation as men, or shifting the way we deal with older people. Or I would have migrants. I think we need to think about what are the big chunky kettles of hot water that can help lift the sensible, reasonable kind of marginal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the depressing alternative to that to do it is to just think that we've reached the top and we've had to stop. The bath, the plumbing is now as fixed as it can be.
Yeah, but that's not true, is it? Because there are other countries with higher GDP per capita than us, right? And I mean, I don't think I would want to live in America for a whole bunch of reasons, but there are other, like, I don't know, Luxembourg's a weird anomaly. I don't think we should just say, oh, there is no more growth, there's no more productivity. There are kettles out there. We just need to put them to boil.
I think the problem with this is, can I stretch this analogy to breaking point?
Please.
I mean, my worry here is that unlike Polly's highly diligent and intelligent and sensible mother, the state has a tendency to unnecessarily boil the kettle 3 times, spill most of the water on the way to the bathroom, and then pour it over the child's head and scold the child while they sit in an otherwise cold bath. So the question to my mind is, if all these kettles are sitting around and can be efficiently deployed, is the state or the private sector the better way to deploy them? And I think I would trust Polly's mother considerably more than I would trust the state to engage in that sort of heating up the economy activity.
Mark, you have not met my mother. She ran a loss-making business and was propped up on income support for a good decade.
Well, at least in this instance of bath heating, I think.
On the bath heating, well. Pro.
I mean, Will, do you have any more aquatic metaphors to throw in, or should I go to the last question?
I think go to the last question. I can't better Mark's wonderful analogy.
So 2 minutes. Just had a 2-minute warning. So one final question, which it's sort of can be part of your concluding remarks. Just a very simple question from one of our viewers. What one thing would you change? What's the one thing that would get the economy moving in your view? My view on this, as it always has been, is build a load more houses.
I'm with you, Rob. Like houses. The planning system sucks.
I'm not sure that would be one regulation that you could repeal, and I would agree with Polly and Rob on that. I have to say, I don't think there is a silver bullet. I think there are lots of bronze bullets to fire. Some might be closer to silver than others. I think it's that the government needs to have a strategy around growth, and I don't think it has one. It has strategies for everything else, from obesity to beating COVID-19 and God knows what else. But when it actually comes to how do you want to see the economy grow and do we prioritize that, I actually think getting that to the top of the agenda and the list, and then all of these are baubles on that tree, whether it's then planning reform or deregulation of the financial sector or lowering the tax burden in certain areas, that follows from it. But it's actually a matter of political will. And the best thing would be for us to encourage politicians and those with the ability to actually change public policy to put economic growth basically at the top of the list of priorities, and to have a plan that stretches not over 2 or 3 weeks, but over a generation or more.
Will, final words?
Well, I have a lot of sympathy for what Mark just said about there being lots of bronze bullets rather than a single silver one. But the thing that I would say is that I think for us to return to a strong growth-led model, we need to return legitimacy to growth. And I think one of the big problems over the last decade is that not necessarily, I mean, we obviously haven't had particularly strong growth, but the growth that we have had has been perceived to be lopsided. This is one of the reasons why I'm a great proponent and supporter of the government's efforts on levelling up, because I think bringing opportunity and prosperity to parts of the country and groups of people who have missed out on it or been left behind, as it were, is fundamental to regaining some of that economic legitimacy for the voters who bluntly are the most volatile and most important for winning elections. So the most important thing that we can do for growth as a whole is to make growth popular again. And I think levelling up is the way in which to do that.
Well, that is not only the subject, making growth popular again is not only is the subject of a lecture I'm giving in about a week and a half's time, if I ever finish writing it, but making growth, spreading growth to all is the topic of our final session in 10 minutes time. So thank you, Will, for the perfect segue. Thank you all very much for joining us. Please do join Guy Opperman, Richard Holden, Gerard Lyons, Helen Barnard, and myself, rather than Nick King, who's been fallen victim to the quarantine rules, for our final and equally wonderful session on securing an economic recovery for all. Just thank you again to my panelists, and thank you all for watching. Our final panel of the day at the CPS Going for Growth conference. It's been a brilliant day so far, but we've saved the best till last. We have a fantastic panel to discuss the securing economic recovery for all. What lessons from the past can help inform a just response today? This is supported by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, who are of course one of the country's most I'm going to say, well, sort of think tanks and advocacy groups, and do an awful lot of work in this area. And it's a really important one because, you know, we often talk about GDP as a headline figure, as getting, you know, just getting the growth rate up. But one of the problems in this country is that growth has not been shared very well. And this is something which tends to be exacerbated by recessions. Generally speaking, the people who already have assets, who already have secure jobs, tend to be the ones who do better when disaster hits, and then the rest of the country sort of slowly catches up. But even in the good years in Britain, it sometimes seems that you know, that to them that have, more has been given, and to them that don't, you know, less has. You know, the opposite has been true. You know, the Resolution Foundation has shown that. The financial impact from COVID-19 comes after a decade of stalling improvements in living standards. And in the aftermath of the lockdown, you know, average household income fell by more than in the 2008 crisis. So we have some really severe questions, but I'm delighted that we have exactly the right people to answer them. Guy Opperman is Minister for Pensions and Financial Inclusion and a CPS author. A far greater accolade than any mere ministerial title. Helen Barnard is the Acting Director of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. Thank you very much both for being here and for supporting this panel. Dr. Gerard Lyons is both an eminent economist and one of the closest advisors to the current Prime Minister over the years. And hopefully joining us soon will be Rick Holden, one of the new wave of Conservative MPs in Northwest Durham. Each of the panelists will speak for a few minutes, and then we'll get a discussion going. Please, as ever, send in your questions either via the YouTube chat or via @CPS Think Tank, and I will try to either answer them specifically or bundle a few of them together to form a talking point. But Guy, let's start with you. How do we ensure a just and fair recovery that is spread around the country and around various groups?
So thank you for asking me. Great honour and privilege to be helping Centre for Policy Studies again. I'd make a couple of key opening points. If you haven't read the amazing paper that Laura Farris and I wrote in November 2018 called All Hands on Deck, on productivity, on flexible working, on employee ownership, on the midlife MOT, and the variety of different ways in which you can genuinely make a difference to the issues that we're now confronting, then I would strongly recommend it. And it is still available in all good think tank bookshops, as they say. It is an effort by Laura and I, though, to make a serious and sustained 60-page study of the problems on productivity and to suggest key changes that we could do. And the pandemic, in my view, has actually brought forward one of the changes that we were really, really strongly behind, which was flexible working. And there is absolutely no doubt that the pandemic has caused a total change in the work practice of all of us. And if you're interested in levelling up, in my view, the flexible working and the pandemic have actually hastened the levelling up. Why? Because, so I'm speaking to you from rural Northumberland, 320 miles from London, and there is no doubt that traditional businesses would have to be based around the M25, would have to be much more London-based. And increasingly, I've just done a constituency day meeting a bunch of businesses. Increasingly, those businesses are locating themselves here, or if they were half and half, are much more going to be in Northumberland. And the consequence of that is people will say, why am I paying several £100s a square feet in central London or M25 when I can get an office much cheaper, where the cost of living is lower, where schooling potentially is coming up and is as good. You can live and work in the countryside, and you can run a business on a cheaper basis to those who are based in the southeast. And I think the pandemic is going to really change the way in which business startups are, but people are going to be saying, I don't need to be based in central London. I don't need anything more than a satellite office there. And so I think the first thing is the pandemic is actually bringing forward the desire that I have, flexible working, and the impact of that, which I know will benefit County Durham, where Richard Holden is the Member of Parliament, or will benefit Northumberland, where we have more sheep than voters and we have lots of space for businesses. So I really feel that the pandemic will nudge that flexible working way, way further forward. The second, I can go through in more detail the points I make in the paper, but greater employee ownership. I think people are going to want to have a greater vested interest in the businesses they're working for. And I spoke at length about a policy I have at DWP as the Pensions Minister, which is the midlife MOT, which is an opportunity for those between the ages of 45 and 50 to reboot and relook at their life. And this is particularly going to be, I think, post-pandemic. And they're encouraged at the moment on a private sector basis. So Aviva, Hargreaves Lansdowne, several other businesses are doing this for all their employees, are looking at their wealth, their work, and their well-being, and then rebooting how those three are as an employee. It encourages fuller working lives, it encourages better mental health, it encourages flexible working, and I think it will make a big difference. I echo the thoughts of the previous speakers, Will Tanner and others today, that devolution is better. I spent yesterday as a minister with Dan Jarvis, who is the Metro Mayor in Yorkshire, and there is no doubt that the likes of he and Andy Street and others, to be fair, on a cross-party basis are driving this forward. And I think it is part of the government's agenda to have greater devolution. With greater power comes greater responsibility and greater accountability. And I hope we get more and better people putting themselves forward. It's a big deal that Andy Street is the Mayor of the West Midlands, because it's the first real private sector mayor we've had. And I hope that this will become something that people will be competing to do this job going forward. I'll finish on one final thing, and then my 5 minutes are up. I also think this pandemic will force us to look at future problems in a much more immediate way. Clearly, this country is doing a lot on climate change, and certainly in the portfolio, we have passed the sustainable pension regulations, called the ESG regulations, which are forcing us to look at how we invest with due account for climate change. I suspect the creation of a pandemic that some had prophesied may come, but we all hoped it wouldn't happen, will force us now to look as policymakers as a different approach to the things that we know are coming over the hill, of which climate change, its impact, the net zero by 2050, and the retrofitting of the UK economy will clearly be paramount. And I certainly, as a government minister, will be playing my part and believe that that is going to become ever more immediate, particularly with COP26 coming next year.
Guy, thank you so much. And I will just share on screen Guy's wonderful paper so that people can have a look and can find it on the CPS website, cps.org.uk. It's called All Hands on Deck, How Businesses Can Help Handle Britain's Productivity Deficit. And now that the plugs are over, Helen, over to you.
Great. Hi, thanks everyone. So I think recessions do two things. One is they obviously bring a lot of immediate uncertainty and hardship, but the other thing is they bring long-term economic problems into sharp relief, and they bring an opportunity to find the right policy response that will set us on a different track. But we've also seen the wrong policy response will make those problems much worse. So I think if we look back at the last couple of recessions, there's a set of lessons we can take. So if you go back to the 1980s, we were obviously already in a process of economic restructuring, the decline of heavy industry and manufacturing. The recession in the 80s accelerated that, and it set in train that widening of both income and geographical inequality, which we're still dealing with. But crucially, what we saw was that whole communities were cut adrift during that process as the old jobs went, but we didn't have enough support in place to move the people onto the new jobs. I think if you then fast forward to the 2008 recession and the recovery, I think in the recession, what we saw was unemployment rising a lot more slowly, peaking at a lower rate than I think we'll see with this one. And that's partly because of the flexibility of our labour market. But crucially, the recovery post-2008, we focused in purely on quantity of jobs. We didn't look at all at the quality of jobs that were being created or at the pathways that people could follow. And what that led to was the decade we've just had, which has been a decade of stagnant pay, of poor productivity, and of rising in-work poverty. So employment rose, that was fantastic. People were drawn into the labour market who hadn't been there, but the quality of those jobs wasn't good. People were crowded into the bottom end of the labour market, where they're not just low paid, but also don't get a lot of training, don't get a lot of chances to progress. And that created vulnerabilities when the pandemic struck for individuals, but also nationally. What we've seen so far is the impact of COVID has then been heaviest on those low-income workers who were most vulnerable, both personally because of their financial instability and also because they're in more insecure work. We've also seen COVID impacting heavily on the places that had higher unemployment to begin with. And what we've done looking forward suggests the rest of the year, we're likely to see that continue. So low paid workers, 40% are at risk of unemployment, only 1% of higher paid workers. So we're likely to see that continue. Now, I think if you look at the policy response so far, we've seen some really bold, compassionate policies. So the job retention scheme, the strengthened social security, those two things have been an absolute lifeline for millions of people. They've kept people afloat, they've kept communities afloat. But I think what we all know is that the full scale of the economic impact is only just starting to become apparent. What we now need is the next stage of policy to be as bold and as compassionate so that we can limit the impact of the next wave of this storm and we can get a much stronger recovery. Because I think what's crucial is we need to get back to a growing productive economy after this crisis if we're going to be able to pay for the spending through the crisis, and also if we're going to be able to get living standards to a point that we would want for all of the people in our nation. So I think there's 4 things we need to do to get on that train. So the first is we've got to develop a new generation of good jobs. So bake in good quality jobs to all of our interventions, to all of the infrastructure spending and so on. The second is we've got to have a right to retrain. We've got to have a boost to adult education and skills. So we equip the people who are losing jobs and the people who are stuck in low paid jobs to get these new jobs. So the new jobs that are going to come from energy efficiency, from investing in infrastructure. The third thing is that we need to focus in on the weakest local economies. So we've just had a session just now on which ended with the idea of levelling up. I think that is even more important, that we have an ambitious plan for levelling up through the UK Prosperity Fund. And then the final thing is that we need to have more action to prevent long-term unemployment. So we've seen the Kickstart scheme focus in on young people, which is absolutely right. But there are other groups of workers who are at very high risk of losing their jobs, of being unemployed for a long time and of having that scarring effect. So what we now need is equivalent schemes for workers with low or no qualifications, for disabled workers, for people from some BAME groups who are going to be at high risk. And through that, we need to keep that social security lifeline strong, because that will let people stay afloat whilst the recovery kicks in. And it'll equip people to take all of these new opportunities, which, as Guy said, will hopefully be better spread out across the country. And we need all of our communities with people ready to grasp those. And that's one of the things that keeping the social security lifeline will help us do over the next year or so. So I will stop there and look forward to the discussion. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And yes, I mean, and obviously a very obvious point, but a very important one is that people who suffer during recessions don't just suffer during recessions, they suffer for the rest of their lives. You can see from 1980, you can see all the way through, if you have the bad luck to graduate during one of these cohorts, or not to even to graduate, just to enter the labour market, it's really tough. So we'll now go to Gerard, and then I'm told Rick Holden is also going to be joining us, or even has joined us just now. So Gerard first, and then Rick.
Well, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure, great honour to be here, and thank you to the Centre for inviting me. What lessons from the past can help inform us about the future is the title of the session. Let me focus my opening comments in 3 areas. Broad context about the need for a pro-growth vision. Second, some specific lessons from the past. And third, what policies I think we need to implement about the future. First, a pro-growth agenda is the right one. Now, if we look in the past and look at the legacy of some of our previous chancellors, we had a Magdalene boom and bust, a Barber boom and bust, a Lawson boom and bust, a Brown boom and bust. Some of the other chancellors didn't even get to the boom phase. But if we look at the lessons from the past, it was very much about the need, I would say, if we look ahead, to avoid a dash for growth. In going for pro-growth policy, we need to be thinking longer term, strategically, and not rushing it. Also, one of the important lessons from the past is the need to avoid the danger of an imbalanced economy and an imbalanced recovery. Against that backdrop, I think the clear vision that needs to be outlined is a pro-growth strategy that combines all the key areas of policy. I would say that we need a three-arrowed approach. First, monetary and financial stability, including sound money. Second, a proactive fiscal policy. And third, the whole supply side agenda that needs to be there to incentivize the private sector and allow the public sector to play a very important supportive role, aimed at all the I's: investment, innovation, infrastructure, getting the incentives right, and in the process, reducing inequality. Second, are there specific lessons we can learn from the past? Let's just take a number of key lessons. First, after the Second World War, I think it's important to look back to then, because then we had a debt to GDP figure of around 260% or so, for obvious reasons. Currently, we have a debt to GDP ratio of just over 100%. That's leading some people to suggest tax increases are inevitable and necessary. Wrong. As we saw after the Second World War, the important thing was to have a pro-growth strategy, consistency between monetary and fiscal policy, and bring that debt to GDP ratio down steadily over time. The danger otherwise is that if we go for higher taxes, that limits growth potential, that adds to the problem on the fiscal side, and you become in a self-feeding downward cycle. Another important lesson from the past, particularly the early 80s. Unfortunately, unemployment looks set to rise, maybe significantly over the next year or so. In the early 80s, we had a big rise in unemployment. Now, Policy Exchange, where I'm a senior fellow, is doing some important work on this. And one of the key lessons is the need to keep the different elements of the unemployment safety net in place. Take the late 70s, early 80s. When I left school, in the upper sixth at school, my school, Carden Vaughan, it's the top ranked comprehensive school in London. Then there and at other schools at that time, you basically had access to experts who knew the local employment situation. And this was true across the whole country. I don't get the impression that that's the case now. Schools are very incentivized to get people into the university system. We need to bring back one of those key positives from the education system then that was relevant for those going into work. A challenge though from the early 80s, when people were in unemployment for a long period of time, is that the whole claimant side, basically people received little support to move them out of long-term unemployment into jobs. Eventually the then government, I think, put around £1 billion into the Department of Works and Pensions. But we need to actually make sure that if, as seems to be the case, unemployment rises over next year, we have that lesson from the 80s of the need to have skill, not just skills, but training and development to get people back into the labour force. And of course, another lesson is from the last recession we had, or last crisis after the global financial crisis. Then the focus was on austerity. We need to avoid that now. But what we saw in the aftermath of the global financial crisis was the importance and the impactfulness of unlimited monetary policy and unconventional monetary policy. We still have unconventional monetary policy now, but this crisis is also highlighting the need for an impactfulness of unconventional fiscal policy. So there are some of the broad lessons from the past to complete my second section. Third and finally, what should we be doing? As was mentioned in the last session, and as Helen touched on, we have a very imbalanced economy. Therefore, the levelling up agenda really is important. Place does matter. The immediate outlook in terms of policy should be to recognise that while some parts of the economy will rebound quickly, other parts will not be able to return to normal for some time because of the vaccine gap and the need for social distancing. Furloughing should be extended to help those sectors whose business model will not be able to return to normal. At the same time, I think we should write off debt to small firms. Many small firms who, for instance, receive bounce back loans will be encumbered with high debt that will limit their ability to employ people. It will limit their ability to invest. It may be expensive, but debt forgiveness may be necessary. Another important lesson is to highlight that banks need to play a more proactive role than they're doing now. We still have the Macmillan gap. Banks are not providing enough money and lending to small, medium-sized firms. Also, as this crisis has shown, cash is on the way out. We need to therefore highlight and also speed up the need to bring banking services to the unbanked. So banks need to step up to the plate in terms of access to finance for small, medium-sized firms and in terms of unbanking or banking the unbanked. Other key areas of this, Helen touched again on the need for good jobs. I think that's key. We need to not only have a pro-growth strategy, but recognize that we need, ideally, and this will take time, to move from a low-wage, low-productive economy to a higher-wage, higher-productive economy. But within that, it's not just about jobs. If one looks at the key areas for people, particularly those on low incomes, it's about higher wages and actually where they spend their money. When I was at City Hall working for the then Mayor Boris Johnson, I championed the London living wage. I think higher living wages incentivize people back into the labour force, and contrary to what much of the theory suggests, they do not lead to higher unemployment as many people feared. However, one needs to be sensible about this because there are many challenges facing small firms at the moment, but higher living wages are part and parcel of this. But also, just to conclude, when we look at the areas that people spend their money on, housing and transport take a disproportionate amount of people's income, particularly the lower your income. Earlier today at the CPS conference, there was a focus on housing. Liam Halligan and others talked about the need to bring competition into that housing sector to address that housing issue. We shouldn't be talking about house prices always going up being a good thing. We need to be talking about affordable housing for more people across the country, and likewise with transport, keeping the cost of that down. So at the end of the day, in terms of proactive policies, we need to set the template. The government needs a clear vision for the future. We need to learn some of the lessons from the past, and we need to actually look at it not only from the top down, but in terms of what it means in terms of jobs, wages, and where people have to spend their money. Thank you for your time.
Gerard, thank you very, very much. And I'm pleased that you've done my job for me in terms of my personal attempts to introduce the topic of housing to literally every think tank discussion I'm part of in a sort of delenda est Carthago kind of way, that if I bang on about it enough, we might eventually build some bloody houses. Rick, thank you for joining us. You are a new MP in one of the parts of the country that is probably going to be worst affected by the coronavirus shock. How do we ensure that the recovery is fair to your constituents as well as people with better, who are sort of who appear to be more resilient?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, first of all. And I'm sorry that if I end up repeating exactly what Guy said, then I'm sorry. But one of those things. Just picking up very briefly on what Helen said, I think that need for good jobs, absolutely essential. And then just picking up a little bit on what Gerard said, productivity is obviously key to that, because otherwise you can't pay good money. And if you want to build houses, you can come and build them in concert, because I've got a 400 acres left of a former steelworks site, which could do with some redevelopment. So bring them here. We're very happy to take them, but we do need the infrastructure to go with it. Bring the houses as long as you bring me a railway. More broadly, we cannot have what happened back in the 80s happening again up here. There are actually quite good signs that it isn't going to happen in the same way. up here at all. We don't have those mass industries in the same way that we did. And I think one of the big lessons actually we do need to learn, and I think the government's actually probably doing it in quite a sensible way at the moment, is that what we did in difficult periods in the 60s and 70s is we bought off people and we gave them jobs which didn't really exist, and we propped up industries which should have become more productive over time and should have changed. We propped up the steelworks here in Concert for decades because nobody would make the political decision to close it or to actually lose any jobs there. We propped up the mining industry in large parts of it, and actually the key thing is with the furlough scheme, I'm glad it's sort of, I think it's been very important to support jobs at the really difficult part, but I want to see that cash in future not be there to necessarily save the jobs of the past, because there will be some jobs which are not coming back, but very much if there is money available to help create, to help companies up productivity, to help them take people on into jobs for the future. So I think that's one of the crucial lessons we actually need to learn, because Concert Steelworks closing, which is I'm actually tomorrow unveiling a plaque for the 40th anniversary of it, which is also it was the 40th anniversary of it closing, and it's an important moment, I think, for my community, because it actually just goes to show just how long ago that was, and what's replaced those jobs up here in County Durham is, and they have been replaced now. They weren't initially. We saw 35-40% rates of unemployment, and people hated the Conservative government back in the early 80s. But what's replaced them now is I have a large number of smaller companies, often set up by people back in the 70s and 80s, late 70s, very late 70s, and early to mid 80s, when the development funding came to this area, cheap land, government support, and that's, I think, what that's exactly what we need. We need support for new businesses for the future, rather than to try and in any way prop up businesses or jobs which just aren't there anymore. I think one of the big bullet point for me from the talking points was, does the government have to choose between economic growth and levelling up, or can it do both? I think it can definitely do both. I want us to see, what I really need to see for areas like mine is just the opportunity for opportunities to be available, and a lot of that is transport. I have a huge number of people here who commute to jobs elsewhere. That's the real shift since the 80s, where everybody worked and where everybody lived in the villages, the pit villages of northwest Durham, or they lived in this little steel towns. Now everybody commutes. We don't have an infrastructure which was ever built to support commuting. I have no railway line in my constituency. I have no dual carriageway. I have no fixed public transport system at all. I do have some buses, but that's about it. And the really important thing for me is particularly if jobs do go, it's ensuring that there's access to them. That was one of the big systemic problems with unemployment we had here, is people not being able to get to jobs. They've got no money, they've got no car, they're used to getting on a bus. Then we've got to have that. The national bus strategy coming forwards later this year, I actually think is probably quite important. And Guy actually visited Crook Job Centre with me not that long ago, which is the part of my constituency which is probably most isolated in terms of transport. Crook and Weardale at the bottom of my constituency, and they are it's absolutely essential that they can get access to jobs and access to employment opportunities, because it is changing. Things are changing. The economy is not going to be the same as it was. So my big plea is, don't support businesses that necessarily business of the past. Allow them to allow a bit of, we need to allow some market forces to go through it a bit. But very much, if you can do anything to support new businesses starting up, particularly in green energy, I think there's a big opportunity down in Teesside for us on that. Then that's what I'm after. So thank you.
Thank you, Rick. And I think I'm going to attempt, because there's quite a few people on the panel and quite a lot of questions already coming in, but most of the questions we're getting, and actually your remarks sort of address one big kind of theme. So I'm going to try and ask sort of quite a rambling question incorporating quite a few different elements of it, which is about this idea of transition. So I think both Helen and Gerard have said very one of the mistakes we made in the 80s was we didn't offer the safety net, we didn't offer the protection, we didn't help people through this transition. But obviously there is a tension between trying to rebuild what was lost, between protecting people, and between accepting that we are moving to something new. And the question is, if we're trying so A, where does that balance lie? And B, if we are trying to build that something new, how do we ensure that it is built in places like Concerts and Redcar? How do we make sure that if businesses are being shouldn't we be telling, just to be provocative, shouldn't we be telling people in the famous phrase in 19, get on your bike? Shouldn't we be saying, look, this is where the opportunities are, so you should be moving to them rather than trying to bring the opportunities to them? There's a whole sort of series of questions there, which I think hopefully we can talk about quite interestingly. Guy, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I think you raised a lot of issues. I just want to push back on one thing that Helen said, that since the coalition there have been years of stagnant pay, and I think it is important both to set the record straight and secondly to frame the future. And the future is, we live in a country where the living wage, as we all know, was half what it is now. We're now at 8.72. So you've got a framework of productivity through wages, which is going to help us. We didn't have free childcare. We now have free childcare introduced under the coalition. You didn't have the tax threshold savings that introduced under the coalition that saves you, again, the average working family, hundreds and hundreds of pounds. And you didn't have automatic enrolment introduced in 2012, which gives you 8% savings on an ongoing basis. So I think those are the frameworks in which it's going to make it a lot easier. The second point, which I think is key, both lessons from the 80s, 90s, and to be fair, the noughties, and how it will help us now, and builds upon what Richard and I saw. We went to Crook Job Centre, and what I saw when I was in Dewsbury yesterday, and when I was with Dan Jarvis in Barnsley Job Centres, is universal credit. If there's one public policy that has thrived and proven itself during lockdown and during COVID, it is universal credit. The idea that we could have navigated 1 million people onto multiple benefit systems and ensured they got paid within a reasonably quick period of time is just for the birds. Everybody knows that is just not going to happen. Secondly, if we were on the old legacy benefit system, you would have the cliff edge. You'd have the 16-hour cliff edge. You'd have all the problems of trying to encourage people back to work that UC has fixed. Because under UC, quite clearly, you're in a position, you properly are mentored. You're not on some 13-week JSA roundabout that keeps going around and again. Secondly, you are able to have a complete online relationship with your work coach. And thirdly, your work can be graded as it goes up, so that if you 16 hours, you can still continue to receive some benefit, but also be earning. And I genuinely feel that the key tool to getting significant numbers of people off unemployment will be the nature of the benefit system and the way it helps people back into work. And a Department of Work and Pensions that is light years away from what it used to be. And I've been in job centres up and down the country, literally 2 yesterday. Richard and I were in Crook, and you could see the massive change and the great work that they are doing, getting people back into employment. I would also make a couple of things, which is Kickstart is only recently launched. I think it will be groundbreaking. I really do. I met it's actually one of Richard's constituents who runs a business called Fireplace. And they've signed up for 90 people already on Kickstart, and that's just one business. And there are going to be a significant number of people who see this as an opportunity to train up young men and women and navigate them back through. I could talk to you about, the need for UTCs. Technical colleges quite clearly are going to be vital going forward. I've got one just opened in the Northeast. It's taken us a long time to get it. I think it'll be game changing. I could talk about greater devolution. I'm certain that is the way ahead as well. The Holy Grail is, of course, integrated government, trying to ensure that local services, national services are integrated and driving forward real change. And I'll just answer one point of Gerard's point in respect of banking the unbanked. Obviously, there is the basic bank account to assist those who are in difficulties going forward. But if you don't have that right sort of bank, do as I did. So I was chairman of the creator of the Northumberland Community Bank, which is the fastest growing bank in the Northeast. And it does exactly that. It is a beefed up credit union that provides access to finance, savings and loans. And in the longer term, it can do an awful lot more, which is now an online bank as well, which is competing with the big boys here locally and genuinely making a difference.
Thanks, Guy. And can I just do a quick moment of lobbying, which is there is still, however, a cliff edge in the welfare system when it comes to support for mortgage interest, which the CPS and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation will be doing some work on putting out some work on very soon.
I look forward to what the Chancellor is going to say to you about that.
Well, Helen.
Yes, so I'm going to start with your question actually, which is about transition. And I think you're right. So I don't think that what we want to do is look at the pre-COVID economy, and the exam question isn't how do we rebuild it exactly the way it used to be, because there's loads of stuff that wasn't particularly good, and as well it's a bit pointless. I think the key has to be there's going to be transitions. We need to equip people to thrive through those transitions, and that's what we haven't done very well in the past. And so that's why we need things like a real New Deal for adult education. And I think we need to equip places. So I think your question, should people get on their bikes? I think I'll flip it over and say, do we really think it is right that there should be any part of the country where there aren't decent quality jobs? And I don't think any of us would want that. So I think the exam question is, how do you make sure in every bit of the country there are decent jobs, people who are trained to do them, and buses that will get them to those jobs quickly? If you can get those things in place in every place, then I think you've got a winning combination for the economy as a whole. On some of the other things, so the interesting thing, so the story about pay is a kind of its story of two halves, isn't it? So on the one hand, you've got average pay, average weekly earnings of an employee in the UK fell about 3% in real terms between 2010 and 2018. So overall, we've had a decade of stagnant pay. But as Guy has said, what we've had is a fantastic policy which has boosted pay at the bottom. So the national living wage is a brilliant achievement. I think, it has made a big difference. By itself, it doesn't free workers from poverty, from getting into debt, from not being able to cover their costs because of the other things we haven't done. And so I'm going to make Robert happy by saying housing. One of the things we didn't do post the last recession, so we did put money into housing. We didn't put money into it in a way that made it more affordable for people at the bottom. And that's something I think we've got a real opportunity to change at the moment. I think the other thing is in work, what we saw is although hourly pay at the bottom was going up, there was also an increase in insecure jobs and a massive lack of progression. If you're doing a national living wage job and it's just you and you're the beginning of your career, that's fine. If you're still there 15 years later trying to support a family on the same low pay without having had any training or progression, that's not fine. And it's those people who are stuck in poverty. And it's those people we need to make sure you can actually progress. So we need all these new jobs, green jobs, to have career paths. So you get in at the bottom, you get trained, you move up. And so that kind of what Gerald was saying about the shift to a style to use things like business support to help and nudge businesses to create better quality, secure jobs. We've got some levers there we can use. And I think we need to make sure we use those through the recovery so that the rebuilt economy is one that lets you get a decent quality job, a house you can afford in a place where you can get to it.
And just quickly, would you echo Guy's comment on universal credit? It's striking that there's been a lot of attention on the bits of government which did fall over, but furlough, like blessedly, the furlough, the tax and benefits, and the bit which involves money going into people's bank accounts seems to have coped really quite well.
Yeah, I mean the furlough, the job retention scheme. I think whichever team in the Treasury and HMRC who did that should be given medals, because that's been done incredibly well and fast. Universal credit is really interesting. So yes, I agree, it has stood up amazingly well to the degree of demand. I think it has, though, continued to pinpoint why some of the problems are problems. So particularly the 5-week wait at the beginning seems a particularly strange thing to have in a situation where people are overnight being plunged into difficult situations. So I think hopefully coming out of it, it will give added impetus to say some of these design flaws, they're fixable, and we should fix them. But overall, yeah, I mean, I think it has stood up very well. And there's obviously lots of people throughout job centres have been working night and day to make it work. So I think good on all of them.
I'm slightly alarmed that a degree of consensus is breaking out. So hopefully Richard or Javid is going to come in, is going to storm in and object to everything that's just been said.
Well, let me go. I'll leave Richard to do all the disagreeing, baby. I think I'm going to agree in many respects. The question was about transition. First, I think it's important to stress, in my view, that now's not the time to be pessimistic about either the UK or the global economy. There's phenomenal monetary stimulus and phenomenal fiscal stimulus in the pipeline, both here and globally. Indeed, some other countries have even been more generous than the UK has been. My comment about the furlough scheme, because I'm not sure if Richard was referring to that. Richard made a comment about he didn't want the furlough scheme to keep old jobs in place. And that's valid. But I think it's important to stress that the nature of this crisis is that with a vaccine gap, some sectors that are vitally important, the arts is the key one, arts creative sector, cannot return to normal because of necessary social distancing. So I think extending the furlough scheme needs to be to help those viable, thriving sectors of the economy, which through no fault of their own have been temporarily sidelined, shall we say, because of this COVID-19 virus. So I think the first key thing in terms of the transition is to get the economy back to strong growth. Then we need to actually recognize we need to raise that trend rate of growth. It's only a few years ago that economists were talking about the UK's trend rate of growth being around 2%. Now the guesstimate is somewhere around 1.3, 1.4%. That suddenly makes some people more pessimistic about the longer term fiscal outlook. We need to raise the trend rate of growth, which we can do through the right policies that I think many of us have touched on earlier. The other part of the transition is linked into the imbalanced nature of the economy. We have imbalances in many respects. London versus the rest is one aspect, urban, rural, coastal, inland. Coastal areas are often the areas that are very cold, where once you're there, you find it difficult to break out of. I would say the key thing is not to come back to your point, Richard, about getting on your bike. Naturally, if people want to move, let them move. If people want to be attracted by the magnetic pull of London or wherever else it is, let them go there. What I think the public sector has to do is to provide the right framework. And that means a focus on infrastructure and also incentives. Getting the incentives right is key. Regardless of where you're on the political spectrum, incentives really matter. I thought Richard really touched on a very important point well in terms of transport. I remember going up to Durham in 1982, 83, because a friend from uni was married, and it was very difficult to get to then. I'm horrified if he's telling me that the transport links still haven't improved 35 years later. And what we found even in London was once you put down transport links, the Jubilee line extension is a classic one. The Treasury was against extending the Jubilee line to the Docklands. Why would anyone want to go to the Docklands was almost their thinking. Cost benefit analysis hasn't always worked in the past when we've decided on these infrastructure projects. But now at a time when the government can borrow for practically next to nothing, or indeed at certain times has been paid to borrow in the last few months, we should be taking advantage of the need to put down transport links and incentivizing the private sector. So transport really does matter, infrastructure does matter. And just a final point, tying education locally into local economies also matters as well, particularly with a point to vocational training. So there's lots of things that the government can do without imposing itself too much, but in the way in which it incentivizes the private sector to almost lead the recovery and transition us to hopefully a higher future rate of growth as well.
Rick, do you want to come in, or should I move to the next question?
I'll just come in very briefly. This transport thing. I am sort of on the same line as most people. I agree on I agree on the sector furlough thing. I get that bit. Asset furlough potentially for coaches, major issue for some of my small businesses here, and there's other things like that. But what I'm saying is, let's not do it across the entire piece. There are some. There's a lot of stuff which has changed due to coronavirus, and we're not helping anybody by keeping them essentially trapped in a job which isn't going to return. Maybe not quite get on your bike, but get on the bus. I want some buses, but let's go to the next.
Great. And so again, because I think this is probably going to be the last round of questions we have time for, I'm going to pull together two different ones, which actually ties into what Gerard was just saying. But so a key part of the levelling up and the problems with the economy and the problems with pay is skills. So at the start of this Parliament, back before the recent unfortunate events, the government sort of did a big exercise to work out what levelling up meant, because it was there in the manifesto, and they thought they should probably kind of work it out. And I am told that the Treasury essentially concluded that the problem was skills. That, as was alluded to actually by Will Tanner in our last panel, that we have a very substantial number of people in the workforce who have not had, as was just alluded to now, who have not really had any training, who do not have great literacy, do not have great numeracy. And even if you fix schools, those people are still in the workforce and will be for the next sort of 20 or 30 years. So if we want to deliver this high wage, high productivity economy, what can we do about the people who exist already in the workforce, and level them up? And then bringing in a couple of questions that we've had. How should we be giving greater freedoms to local? Rick, you used to be an education special advisor. You might have a view on this. Should we be giving greater freedoms to local areas to develop their own education, locally appropriate education? And should local employers be given more of a role to ensure that people are learning things that will be useful for them? So, well, Rick, if you want to start on that, otherwise whoever wants to go.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that. So, no, I was an education department SPAD, and I've actually got a very, very good, exactly what the question was about there, but a very good college in my constituency called Derwentside College, who are fantastic at working with local employers and actually design some of their courses around specific jobs at local firms as well, have a phenomenally high rate of getting people into work. I think one of the biggest issues I've seen in the last few years, when I was in education SPAD, this has really rammed home to me, is that a lot of the local colleges, which did particularly that level 4 and 5, which is basically HNCs, HNDs, so post A-level / BTEC, but sub-degree level courses. A lot of those, particularly by colleges around the UK, they've been really hammered by actually the expansion of the university sector. I remember being over in Cumbria at Kendal College with Secretary of State, and them telling us that they'd seen these level 4 and 5 qualifications were designed working with local firms, local colleges, and their numbers of students doing them had halved in the last few years, because the university sector at the bottom end had basically come along and said, look, come to university somewhere else, do a degree in whatever, and you want the full university experience, etc., etc. And they'd started to see students who had left them at 18, who would have been far better for them, for the local economy, for productivity, etc., to have done a level 4 or 5 or even level 6 course locally, but they then left the area, got themselves in a lot of notional debt, cost the taxpayer an absolute fortune, done a degree which didn't actually help them anyway, moved back to the area and then was having to go back and do those courses, which they should have done in the first place, all over again. So I think we just need to be, when we're thinking about this, we have to think about further education and higher education in the round as a, what are we going to do for people post 18, basically. And I think one of the comments about adult learning, I think from you, Helen, and how we need to do some of that and allow some of that sort of more lifelong learning, upskilling, leveling up. It's definitely got to be a thing for people throughout their it's going to be a personal thing as well. I know that the biggest thing that most that could really improve people's lives in my community would be, the girl I went to school with who's got 2 kids, who's earning 25,000 a year as a supervisor at a supermarket, and if maybe she's been in post for a while, so she's on reasonably good money. If she can get that, if she could do a course which enabled her to move to that next level, which means she could manage the bloody shop, and she could earn 35, 40,000, 50,000, that would be a huge change, massive change for her and that family. If there's anything we can do to enable that individuals to level up skills, training, education, then I think that's important. But as I said, before, access to jobs. I don't think it's fair to make people. Look, I'm not saying that we want. We should be ensuring that there's a City of London everywhere, or anything like that. But if we respect those places as on a political side, which we've just been elected in, and we respect those people, they expect us to deliver for them on a manifesto, a Conservative manifesto promise to level up those communities as well. With I'm not against them getting on a bike or on a bus to go to Darlington or Durham or Newcastle, but we're not gonna. I'm not gonna say let these places fall.
Can I? So I want to say I think you're right. Skills has got to be at the centre, and it's got to happen both on the business side and through the public sector. So I think one of the things we need to do is incentivize businesses to invest in low-skilled workers, because that's something that you don't tend to get from most low-paid, low-skilled workers. So we've done work with Will Tanner around an in-work training tax credit to try and pull businesses to do that. And the other thing I think is investing in using business support to improve management quality. So when we've looked at why our productivity lags behind other countries, one of the big problems is that our management isn't very good, so that people's skills aren't well used. So I think we need to try and get businesses to do more. But I think you're right, we need to do much better on the public side and actually bringing together funding streams. So I think we need to bring together, you've got the adult education fund budget, you've got the National Skill Fund, you've got the National Retraining Scheme. We need to just put all 3 together into a single funding stream, set a national framework, and then devolve it down to mayoral combined authorities to use it in their areas to boost skills. And I'd say just the third thing is where we're doing these big infrastructure spending, every project should have an attached package of skills and employment support to skill up local people and get them the employment support to get those jobs. Otherwise, you'll end up with lots of great new buildings and railways, but the local people won't have actually got the jobs. So I think if we did those 3 things, we could come out massively stronger from all this.
Hi, Gerard.
Sure, I'll come in if you like. So,
very, very quickly, but
sure. I've just got to correct Helen that there is no 5-week wait on UC. As we all know, you can get your money on day 1. But as to the arguments, the Augur review on lifelong learning and the certificate that you could get for a long-term employment on a long-term basis that you could dip in, dip out of, I think is something that government really should look at. And I know that Gavin Williamson has done a lot of work doing great stuff on FE. I think we should do rocket boosters to academies and free schools. The change that has happened. So when I went in 2010, when I went to Michael Gove's office, there was a desert, and that desert was the Northeast, with no academies whatsoever in the Northeast of England. It is slowly but surely being transformed. And I visited an academy school today, and I met the head teacher, and they are transforming education in some of my communities, no question. and they are really driving the pupils forwards. They're doing Singapore maths, they're doing phonics, they're doing mental maths, they're testing pretty much every week. I asked a kid a while back at this school, do you mind being tested? And various, as we all know, certain parents are really upset if their children are tested. And the child, who was about 8, turned to me and said, how do I know if I'm getting better if I'm not tested? And they're being tested every single week in that school. I just got to drive forward education change. I would also, make a huge point about the change in older workers. So the midlife MOT that I talked about in the outstanding paper with Laura Farris, all hands on deck for the Centre for Policy Studies, talks at great length about the midlife MOT, which forces businesses to say to their employees, we've got this muscle memory, you've got this ability, but we accept you're not going to be doing the same job at 45 that you will probably be doing at 65. How do we retrain you, reboot you, and give you the opportunity both for flexible working and retraining so that we get all that benefit of all your lifelong experience and keep you working until 65 or retirement age?
Gerard,
yeah, well, very quickly, look, there's lots of very good work that's been done in the UK on this whole area of skills and training, many think tanks, including yourselves. It's about executing what's already there. But the points already made in work training for low skilled workers is a key issue. That's been pointed out. Ian Duncan Smith, for instance, recently was writing a few pieces on this. Second, the key thing about universities, unfortunately, we have too many people coming out who are underemployed or overqualified. That reinforces the need for a focus on vocational training, other aspects like that. The online and lifetime learning aspects that people have talked about is very important. But at the end of the day, it's important to stress that while we talk about this virus likely to change many things, some of the key features that were in place before this virus will be embedded in the future. In particular, the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence. And that's going to create lots of new jobs as well as displace some existing jobs. So what the government has to do is again put down the incentives for more of the future success to be spread across the country. A key challenge for many parts of the country is that you lose your skilled workers, your young, ambitious people down to London. We don't want to hold back London, we want to bring up other parts of the country. So infrastructure, housing, transport links, all of these matter, as well as incentivizing firms to want to actually be based outside the southeast. So all the things that have been talked about just need to be executed. It's execution of the policy that I think becomes key in the future.
But private sector, if I can come in, private sector will move to the north, to Durham and to Northumberland because of, not just because they want to level up, but they'll do so because they absolutely need to, because it's not economic anymore to stay in London and M25 in the southeast. When you have flexible working, when you can do remote working, when you can work off broadband. And I think that the pandemic is actually going to cause the levelling up change to be accelerated by reason of private sector saying, why am I paying several £100s a square foot in down in South when I can be in obviously the second best constituency with Northwest Durham or the best constituency of Hexham and Northumberland?
Yeah, you're right.
I pay £4 a square foot a year.
Yeah.
In concert, £4 a square foot a year.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all very much for that. We are now out of time. Helen has to give her computer back to her children. I have to answer the repeated phone calls from my mother, which have been going on in the last few minutes. And Guy and Rick have to go to a mysterious address by the Prime Minister, during which he will no doubt outline the latest stage of the levelling up agenda. But I am comforted that as a result of this conversation, when people look back on the recovery from the coronavirus, unlike the 1980s and 1990s and 2000s, they will say they made no mistakes at all and did everything absolutely right. Thank you all very much for being here with us for this particular panel. Thank you to everyone who's been here throughout the day. We hope you enjoyed it, and please follow CPS Think Tank on Twitter, sign up for our newsletter, and do everything to keep yourselves informed of all our policy work. And thank you again to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation for supporting this particular panel, and to Lloyds Bank and the City of London for supporting our earlier panels. Goodbye and have a very nice evening.